Chapter 976. The key depends on the heart. 0976. In Wan Xingyu and Zhu Ying's eyes, Yi Fan was an unfamiliar face. He wasn't someone from this circle, because in this upper-class circle, they almost all knew each other. In addition, Yi Fan's table manners were so rustic, and he looked like a big eater. He was definitely not a disciple of a big family. Moreover, Wan Xingyu's impression of Su Qingxue was very arrogant, and he had never heard of her falling in love with anyone before. Even if he really was a husband, he definitely wasn't someone with any status. Otherwise, it would have spread everywhere. How could Fan Xian know that these two fellows were still analyzing his identity? He casually said, "I only ate a bowl of noodles at noon. Can't I be hungry?" As soon as these words were spoken, Zhu Ying, who was at the side, burst out laughing. "Miss Su, your man is really funny. You only gave him a bowl of noodles at home. No wonder he came out like a reincarnated hungry ghost." Wan Xingyu was even more convinced of his guess. He laughed evilly and said, "Oh. So you're hungry. Then Mr. Yi, eat more. Don't be polite, the food here is free, you don't need to pay extra, ha. Hee hee." Yi Fan laughed and was too lazy to say anything else. He just continued eating and took a glass of fruit juice from a passing waiter. "Mr. Yi, I wonder which company you work for. Or is it in some government department?" Wan Xingyu ate 2 bites of steak, then stopped eating and continued to smoke his cigar. "I'm in my wife's company," Yi Fan said vaguely. "Oh. In Director Su's company. Then wouldn't Director Su be your boss?" Wan Xingyu laughed. "Is he the head of some department? Or vice president?" "That's not right. Isn't the vice president of Brocade Miss Feng?" Yi Fan said, "I'm from the security department." Although he knew that if he said this, the other party would definitely laugh at him, but Yi Fan didn't care, and the security guards weren't shameful. He just wanted this couple to get what they wanted, and then quickly shut up. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Wan Xingyu and Zhu Ying both laughed out loud. "So it's a security guard. Miss Su, you really know how to choose a husband." Zhu Ying giggled and held on to Wan Xingyu's arm, saying, "Hubby, I think that Miss Su must have married love. What do you think?" "I think so. Maybe Mr. Yi is a good person. We can't laugh at them, right?" A hint of viciousness flashed across Wan Xingyu's eyes. Back then, when he pursued Su Qingxue, he was coldly rejected by a woman. At that time, Su Qingxue was only a female university student, yet she dared to reject him. Moreover, because the Su clan refused to form a marriage alliance, the Wan clan almost collapsed. After so many years, seeing Su Qingxue become more and more beautiful and her career flourishing, he felt even more uncomfortable in his heart. Now that he saw Su Qingxue holding onto a security guard and calling a pauper husband, he felt humiliated. Could it be that he, Wan Xingyu, was inferior to a security guard? Thinking of this, many thoughts flashed through Wan Xingyu's mind, thinking that he had to take revenge on Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue didn't know that Wan Xingyu's resentment towards her had completely exploded at this moment. The woman was helpless towards Yi Fan. This man was really something. He had to answer them. Couldn't he just ignore them? Wan Xingyu took a glass of red wine, took a sip, and said, "No wonder, CEO Su, you are dressed very specially today. Is this to match the little man beside you, to dress like a commoner?" He had already started to wear jade bracelets. How much money was this little jade worth? Although, with a husband who was a security guard, he couldn't be too high profile, but he couldn't be too shabby either. This was too low-key. Even if you want to rent it, you have to rent a set of diamond jewelry. You can get some limited edition Cartier, Van Cleef and Arpels, or else how can you be worthy of your tens of billions of net worth? Zhu Ying placed her hand on the table and showed off the pigeon egg-sized diamond ring on her finger. Hubby, don't talk about Miss Sue anymore. Women would only like jewelry given by their husbands, but Yi Baoan couldn't afford it, so there was nothing he could do. If she was still like me, wearing an 8 million diamond ring that her husband found someone to make, how much pressure would her husband feel? It's not easy for Miss Sue. Wife, what you said really makes sense. Indeed, it's been hard on this brother Yi Baoan. Wan Xingyu had a face full of emotion as he teasingly glanced at Yi Fan and Su Qingxue. However, Yi Fan and Su Qingxue didn't say anything. Yi Fan only felt that these two fellows were quite amusing, so he was too lazy to be angry. Seeing that the man didn't react, Qingxue also followed her husband's lead and sat quietly, treating them as farting. At this moment, a couple dressed in grand attire walked over. CEO Wan, Madam Wan. Isn't this CEO Liu of the Bayati Group? Madam Liu is here too. Quickly sit, haha. Wan Xingyu and Zhu Ying stood up and greeted the middle-aged couple. The Bayati Group was also one of the few new energy automobile companies in China. Its market value was also over 140 billion, and in terms of prospects, it was even stronger than Wanko Real Estate. However, because Zhu Ying had the backing of the Zhu family, the Liu couple actually lowered their heads and politely flattered Wan Xingyu and his wife. On the contrary, Su Qingxue, who was at the same table as them, didn't enter the eyes of the Liu couple. Director Liu, do you know this Director Su? However, Wan Xingyu did not let go of this opportunity. Oh. The embroidery group, I've seen him twice. Director Liu casually nodded. Wan Xingyu said, you might not know this, but Director Su is not simple. She has tens of billions of assets and found her own company's security guard as her husband. Isn't that very touching? Director Liu and his wife were very surprised, but they were all smart people. They knew that the Wan family had a grudge with the Su family in the past, so they immediately laughed out loud. There's such a thing. Then I have to admire Director Su for his courage. Director Liu laughed. Zhu Ying giggled and said to Madam Liu, you're really young. How many carats is the ring on your finger? It's so beautiful. When Madam Liu heard this, she hurriedly said, Madam Wan, you're the young and beautiful one. I'm already an old woman. Besides, how many carats does my ring have? Madam Wan, your pigeon egg should be worth tens of millions, right? Zhu Ying had an embarrassed look on her face as she looked at her husband with a sweet look in her eyes and said, my husband insisted on customizing it for me. He spent more than 8 million, and my heart ached to death. We're already married, yet we still bought such an expensive ring. That's because Mr. Wan loves Madam Wan, unlike my old antique, who doesn't even give me anything on Valentine's Day. Madam Liu quickly followed suit. Zhu Ying faintly sighed, we women actually don't need big diamonds. No matter how expensive the jewelry is, it all depends on the heart. Chapter 977. Where do you sit 0977? Only now did Madam Liu notice the ring on Su Qingxue's hand. She said, Director Su, did your husband give this to you? Why haven't I seen such a gem before? Is it a turquoise stone? Is it expensive? Su Qingxue coldly said, it was given to me by my husband. He said it wasn't a gem, and I don't know what it is. Anyway, I like it. Even Miss Su doesn't know what it is. Wan Xingyu couldn't help but touch Yi Fan, security guard Yi, how much is that ring? It can't be from a stall, right? Yi Fan smiled, I don't know how much it is either. I asked a friend to get it. Wan Xingyu and his wife, as well as the Liu couple, laughed. They were sure that Yi Fan was too embarrassed to say how much it was. It can't be a piece of glass, right? That would be too much, security guard Yi. Wan Xingyu pretended to be joking. At this time, another couple walked over. The man came closer and said, what are you laughing so happily about? Director Wan, aren't you going to share it? I was wondering who it was. Director Liu, we were just talking about Director Su of the Brocade. She chose to marry love and found a security guard from her own company to be her husband. This could be considered the big news tonight. Director Liu was also the boss of a listed company. When he heard this, he was quite surprised. What? Director Su was actually married. Security. Are you for real? Director Liu, look, Director Su is still wearing the ring that her husband gave her. We are all studying whether it is made of glass or plastic, haha. Wan Xingyu laughed. Zhu Ying hurriedly pretended to persuade him, hubby, don't say any more. This Mr. Yi will be embarrassed later. As long as they are happy, it's fine. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Let's all sit down. Brother Yi, don't mind us, we were just joking. Wan Xingyu lit his cigar with a proud look on his face. Yi Fan actually didn't listen to their conversation. He just finished 2 plates and got up to get more food. When everyone saw this, they felt that Yi Fan didn't have the guts, so they could only keep eating. Director Su, your husband's appetite is really big. As expected of a security guard, it should be very hard. Wan Xingyu mocked. Xu Qingxue lightly said, my husband rarely goes to the company, he only has a title. Oh. So that's how it is. In that case, Director Su might have taken a fancy to that Yi Baoan, who is young and strong, and raised a pretty boy, haha. Wan Xingyu laughed out loud, and the couple Lu and Lu also laughed along. They weren't afraid of Su Qingxue getting angry. After all, their company was bigger than the Brocade, and they all had connections behind them. Moreover, Zhu Ying was a member of the Zhu clan. She came from one of the 5 great sects, so why would she be afraid of a grassroots like Su Qingxue? Of course not. There were more and more people in the banquet hall. Many of the CEOs of large companies in China wanted to sit down and get close to Wan Xingyu and his wife when they saw them. Thus, not long after, another 2 couples came and sat at the same table. Of course, Wan Xingyu would not miss this opportunity. After a few words, he announced to them the news of the marriage of Su Jinxiu and the security guard. Unknowingly, more and more people began walking over, seemingly having heard the laughter from the area. Everyone knew that Su Qingxue had married a security guard, and that she didn't even dare to wear a diamond. The ring was a green glass, so they couldn't help but laugh. Oh right, Miss Zhu, when will your father come? Yeah, we all want to listen to Vice Chairman Zhu's teachings later. Very quickly, some people began to ask Zhu Ying about her father, Zhu Linming. As the patriarch of the Zhu clan, one of the 5 great sects, Zhu Linming could be considered a relatively young patriarch. Moreover, he was also the vice chairman of the National Business Alliance, so he would also come to participate. Although the 5 great sects would send representatives for this kind of national business conference, it was very rare for the patriarch to come over directly. Of course, as a member of the 5 great sects, it was impossible for them to come early. The heavyweights would naturally appear at the end. Zhu Ying had an arrogant look on her face as she giggled, everyone, don't worry. My father should be here soon. I just sent him a WeChat message. The identity of a direct descendant of a famous family made Zhu Ying feel as if she was surrounded by stars. Wan Xingyu and his wife's faces were glowing. Wan Xingyu felt that he had gotten his revenge, while Zhu Ying felt much more comfortable than Su Qingxue. Although Qingxue didn't care about the gazes of others, it was still very annoying to be pointed at and criticized by so many strangers. She looked at Yi Fan, who was still eating the lobster, and couldn't help but admire him. To think that a man's appetite was so good. At this moment, a different sound came from the direction of the stairs. Many people seemed to have seen who was coming and all moved towards that direction. Vice Chairman Zhu is here. Really? Hurry up and go over. Many celebrities and merchants all moved closer to that side, eager to greet Zhu Linming as soon as possible, even if it meant that they were familiar with each other. In front of the 5 great sects, 10 billion or even 100 billion were nothing. Not only did they possess wealth that could rival a country, they also had 1,000 years of connections and heritage. Therefore, even the disciples of other famous sects hoped to show off in front of Zhu Linming and get a chance to give him some charity. Wan Xingyu and Zhu Ying, on the other hand, stood up very calmly. Wan Xingyu said, "Director Su, my father-in-law is here. Do you want me to introduce him to you?" "No need." Su Qingxue coldly rejected. Her ears were finally at peace because everyone had gone to welcome Zhu Linming. Hubby, how could she have the face to see my dad? Let's go over, my dad should be missing me. Zhu Ying said. All right. Let's go. Wan Xingyu proudly glanced at Su Qingxue, adjusted his shirt collar, and walked over with his head held high and chest puffed out. Zhu Linming had just arrived. He was wearing a custom-made suit that didn't have any brands. It looked very simple, but it was hard to hide the calm aura of a superior. He shook hands with some people and nodded his head. The people around him all bent down and shook hands with him. A group of people smiled obsequiously and walked with him. Daddy. Zhu Ying acted coquettishly as she ran over and hugged Zhu Linming. Daughter, I haven't seen you in a while. You've become even more beautiful. Zhu Linming patted the child's back dotingly. Zhu Ying said, Dad, your daughter is already so old. She's still beautiful. In Dad's eyes, you will always be a little girl. Zhu Linming said with a smile. Father-in-law. Wan Xingyu smiled and bowed respectfully. Oh, son-in-law Wan, how have you been? Zhu Linming patted Wan Xingyu's shoulder. Wan Xingyu smiled and said, Thanks to father-in-law, everything is fine. What does this have to do with me? I fish and play golf every day, how would I know what you guys did? Zhu Linming casually said, but the people beside him all laughed, as if these words were very humorous. Wan Xingyu carefully asked, Father-in-law, are you going to sit with us? Or? Chapter 978. You know me. 0978 Wan Xingyu was overjoyed. To be able to sit at the same table as Zhu Linming was a great honor to them. Thus, he quickly led the way and said, Father-in-law, please follow me. Very quickly, Zhu Linming walked to Yifan and Su Qingxue's table. Many people saw that Yifan and Su Qingxue were still sitting there. Yifan was eating, while Su Qingxue was looking at her phone and didn't get up to welcome Zhu Linming. Everyone couldn't help but frown as they secretly shook their heads. They felt that the embroidery group was going to be unlucky. This was simply playing with fire and burning oneself. Cough cough. Wan Xingyu choked and said arrogantly, Director Su, my father-in-law is here. Su Qingxue turned her head to look and said, What's wrong, you want to sit here? Aren't there 2 empty seats? Everyone was speechless, thinking to themselves that Su Qingxue was too ignorant, her EQ was too low, she didn't even give Zhu Linming face. With this EQ, it was a miracle that the embroidery group was able to survive until now. Sure enough, he saw Zhu Linming frown. He stared at Yifan, who was engrossed in breaking the king crab, as if he was thinking about something. Everyone felt that the embroidery group was completely finished. This reckless security guard actually cared about eating. Zhu Ying said with dissatisfaction, Hey, Director Su, why don't you control your husband? No matter how blind you are, you should at least respect my father, right? Get up. Su Qingxue coldly glanced at her, My husband isn't full yet, why should he stand up? Is it illegal to eat? You dare talk back to me? Who do you think you are? Do you think the embroidery group is that amazing? In the eyes of our Zhu family, you're just a fart. Zhu Ying had the support of her father, so she wasn't afraid of anything. Wan Xingyu felt that he could take the opportunity to fan the flames and add insult to injury, so he hurriedly said, "Father-in-law, this is Su Qingxue from the embroidery group. This is her husband, surnamed Yi. He's a security guard. He probably hasn't seen much of the world, so he doesn't know your identity." You. Before Wan Xingyu could finish speaking, Zhu Linming raised his hand and signaled him to stop. "It really is Mr. Yi Fan." Zhu Linming's face was filled with astonishment. At the same time, there was a trace of complex apprehension in his eyes. Fan Xian was holding a large crab leg in his hand, chewing on the crab meat in his mouth. He turned his head, glanced at Zhu Linming, and said, "What? You know me?" Zhu Linming hurriedly revealed a very polite and modest smile, and said, "Mr. Yi, have you forgotten? Last time, my good-for-nothing son, Ah Wei, did something wrong. It's all thanks to you that he's learned his lesson now." The scene instantly fell silent. All the onlookers were dumbfounded. Many people's jaws dropped to the ground. He couldn't believe his ears. Was he hallucinating? Almost everyone was asking themselves this question. Wan Xingyu and Zhu Ying even revealed expressions of extreme shock, and they were dumbstruck like wooden chickens, as if they'd been petrified. Fan Xian remembered that there seemed to be such a thing, because to him, a person like Zhu Wei was really not worth mentioning. He didn't really feel at ease at all. Oh. Yes, there is such a thing. Thinking about this, Yi Fan realized that he had interacted with Zhu Linming before, but he hadn't met him yet. Zhu Ying, who was behind him, asked in a low voice, "Dad, does the matter with second brother have anything to do with him? He's just a security guard for the embroidery group." Zhu Ying only knew that her second brother, Zhu Wei, had done something wrong, had been stripped of all his positions, and had been exiled abroad, but she didn't know the specifics. Zhu Linming reacted. Only now did he notice that his daughter and son-in-law were extremely disrespectful to Yi Fan and Su Qingxue. For a moment, Zhu Linming felt a chill in his heart. Ever since the incident with Zhu Wei, he had found out from some channels that Yi Fan's abilities could be said to be extremely powerful. It was not something that their Zhu family could afford to provoke. Therefore, he had always been extremely afraid and strictly controlled his son, Zhu Wei, not allowing him to have the slightest thought of revenge. He didn't expect that his daughter and son-in-law would actually provoke Yi Fan again. Bastard! Zhu Linming didn't say anything else. In front of everyone, he roared and reprimanded them. This caused Zhu Ying and Wan Xingyu to be stunned. The two of them were trembling and their faces were pale. They didn't know what was going on. How can juniors like you casually evaluate Mr. Ye's identity? Just now, were you guys disrespectful to Mr. Yi? Facing Zhu Linming's questioning, Wan Xingyu and Zhu Ying's eyes trembled and their hearts jumped to their throats. We. They simply couldn't understand why a security guard could make Zhu Linming scold them in public without any hesitation. After all, this was a public disgrace to the Zhu family. Not to mention them, even the couples surnamed Lu and Lu, who had just mocked Yi Fan and Su Qingxue, were so scared that their faces turned green. Just when Wan Xingyu and his wife were at a loss of what to do and didn't know how to answer, another person walked up the stairs and said with a smile from afar, "What's the matter? Why is Patriarch Zhu so angry on such a happy day?" I heard the sound downstairs. Everyone looked over and couldn't help but discuss amongst themselves. Many people began to greet him. The master of the Zhao family from the 5 great sects is here. It's Mr. Zhao Guiqing, the vice chairman of the Merchant Union. Yeah, the vice president of China's oil group. What a big shot. As one of the 5 great families, the eldest son of the second generation of the Zhao family, Zhao Guiqing was also a top figure in the business world. After all, as the upper echelons of China's oil industry, ordinary enterprises couldn't compare to him. Zhu Linming gasped for breath and greeted Zhao Guiqing from afar. "Guiqing, you're here. I'm teaching these two rascals a lesson. Rascal. Zhao Guiqing couldn't help but be puzzled. Isn't Zhu Ying here? Your son-in-law, Wan Xingyu. What happened to them? Zhu Linming respectfully gestured to Yi Fan and his wife beside him. Mr. Yi, you shouldn't be unfamiliar with him, right? Didn't your Zhao family also interact with Mr. Yi before? These two little bastards are actually disrespectful to Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi. Zhao Guiqing took a closer look and immediately recognized him. He smiled and said, "It's really Mr. Yi Fan." Yi Fan was puzzled. Why did everyone know him? He didn't know this guy. You know me again. Yi Fan sucked on the crab leg and vaguely turned his head to ask. Zhao Guiqing hurriedly introduced himself. I am Zhao Guiqing of the Zhao family. Didn't you meet my younger brother, Zhao Guoping, at the Su family? Sigh, I'm ashamed to say that my nephew, Tian Xian, is really disappointing and offended you. It's all thanks to your magnanimity. The Zhao family had an extraordinary position in the military, so they understood Yi Fan's situation better. Chapter 979. Asked several times 0979 Yi Fan thought back to that time when he went to the Su family. So this was how he knew her. Speaking of which, he had always been thinking about Su Lingshan, but he didn't know where the woman had gone. Oh. It's been a long time, then I understand. Yi Fan nodded and said. Although I'm not in the army like some of my brothers in the family, I've heard of some of your deeds and I still admire you. Can I sit at your table tonight and chat with you? Of course, as Zhao Guiqing didn't want to give up the chance to rebuild his relationship with Yi Fan. The onlookers seemed to have been greatly stimulated once again, and they were all stunned once again. What? Zhao Guiqing really admired Yi Fan. Worship a security guard. I don't care, but it seems like the seats are full. Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders. Hearing this, the Lu couple anxiously said, No. Let's get out of the way. Let's get out of the way. If Zhao Guiqing wanted to sit, no one dared to occupy the seat. The people who had just mocked Yi Fan were already on the verge of tears, thinking about how they could make up for it. At this moment, Wan Xingyu and Zhu Ying's faces were ashen. They wished they could just faint and not know anything. This was too terrifying. Zhao Guiqing was not in a hurry to sit down. In any case, he definitely had a seat. He curiously asked, Patriarch Zhu, how did your daughter and son-in-law disrespect Mr. Yi? Zhu Linming was already so angry that smoke was rising from his head. From Zhao Guiqing's words, he was even more convinced that Yi Fan was someone they absolutely could not afford to offend. These two evil beasts. Speak. How did you guys disrespect Mr. Yi just now? Tell me everything in detail. Zhu Linming felt that he had to give Yi Fan an explanation. Otherwise, if Yi Fan was not satisfied, the Zhu family might suffer. Wan Xingyu finally couldn't take it anymore. He directly fell to his knees. He cried and shouted, Father-in-law. I was wrong. I didn't know security guard Yi. Oh no. Mr. Yi is It's a big shot. Bastard. Zhu Linming kicked Wan Xingyu. Being polite to others is the basic principle of being a person. You don't even understand this. Zhu Ying also cried. She stepped forward and grabbed her father's arm, saying, Dad. Don't kick Xingyu. We really don't know. Shut up. The good husband you found is like this. Zhu Linming scolded and pushed his daughter away. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. What's the matter here? Who made Zhu family head so angry? A bearded middle-aged man in a white suit walked in. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but look surprised. Many people at the side immediately recognized the person. Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang is here. Zhao Guiqing smiled and said, Zhao Qing, the Zhu family head is teaching his daughter and son-in-law a lesson. When Wang Zhaoqing heard this, he asked in bewilderment, why? Zhao Guiqing politely gestured with his hand, this Mr. Yi, your Wang family should be more familiar with him, right? When Wang Zhaoqing saw this, his expression changed greatly. He said very seriously, Mr. Yi Fan. Yi Fan was puzzled. He ate a king crab, so why did so many people recognize him appear? What? You know me again. Wang Zhaoqing introduced himself. I'm Wang Zhaoqing from the Wang family of Yuan City, the current chairman of King's Court Real Estate. You should know my cousin, Zihan, right? Zihan's cousin, Leaf on the other hand, Fan Xian politely nodded at him and said, then I understand, Zihan is now. Where did that go? Wang Zhaoqing smiled and said, yes, he has been selected. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Yi. All right. Yi Fan didn't ask anything else and continued to eat the crab. Wang Zhaoqing, like Zhao Guiqing, asked Zhu Linming, Patriarch Zhu, your daughter and son-in-law couldn't have done something disrespectful to Mr. Yi Fan, right? Hearing this question, everyone at the scene felt as if they had eaten a cockroach. Without waiting for Zhu Linming to say anything, a pleasant female voice came from outside the crowd and said with a smile, who is it? With such guts, Mr. Yi Fan even dares to provoke him. When Yi Fan heard this voice, he couldn't help but turn his head to look. She reached out her hand and turned the man's head back. What are you looking at? Eat your food. Yi Fan smiled awkwardly. There was no helping it. He hadn't seen Chu Yunyao for a while, so when he heard a woman's voice, he naturally turned around to look. Everyone saw Chu Yunyao and Chu Yunqing walk in. Together with them, there was a middle-aged man wearing a black tang suit, walking over with a graceful woman. The moment these four people appeared, the scene entered a white-hot stage. Miss Chu, Mr. Chu, Chairman Xia. Madam Xia, the group of people were busy greeting each other. Chu Yunyao, who was dressed in a dark blue evening gown, was graceful and luxurious. Her figure was proud, and her aura directly suppressed the surrounding socialites. She walked to Yi Fan's side, looked at Wan Xingyu and his wife who were kneeling on the ground, and giggled, what's going on? Isn't this Xu Ying and her husband? Did they provoke you? Yi Fan turned around and helplessly smiled. I already said that I work in the brocade security department. They might look down on the security guards. Haha, brother Yi Fan, you have set a trap for the Zhu family. Why didn't you tell them that you were just there to hang your name? Chu Yunqing laughed. My wife said it. Yi Fan said, but they said that my wife raised a pretty boy, what else can we say? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhu Linming's expression became even uglier. The surrounding people shook their heads and sighed. This was truly self-inflicted. Yi Fan, is it? The middle-aged man in the black tang suit led his wife to Yi Fan and asked with a smile. Yi Fan nodded, Uncle, you know me again. Yi Fan felt that he had asked this question several times tonight. Ha ha. I am Xie Hongfei. You might have heard my son mention me before. Xie Hongfei said. Sai Qingxue, on the other hand, reacted. She hadn't considered this before, oh. So General Xie's father is you, Chairman Xie. Xie Hongfei, as the eldest son of the second generation of the Xie family, was currently the chairman of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce. His status was naturally extraordinary. Yi Fan was stunned and suddenly realized, old Xie's father. Ha! We're on the same side. Li Fan Xian felt that he still had to get up. After all, it was the father of his hardcore brother. Although Xiao Linfuan was an illegitimate child back then and had an average relationship with his father, blood was thicker than water. After returning to the Xia family, their relationship was still alright. Chapter 980. 0980. Looking at the Chu siblings, it was obvious that they had known Yifan for a long time, and their relationship was as close as a family. Looking at Xia Hongfei, the leader of the business world, taking the initiative to shake hands with Yifan, the hundreds of tycoons present all admired Yifan to the point of prostrating themselves. If Yifan was willing to accept them as his lackeys, they would all be willing to kneel down and kowtow, calling him big brother, or even godfather. Shock. Even horrifying. Just who was this security guard? The pillars of the Wang clan, Xia clan, Chu clan, Zhao clan, and Zhu clan actually had to compliment him and be so polite. They actually didn't flatter him properly just now, but mocked Yifan on the spot. Now that they thought about it, all of them wanted to slap themselves in the face. Scolding himself thousands of times for being a pig. This was simply a waste of a great opportunity. Just think about it, if Yifan were to casually introduce them to the big shots of the famous sets, wouldn't they soar into the sky? When Zhu Ying saw that even Wang Zhaoqing knew Yifan, she was so scared that her legs went soft. At this moment, when she saw that the Chu siblings and Xia Hongfei were like family to Yifan, she was so scared that she sat on the ground, her eyes were at a loss. Wan Xingyu was so scared that his entire body turned cold. He trembled and pursed his lips, unable to cry even if he wanted to. They simply couldn't understand how everything had suddenly turned out like this. Shouldn't they be the ones laughing at Yifan and his wife, and then Su Qingshua's group would go bankrupt? At this time, Xia Hongfei said, Yifan, I know that you have a good relationship with my son and have always wanted to find an opportunity to meet you. Fortunately, Miss Su brought you here this time. You're too polite, I'm just here for dinner. The food here is pretty good. Yifan said with a smile. He, Lin Yuan said that you are a person who doesn't care about trifles and lives very casually. It seems that is indeed the case. Xia Hongfei nodded and said, do you have time? I would like to invite you to our Xia family for a visit. Let's talk about it when we have time. There have been a lot of things to do recently, Yifan said. The people at the side went crazy. A person like Xia Hongfei invited him to the Xia family as a guest, yet Yifan actually said, I'm not free. What made everyone even more crazy was that Xia Hongfei didn't care at all. He nodded and said, all right. Then when you're free, you must come. Our two families should properly develop our relationship. When the surrounding people heard this, they almost knelt down in front of Yifan. This big brother was too arrogant. Seeing that Xia Hongfei wanted to curry favor with Yifan and get closer to him, Zhu Linming was even more convinced that Yifan could not be offended in the slightest. Furthermore, he had to work hard to get on good terms with Yifan. Hurry up. Hurry up and kowtow to Mr. Yi, Miss Su. Apologize. Zhu Linming saw that these two guys couldn't even speak, and knew that it was useless to ask them, so he simply kowtowed, which was more direct. Fan Xian felt that this was a little too much, and he didn't care about the two of them kowtowing. He turned his head and said, that's enough, old Zhu, how tired. It's meaningless for them to kowtow to me. Old Zhu. When the people next to him heard this, they almost fainted. It seemed that this big brother really didn't put Zhu Linming in his eyes. The key point was that Zhu Linming didn't mind at all. With a polite smile, he said, Mr. Yi, this matter must be dealt with seriously. Otherwise, I will feel guilty. Kowtowing or something, it's so boring, forget it. Yifan waved his hand. Yifan's words originally wanted Zhu Linming to let these two guys go. These two were already scared out of their wits, and if this continued, they would be scared out of their wits. If they were to be in a flirtatious mood, then they wouldn't even be in the mood to eat. However, Zhu Linming heard another meaning, thinking that Yifan wasn't satisfied with making them kowtow and apologize. Therefore, Zhu Linming asked, Mr. Yi, then how do you think we should deal with these two uneducated things? Our Zhu family has 1,000 years of inheritance, and we definitely won't allow such a descendant to insult our Zhu family's name, ruining the reputation of our Zhu family. Is there a need for me to say it out loud? Yi Fan found it troublesome and said to Su Qingxue, "Wife, why don't you say it? Anyway, that guy was targeting you just now." Actually, Qingxue didn't care much about it. She felt that these two fellows were miserable enough. However, there was one thing that she felt that she needed these two people, and even many of the people present, to apologize solemnly. Thus, the woman stood up and said, "My husband doesn't care much about what others say about him, because he doesn't care about your level at all. However, you were just saying that you were mocking my husband for buying me this ring. I want you to apologize to my husband solemnly." As Su Qingxue spoke, she took off the green stone ring on her hand and said, "Although I don't know what material this is made of, even if it's really glass and plastic, to me, it's still more precious than any diamond. You shouldn't insult my husband's feelings." Everyone at the scene quietened down. Many people nodded their heads, feeling that Su Qingxue's words were very reasonable. They couldn't help but reveal expressions of admiration. Wan Xingyu and Zhu Ying knelt on the ground, trembling as they nodded. "Mr. Yi, Miss Su, I'm sorry. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Mr. Yi, we really know our wrongs. We shouldn't have laughed at your heart. You are a magnanimous man. Let us go," the two of them cried, not daring to have any wishful thinking. They were so scared that they almost peed their pants. However, Chu Yunyao, who was at the side, frowned. She stretched out her hand and said, "Su Qingxue, show me your ring." Su Qingxue wasn't very happy and didn't want to give it to him. She asked, "What are you doing?" "Don't worry, would I steal your things in front of so many people? I just seem to have seen this thing somewhere. Let me confirm." Chu Yunyao said with some suspicion. When Su Qingxue heard this, she reluctantly handed it over, because she also wanted to know what exactly it was. After Chu Yunyao took the ring, she carefully observed it for a moment. Then, a trace of astonishment and brilliance flashed across her beautiful eyes as she said in disbelief, "The one surnamed Yi. Did you steal the icosahedrite from the Space Agency of the United States?" Everyone at the scene was puzzled, not knowing what Chu Yunyao was talking about. Fan Xian was unhappy. What do you mean by stealing? I called a brother to ask them for it, and they gave it to me." "Bullshit." Chu Yunyao cursed, "Aren't they afraid of you? If you ask them for it, would they dare to not give it to you? If I don't give it to you, won't you still send people to rob it? Isn't the result the same?" Everyone was once again dumbfounded. What? This green stone was from the Space Agency of the United States. The key was that the people of Magnesium didn't seem to dare to provoke Yi Fan at all. Yi Fan had such a great influence overseas. Chapter 981. 0981 Chu Yunyao, what are you talking about? How could this have anything to do with the Space Agency? Su Qingxue frowned and became even more puzzled. Chu Yunyao was a little unwilling and depressed in her heart. However, with so many people waiting for her, she still explained to the crowd, more than 10 years ago, a doctor discovered this piece of icosahedrite in a meteorite called Katurka in the Chu Keki area. According to our calculations, that meteorite landed on our planet 15,000 years ago. And the crystal found on the meteorite was a quasi-crystal of aluminum, nickel, copper, and iron alloy. It had 5 layers of symmetry, which was a regular icosahedron. At present, the world's top scientific research has proven that this crystal was born 5 billion years ago. In other words, this crystal existed before the Earth was born. The scene was in an uproar. Everyone was flabbergasted as they looked at the unremarkable green stone in disbelief. After Chu Yunyao's explanation, everyone felt that the appearance of this crystal was quite special. It was just that they hadn't paid attention to it before. 5 billion years. What a shocking number. This was simply not something that could be imagined with common sense. Su Qingxue was also stunned speechless. She stared at the ring, her heart beating wildly. If it was someone else who explained the crystal, the people present might not believe it, and might even think it was bragging. But Chu Yunyao was different. Her own identity and the qualifications to be the successor of the Tan City's Chu family could not be spoken carelessly. Therefore, everyone was convinced. Chu Yunyao continued, "This is not the end. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to form an alloy of aluminum, nickel, and iron, because after aluminum is oxidized, it is unable to combine with nickel and iron." That's right. I was also puzzled just now. Logically speaking, this kind of substance shouldn't exist. After all, with their professional knowledge, they could hear some problems. Chu Yunyao sighed, "This is the most precious part of this crystal. How did it appear? Whether or not it appeared in our galaxy is still a mystery. As far as we know, the fall of a meteorite can produce a high temperature of nearly 2000 degrees, and the pressure in the meteorite can be as high as 100,000 atmospheres. But even so, it is impossible for a quasicrystal to be formed. The appearance of this crystal made the impossible possible. Interesting using electron microscopy, X-ray diffraction, and other methods to observe this crystal, through the diffraction pattern, one could see that the arrangement of atoms in this crystal was according to the golden ratio of 1:618. In other words, this crystal was completely, from a scientific point of view, the purest beautiful crystal. To put it bluntly, it was the most perfect gem that had fallen from the sky. In fact, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that it's a divine stone. After all, it seems like it's something that only a god could create. After Chu Yunyao finished speaking, she reluctantly returned the ring to Su Qingxue and shook her head speechlessly. Glass? Plastic? How ignorant are with this with you people? In the eyes of scientists, the value of this crystal is worth more than all the diamonds in the world. This guy, he actually gave such an interesting thing to Su Qingxue, who didn't know anything at all. This woman wasn't a scientist, so what did she know? Everyone at the scene was stunned from hearing this. They all opened their eyes wide and stared at the seemingly unassuming green stone in Qingxue's hand. Too shocking. The only natural icosahedron found in a meteorite that fell from the sky in the entire world. A substance born in the universe that could be divided by the golden ratio of atoms. How could this thing be measured with money? Even Xia Hongfei, Zhu Linming, Zhao Guiqing, Wang Zhaoqing, and the others from the 5 great sects were all staring intently. They were even more shocked that Yi Fan was actually able to directly ask for such a priceless item from the hands of the magnesium people and give it to his own woman as an accessory. What kind of power, what kind of status, to be able to do such a thing? Although this quasicrystal was not a destructive weapon, nor was it something that was related to the great interests of the country, it was still a rare treasure. Not to mention anything else, even if the 5 great sects joined forces, it would still be impossible for them to get the magnesium people to hand over the item. When Wan Xingyu and Zhu Ying heard this, their bodies stiffened as if they had been frozen. Zhu Ying wished she could find a hole to hide in. She actually used these tacky diamonds on her body to compare with others. 8 million diamond rings. In their eyes, it was probably just trash. They wouldn't even bother to pick it up if it fell to the ground. Qingxue also looked at the ring, unable to say a single word. In the end, she was incomparably happy, and said to Yi Fan with a little resentment, "Hubby, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Yi Fan didn't expect Chu Yunyao to understand him so well. He was indeed a mad scientist. Hearing Qingxue's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yi Fan stood up, stretched out his finger and scratched the woman's nose. "Silly wife, I wanted to tell you last time, but you didn't let me finish. In any case, I gave it to you as a token of my sincerity." As long as my sincerity was there, it would be fine. Do you know, to me, you are like this quasi crystal, descending from the sky, unique in this world, breathtakingly beautiful as a fairy that shouldn't exist in this world. His calm but sincere words melted the hearts of countless socialites and noblewomen present. Looking at this scene, looking at this incomparable gift, they all looked at Qingxue with incomparable envy. Just like this crystal, this was truly a unique confession in history. Of course, there were also those who didn't like it. For example, Chu Yunyao directly rolled her eyes and muttered in her heart, "My teeth are falling off." Qingxue looked at the man in a daze. After gradually coming back to her senses, she was so excited that her eyes were brimming with tears. Without hesitation, she pounced on Yi Fan and kissed him. At this moment, even if they were to pretend, they still had to pretend. Everyone wanted to curry favor with Yi Fan. Yi Fan kept his mouth shut and slowly pulled the woman away, smiling bitterly. "Wife, I ate a lot of seafood, my mouth is very fishy." Qingxue shook her head. She didn't mind at all and kissed Yi Fan again. Yi Fan simply let go and kissed Qingxue deeply in front of everyone for more than 10 seconds before letting go of the woman. Chapter 982. 0982 Chu Yunyao didn't even bother with him and just walked away. Yi Fan embarrassedly looked at Chu Yunyao's back, thinking that he had to quickly find a gift to compensate the woman, otherwise he wouldn't be able to get into a woman's bed next time. At this moment, Zhu Linming was even more polite to Yi Fan, and asked, "Mr. Yi, I wonder if these two bastards are satisfied with your and your wife's apology." Why are there so many things to do? Let them go, I haven't finished eating yet, it's shrimp and crab, it's not very filling." As Yi Fan spoke, he stood up and planned to get 2 more plates of food. Seeing this, Wan Xingyu quickly stood up and stretched out his hand to stop him. Don't. Mr. Yi. How could I trouble you to get the food yourself? I'll get it for you. What do you want to eat? Just say it. When Zhuing, who was at the side, heard this, she also realized that this was a chance to quickly ease the relationship and make up for her mistakes, so she stood up and said with a flattering smile, "Mr. Yi, Director Su, what do you want to eat?" This. That's not so good, right? Yi Fan smiled embarrassedly. "You guys are the daughter and son-in-law of the Zhu family, are you going to be my waiter?" Zhu Linming laughed and said, "To be able to serve Mr. Yi a meal is already giving them face. Mr. Yi, feel free to instruct them. These 2 little things have been spoiled since they were young." Yi Fan still felt strange and said, "Forget it, it's not like we're missing any arms or legs, there's no need." Just as he was about to walk over to get it, Wan Xingyu cried and knelt down again. "Mr. Yi. Just give me a chance. I really did something wrong. Just let me serve you." "That's right. Mr. Yi, we really want to do something. Please let us go." As Zhuing spoke, she ran off to get her things. Wan Xingyu also anxiously walked over and took a plate. He wanted to take whatever was expensive, wishing that he could move the entire buffet's food in front of Yi Fan. Seeing that they wanted to take it, Yi Fan had no choice, but he didn't forget to shout, "Take a few donuts. It tastes like strawberries." Su Qingxue looked at the man, her heart filled with sweetness. Not long after, Wan Xingyu and Zhuing carefully brought 2 large plates of food to Yi Fan and Su Qingxue. "Mr. Yi, Director Su, please enjoy your meal. If there's anything else you want, feel free to say it." Wan Xingyu said respectfully. Yi Fan turned around and asked, "You guys didn't poison it, right?" This terrified Wan Xingyu and his wife. Their faces instantly turned livid, and they almost knelt down again. "Ha! Just kidding, why are you guys so nervous? Go, eat your food. I won't bother with you guys about today's matter." Yi Fan waved his hand, letting them leave. Wan Xingyu and his wife felt as if they had been pardoned from a grave sin. They bowed repeatedly to express their gratitude and were almost moved to tears. If they didn't serve Yi Fan well today, Zhu Linming would definitely punish them heavily when they returned. They wouldn't be able to bear it. As the people from the 5 great sects arrived, the banquet officially began. However, in the past, everyone's focus was on the people from the few famous sections. But this year, it had become Yi Fan and his wife. The key point was that other than the Chu siblings, the other 4 families were all sitting at the same table as Yi Fan and his wife. It was as if the 5 great sects also wanted to get close to Yi Fan. With these few famous sects here, they didn't dare to come and talk to Yi Fan, afraid that they would be targeted by these big shots. However, Yi Fan wasn't feeling too good. This group of old fellows from the 5 great sects would toast him at every turn, delaying his eating. Xie Hongfei was old Xie's biological father, so it was fine if he entertained them. However, Wang Zhaoqing, Zhao Guiqing, and Zhu Linming kept talking to him, which made him feel a little bored. After all, he wasn't interested in interacting with them in depth. After a few rounds of toasting, everyone seemed to have noticed that Yi Fan wasn't in the mood to entertain them, so they slowly stopped toasting, causing Yi Fan to heave a sigh of relief. Su Qingxue, who was at the side, ate a few mouthfuls and stopped eating. Her mind was completely attracted by the ring that the man gave her. The more she looked at the green crystal in her hand, the more charming it became. She moved closer to Yi Fan's ear and asked, "Hubby, is this the ring you proposed to me?" It doesn't count. I'll prepare a normal diamond ring for you after I propose," Yi Fan said. "But diamonds aren't as precious as this one that fell from the sky. I think we should forget about it." Su Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled. "I'll take it that you're proposing tonight." Yi Fan blinked. "Are you for real?" He was actually having a headache over the proposal. He couldn't think of a perfect plan. Su Qingxue nodded and said affectionately, "I'm not lying to you, I'm already very satisfied. I feel like I'm the happiest woman in the world." Yi Fan immediately swallowed his saliva and whispered into the woman's ear, then, "Wife, since this is considered a proposal, then can I go back tonight?" "I can." That. A blush appeared on Su Qingxue's pretty face. She pushed the man away and said angrily, "What are you doing?" "There are so many people watching," Li Fanxian chuckled. He couldn't be bothered to care about how the people around him looked at him. He continued to ask the woman with his eyes. Su Qingxue couldn't do anything to him. In fact, her heart had also melted at this moment. She wished that she could stick to this man forever. Thus, Su Qingxue nodded. Li Fanxian immediately felt his entire body quiver. He was so excited that he wanted to immediately stand up and shout a few times. Then, he would just carry the woman and race home. After waiting for almost a year, he was finally going to eat his beloved wife, who was right in front of him, but had always been far away. "Don't look so anxious. Hubby, your eyes are scary." Su Qingxue was a little scared when she was stared at by the man's fiery gaze. Yi Fan chuckled, and placed a hand on the woman's thigh from under the table. "No rush, no rush. We'll go back after eating." "No. At least finish watching the performance." Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him. "There's still a performance." Yi Fan was depressed. Were there so many tricks at the Merchant Union's gala? Just as he was speaking, the music of the party sounded on the stage. The lights shone, as if they were going to start some of the entertainment for tonight's performances. Soon, a handsome male host in a sequined suit and a dignified female host in a red dress walked onto the stage. After the two finished their opening speech, the female host smiled and said to the male host beside her, "All right, let's not talk too much. Our first program tonight is about to begin. Do you know what it is?" It was originally a conversational line, but the male host's answer caused the originally careless business leaders to all frown as they looked over, the first program is to kill you." The male host suddenly gave a strange smile, then took out a knife that looked like a fruit knife and stabbed it into the abdomen of the female host beside him. Chapter 983. 0983. It wasn't until the female host lowered her head and saw the wound on her abdomen that she realized what had happened. With a thud, the female host fell to the ground along with the knife. This gave all the guests a fright. Many young ladies were so shocked that they screamed, "Security! Security!" Someone immediately began to shout. Doors opened from all over the banquet hall. Security guards in black suits and ties rushed out with guns in their hands to ensure the safety of the rich people present. However, Fan Xian frowned. He discovered that the male host didn't have much cultivation. From his figure and movements, he couldn't tell that he had any foundation in cultivation. He was just an ordinary person. Why did he suddenly kill people? Moreover, when so many security guards rushed out, the male host did not do anything. He just stood on the stage with a strange smile. "Put down the knife. Raise your hands above your head," the security captain shouted. "What are you talking about?" "Hurry up and shoot him," one of the tycoons shouted. Right at this moment, the male host laughed heartily. "Everyone is here. Next, please enjoy the most gorgeous fireworks of the night." Just as he finished speaking, a deafening explosion was heard from the trade center. Boom! Boom boom! Balls of fire emerged from all directions, from downstairs, from the roof. Explosives were everywhere, as if they were going to raze the entire building to the ground. A few bombs were buried under the dining table and the floor. Although the bombs were relatively small and the power was average, the moment they exploded, some of the rich people and security personnel nearby were blown up beyond recognition. Some tycoons didn't even have time to leave their seats before their legs were blown off. Some were trying to escape, but they were engulfed by the flames, their bodies charred black. As for the host who had just killed someone on the stage, he was standing there, laughing wildly. With a boom, he was also blown into pieces by a bomb. The moment he heard the explosion, Yi Fan instinctively hugged Su Qingxue and held the woman in his arms. Just as he was about to jump in the direction of the door, he suddenly remembered something. He turned his head and rushed deeper into the hole. Yi Fan did not forget that he still had a woman present. Although Chu Yunyo had always been calm, this sudden explosion caused the woman to be at a loss as to what to do. Above his head, there was an explosion. A large crystal lamp weighing several hundred kilograms fell with a loud rumble. Chu Yunyao subconsciously screamed. Just as she was about to hug her head and dodge, she discovered that the crystal lamp had been kicked away. Yi Fan kicked the crystal lamp in the air, and at the same time, grabbed Chu Yunyao's waist with one hand. "Go!" Chu Yunyao was startled. Seeing Yi Fan rushing over with Su Qingxue in his arms, her heart was inexplicably touched. Originally, he was very displeased with Yi Fan's actions tonight, but now, it had all disappeared like smoke in thin air. The sail carried the two women and rushed to the gate at its fastest speed. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the others. Because the explosion happened too suddenly, he wasn't prepared and didn't know what was going on. Many ancient martial art practitioner bodyguards rushed over to protect the few big shots of the 5 big clans behind them. However, the explosions and the surroundings ignited a huge fire. Crystal lamps, ceilings, pillars, rubble, and all sorts of other things fell down. Many people were not killed by the explosion, but they were treated as if they were dead. Even if the bodyguards of the ancient martial artists went to protect their masters, it would still be very difficult for them to break out. Yi Fan brought the two girls to a fountain outside the conference center. Turning around, he saw that the entire building where the party was held was on fire. Even though the fire-fighting equipment inside was desperately sprinkling water, it was still unable to extinguish this crazy fire. In the center of Huahai City, such an explosion immediately attracted many people to take photos and record videos from afar. Hubby. What the hell is going on? Su Qingshue's pretty face turned pale. Even though she had become an ancient martial artist, she was still very afraid of such a scene. Chu Yunyao felt that it was inconceivable. How could this be? With such a strict security check, who could put in so many bombs? And that host. In the past, he was also the host. Why did he suddenly? Yifan frowned and said, "Wife, didn't your heavens I get any news?" Su Qingxue shook her head. "If there's any news about me, you'll immediately inform me." "I haven't heard anything about this matter at all." "Is that so? However, it's normal that I don't know." Yifan sighed. For the other party to be able to bury explosives and arrange such a show at such a party, his ability is not ordinary at all. "Hubby, do you want to go in and save them?" Su Qingxue asked. Yifan was very hesitant. He also wanted to save them, but the problem was that he didn't know where the enemy was. If he left the two women outside, he would be worried about their safety. "Hubby, don't worry. I have the people from the Ghost Valley protecting me in secret. My son is also nearby, so nothing will happen." Su Qingxue pushed the man and said. Yifan thought for a moment, nodded, and rushed into the fire. Not long after, Yifan brought out some of the injured people who needed help. After going in and out a few times, most of the people who died in the fire were already dead, and most of the survivors were already outside. The bodyguards of the 5 great sects were all ancient martial artists, so their lives were naturally not in danger. However, there were also many other rich people who died miserably inside. At the scene, heart-wrenching cries could be heard everywhere. The security guards were running around, and some rich people were cursing loudly, shouting for the driver to pick them up as soon as possible. However, the scene was extremely chaotic, and the vehicles were suddenly congested. In addition, it wasn't too late, and the roads in the center of Huahai City were still quite congested, making it even more difficult to evacuate quickly. "Chairman Xia. Chairman Xia, how are you?" Just as Yifan was about to search for survivors, he suddenly heard someone calling Xia Hongfei's name. He saw Xia Hongfei being brought out by his family's ancient martial arts bodyguard, but his thighs and pants were covered in blood. "Ah. I'm fine. It's fine." Xia Hongfei was also unyielding, gritting his teeth and persevering. Seeing this, Yifan felt that the situation was not good and immediately ran over. "Get out of the way. Let me see." Seeing that it was Yifan, no one dared to stop him and immediately dispersed. Yifan tore open Xia Hongfei's torn pants. Seeing that it was already badly mutilated and a deep wound was bleeding, he couldn't help but frown and say, "Old Xia's father, how did he get hurt?" It was pierced by a piece of glass. Xia Hongfei grimaced in pain, his lips turning pale. Chapter 984. 0984 Incha. The Xia clan's guards were so scared that their faces turned pale. If anything happened to Xia Hongfei, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, hurry up and think of a way. How can we stop the bleeding? The bodyguards at the side immediately asked. Xia Hongfei gasped for breath and said, "Inner force." "Can inner force seal acupuncture points?" Yifan shook his head. "Sealing the acupoints is sealing the acupoints. If the main arteries are broken, we will have to undergo surgery. Otherwise, even if we don't die, we will have to amputate our limbs at the hospital to save our lives. Surgery. This. How do we do it here? Quick. Hurry up and call an ambulance." "How can an ambulance come here? It's too late." Yifan didn't care how the people around him shouted. He frowned and quickly thought of a plan in his mind. If he brought Xia Hongfei to the nearest hospital, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand the torment. The most important thing now was to stop the bleeding and send him to the hospital. However, there was a lack of surgical equipment and medicine here. Suddenly, Chu Yunyao's voice sounded from behind him. This place is filled with rich and famous people. Rich people are afraid of death. It was unknown when, but Chu Yunyao and Su Qingxue were watching from behind Yifan. Yifan suddenly woke up. That's right. How could I forget about that? Hurry up and look around. There are some medical staff here. Ask them to bring an emergency medicine box over. After Yifan was reminded, he remembered that these were all rich people. Moreover, some of them were old, so they should have private doctors or nurses. The group of bodyguards immediately woke up and hurriedly searched around. Sure enough, there were quite a few nurses and doctors present. They were bandaging and treating their employers' wounds. When they heard that President Xie needed medicine for his injuries, they quickly contributed their medical chests and whatnot. Yifan quickly obtained a few boxes. After glancing at them a few times, he quickly took out the anesthetic and injected it into Xie Hongfei. Old Xie, bear with it. You can't wait for the anesthesia to completely take effect. It might hurt a little. Yifan raced against time. Xie Hongfei grimaced and nodded. I've also been a soldier before, so I'm not afraid of this injury. Mr. Yi, come. Yifan didn't waste any time. He picked up the scalpel and neatly cut open the layer of fat near the ligaments in his groin. After finding the broken artery, Yifan used a rubber catheter to quickly ligate it. The entire operation, including the bandaging, took less than 2 minutes. It was so fast that the people around were dazzled. Chu Yunyao couldn't help but narrow her eyes, and said with a smile, "You're quite skilled, no wonder you were able to cure President Li." Fan Xian turned around and smiled, then said, "Old Xie's father, now you can hold on for an hour or two. Go to the hospital as soon as possible." Xie Hongfei was sweating profusely as he said gratefully, "Mr. Yi. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. If you need anything from our Xie family in the future, feel free to tell us." With the arrival of the firefighters and the police, the fire was under control and gradually put out. For the sake of safety, Yifan didn't let Chu Yunyao go home by herself. Instead, Su Qingxue and Chu Yunyao went to the Purple Leaf Tea House together. Because Yifan wasn't sure if this matter was targeted at any of them. Only by keeping the woman by his side as much as possible would he be able to protect her. When Ning Zimo found out about the explosion, she was also very worried. She arranged accommodations for them and sent people from the Purple Bamboo Forest to inquire about this matter. That night, Yifan kept in contact with Sally and the others from Inferno, intending to see what was going on internationally. And Su Qingxue also urgently contacted the people from the Ghost Valley, asking them to thoroughly investigate any clues. The night passed unknowingly. However, the situation was getting worse and worse. The meeting of the National Business Alliance was actually killed by a terrorist attack. More than 30 rich people, their families, and security personnel were burned to death. To China, this was a huge bomb. The key point was that it was impossible for this matter to be covered up. Because in just one night, 7 multinational groups in China had lost their bosses. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Starting from the evening, the news media began to broadcast crazily, strongly questioning the safety of China. If they couldn't even protect the lives of these rich people, how could they protect the lives of ordinary people? On the other hand, the tycoons and the big shots of the famous families didn't say anything in public. This was because they knew very well that they had to keep a low profile at a time like this and be on guard in secret. If they made too much noise, it would be bad if they became the target of attack. Early morning, Purple Leaf Tea House. In a quiet private room by the lake, Yifan and a few women were having breakfast. Ning Zimo held a teapot in her hand and prepared a fragrant milk tea for everyone. She poured a few cups and brought them to Su Qingxue and Chu Yunyao before handing them over to Yifan. Yifan took the teacup and took a sip, but he wasn't in the mood to taste it. He asked. Ninger, did the brothers from the purple bamboo forest find out anything? In Huahai, the intelligence-gathering ability of the purple bamboo forest was even better than that of the Ghost Valley. After all, the majority of the Ghost Valley was focused on obtaining information, and they wouldn't pay attention to the matters of ordinary people. Things are very strange. Ning Zimo faintly sighed and said, my brothers have found out that there are indeed people who bought some materials to make explosives in the underground market of Huahai. And through in-depth tracking, we found out that the people who bought the materials were indeed the staff members who had the opportunity to enter and leave the conference center last night. Yifan frowned. I knew it. The power of those explosives didn't seem like military explosives. So it was really made by himself. Those who placed the explosives were internal staff. What's the reason? This is the strangest part, Ning Zimo said doubtfully. We checked and found out that although a few of these staff came from other places to work, most of them are married or locals who live with their families. They were originally normal employees. They didn't have any criminal records, and they weren't the kind of people who did evil. The most outrageous thing they did was to drive over the speed limit and park illegally. However, these people, who didn't have any criminal motives at all, went to buy the materials at the same time and made the bomb. They even went to do such a big thing. It's really strange. Chu Yunyao was also puzzled when she heard this, and said, that's not right. If they could simply make explosives, then it wouldn't be that simple to set them up. There would be people checking at every checkpoint, unless they bribed the security personnel, but as far as I know, the security personnel were appointed by our merchant union, and they are all our own people. How could we let these people in and install bombs to kill our own people? Ning Zimo shook her head. I don't know about that. In short, I've already told Director Yao of the Defense Bureau about the information I've obtained. He will go and arrest all the suspects today. When the time comes, ask them how they did it, or if someone is secretly leading them, and we'll know. Before he could finish his words, little Zhao's voice came from outside. Eldest Miss, Brother Fan, Bureau Chief Yao Jingong is here. He said he has something urgent to discuss with you, little Zhao said. Chapter 985. 0985. Not long after, Yao Jingong, who was dressed in formal attire, walked in rather cautiously. When he saw that Yi Fan, Su Qingxue, and Chu Yunyao were all here, Yao Jingong became even more nervous. He smiled and greeted, Mr. Yi, Director Su, and Director Chu are all here. Sorry to disturb you. Yi Fan greeted him. After all, they had known each other for a period of time, so it was still necessary to have a look. Bureau Chief Yao, what exactly is going on? Have you caught everyone? Ning Xuemo asked. When Yao Jingong heard this, his face turned bitter and he said, President Ning, it's precisely because of this matter. I've been handling cases for dozens of years, but I've never encountered such a thing. It's simply like seeing a ghost. What do you mean? Speak clearly, Yi Fan asked. Yao Jingong sighed, Mr. Yi, President Ning, just half an hour ago, the 11 targets we locked onto, which is what you told us about President Ning, are all related to the case. All dead. Dead. Ning Zimo stood up in surprise. Li Fanxian, Su Qingxue, and Chu Yunyao were also stunned. No one had expected this kind of result. Yeah, and they all died in a very strange way. Yao Jingong said with a depressed expression, the first person involved in the case was killed by a car on the side of the road after the explosion last night. The accident was determined to be because he was drunk and ran around randomly on the road, which was why he was killed by a large truck. The second suspect fell into the river on his way home. He didn't know how he fell in, but he drowned just like that. The third one died in an even stranger way. He actually ran to the railroad tracks and committed suicide on the tracks. The remaining 8 suspects, one by one, either jumped off a building, committed suicide with a knife, or was poisoned by carbon monoxide at home. In short, all of them seemed to have gone crazy, as if they didn't care about their lives at all. It was as if they had agreed to commit suicide together. Li Fanxian frowned. The development of this matter had far exceeded his expectations. The enemy had obviously eliminated all traces of their crimes, and they had even used a very extreme method. They didn't have any moral bottom line at all. Then, could it be that not a single one is alive? Ning Xuemo asked. That's all. Now, not only can we not find the culprit, but a few of their families have also filed complaints against us. They even want to sue us, saying that we slandered their families, which is why they committed suicide. Yao Jingong said with a melancholy expression. What the hell? I can understand if they committed a crime and ran away, but why did they commit suicide together? Yi Fan asked, Bureau Chief Yao, have you checked all the background information of the deceased? Is there any motive? No, this is the most awkward part. We really can't find a reason for them to commit the crime. It's like they were all possessed and did this explosion together, Yao Jingong said. Then where did these people go for a period of time? Who did they come into contact with? Can you find out? Yi Fan asked. Yao Jingong said bitterly, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. Our police's investigation ability isn't perfect to the point where not even a drop of water can leak out. Moreover, with so many people premeditated to commit a crime, if we want to find out when they planned and prepared, I'm afraid we'll have to spend a lot of time, and there might not even be any results. Xu Qingxue thought for a moment and said, Hubby, I'll go check it out. I'll also send someone to see if there's any case similar to this explosion. Maybe it's not the first time the person who did this has done such a thing. Hearing this, Yi Fan nodded and said, All right, then I'll leave this matter to you, my wife. I feel that since these people were originally unrelated to each other and were able to do the same thing, there must be a point of intersection. As long as we find that point, we might be able to break through this layer of fog. Yao Jingong, who was at the side, had a puzzled expression on his face. He thought to himself, Su Qingxue is a businessman, how can she investigate these things? However, he didn't dare to ask. Right at this moment, a phone call came to Yi Fan's cell phone. Yi Fan took a look and saw that it was actually the Dragon King who called. He couldn't help but feel a trace of doubt, but he still picked it up. What's wrong, Dragon King? Yi Fan asked. We've arrived at the Purple Leaf Tea House. We have something urgent to discuss with you and Superintendent Chu. Tell the others to leave. Yi Longting said. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. This guy was really fast, he actually found the door. He couldn't help but look to the side and say, There are no outsiders here, just come in. All right then. Yi Longting didn't say anything else and hung up. When Yao Jingong heard the phone, he asked excitedly, Yi. Mr. Yi, is it the Dragon King of the Dragon Soul? Yi Fan nodded, yeah. You can actually talk to the Dragon King directly. Yao Jingong's face was full of admiration and envy, and his eyes were even more flattering. Yi Fan sneered, What, you want to be promoted? You want to build a relationship? No. Yao Jingong hurriedly shook his head. Even though that was what he was thinking in his heart, he still lowered his head and said with an embarrassed expression, Who do I think I am? Not long after, he saw Yi Longting and Xiao Linfuan walk in. What surprised Yi Fan was that Xiao Fengshan and Xiao Axaner, the father and daughter, also came at the same time. This was the first time he had seen the father and daughter of the Xiao clan act together. From the looks of it, last night's commotion was too big. The upper echelons of China were already at daggers drawn. They had most likely already sent the hidden dragon out. Didn't you say that there are no outsiders? Yi Longting frowned and glared at Yao Jingong who was at the door. Leaf Shin Gang was so excited that his tongue trembled as he spoke. He saluted and said, "Report. Report." I know who you are." Leaf Longting directly interrupted his introduction and said, "Your level is not high enough to participate in the conversation here. What you can do is to maintain the current security and stability of Hua Hai." Yao Xingang's face paled at first, but then he revealed an excited smile. The Dragon King actually knew him. In that case, his performance at work had been seen by a national leader. Thinking of this, Chief Yao, who was 100 years old, almost burst into tears. Yao Xingang hurriedly saluted in excitement. After loudly accepting the order, he quickly ran out. Leaf Fan Xian was speechless. Looking at Yi Longting and the other three who walked in, the private room seemed to be a little crowded. Ning Zimo seemed to realize that these people had extraordinary statuses, so she smiled and whispered, "Yi Fan, I'll go out and busy myself first." "You guys are done chatting." Leaf, however, Fan Xian grabbed her hand and told her to sit down. "You are one of my people. Other than me, no one can make you avoid me." Leaf. When Zimo heard this, she felt a wave of warmth and sweetness in her heart. After all, Yi Fan had said this in front of Su Qingxue and Chu Yunyao. Su and Chu Yunyao pretended not to hear anything and silently drank their tea. As soon as Xiao Linfuan sat down, he said, "Boss, thank you for that damn old man from my house last night." Chapter 986. 0986. However, Longting's face was gloomy. He looked at Chu Yunyao with a complicated gaze and said, "Superintendent Chu. Academician Chen Gu, let's go." Chu Yunyao suddenly raised her head. There was a trace of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. She was silent for more than 10 seconds, unable to say anything. "Who is Chen Gu?" Yi Fan was puzzled. He was Miss Chu's mentor when she was at university. He was also a heavyweight missile research expert in our Military Research Institute, an expert in aerodynamics. Xiao Linfuan explained. Yi Fan was very surprised. This kind of expert, to any country, was a national treasure. Under normal circumstances, there would definitely be no problems with his body. How could he suddenly pass away? How did teacher leave? Chu Yunyao's tone was calm, as if she didn't have any emotional fluctuations. "That's why I'm in a hurry to come here today." Yi Longting frowned and said, "He was killed by his daughter-in-law in his own home with kitchen props." What? Everyone present suspected that they had heard wrongly. Such a national treasure-level scientist was actually killed by his daughter-in-law. Why did his daughter-in-law do this? Ning Zimo couldn't help but ask. Yi Longting shook his head. "I don't know, because after she killed academician Chen Gu, she committed suicide on the spot." No matter how he calculated, he never expected that academician Chen's family members would kill him. Suicide again. Yi Fan and the others all felt that this was shockingly similar to the dozen or so suicides in Hua Hai. After the explosion, he committed suicide. After killing someone, he committed suicide. Actually, the pattern was the same. Yi Longting frowned and said, "What do you mean by suicide again? Who else committed suicide?" Fan Xian then briefly explained what had happened in Hua Hai today. After hearing this, Yi Longting angrily slapped his thigh and said, "It must be the same criminal, or the same gang. Just how did they bewitch the families of so many experts to carry out such a strange assassination? Many experts? Could it be that academician Chen Gu is not the only one who died?" Yi Fan asked. Yi Longting nodded and said, "Other than academician Chen, there are 4 other important scientists in our military. They were all killed by the people around them. Although the cause of death was different, those who did it all committed suicide after killing them." Everyone was speechless. It was as if a layer of terrifying dark clouds had enveloped everyone. What happened this time has already made a few senior officials extremely angry. These experts can't be measured with money. Their scientific research is an important guarantee for the future strength of China. It's not something that can be cultivated just because you want to. 5 important national scholars died at once, and all of them were related to the Military Research Institute. We had no choice but to rush over immediately to ensure that Superintendent Chu was safe. Yi Longting said. Yi Fan nodded and looked at Xiao Fengshan. No wonder. Even the hidden dragon came out. Xiao Fengshan laughed helplessly. Little brother Yi, this matter is not ordinary. Without talent, there would be no future. It was now the era of science and technology. The importance of these experts was more important than any sect leader of an ancient martial arts sect. Their deaths have already sounded the alarm. If we continue to let the enemy kill our experts for no reason, then the foundation of the country will be shaken. This is no longer something that the dragon's soul can investigate and solve. All of us hidden dragons have been mobilized to investigate any suspicious information. When Xiao Axaner heard this, she frowned and said, Dad. What did you call him? Little brother Yi. Yeah. What's wrong? Xiao Fengshan turned around and said. No way. Wouldn't that make him a generation older than me? Xiao Axaner said angry. Li Fan Xian was speechless. I say. Eldest Miss Xiao, we are talking about serious matters, can you not cause trouble? This is serious business. What right do you have to be older than me? Xiao Axaner glared at him and questioned. Xiao Fengshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All right. You little girl, then I'll call him Yi Fan, that should be fine, right? That's more like it. Xiao Axaner snorted. After being messed around by Xiao Axaner, Yi Longting organized his thoughts and said, Superintendent Chu, this Mr. Xiao Fengshan is the deputy commander of the Hidden Dragon sect and also the father of the Phoenix Girl. You are the only scientist in our country who can identify the Earth's axis data. We definitely cannot lose you, so the father and daughter will be responsible for your safety this time. Just as he was speaking, a woman in black with a graceful figure suddenly walked in from outside the door. It was Fog Knight. Leaf Fog Knight's pair of round eyes revealed a trace of coldness as they stared at Xiao Fengshan. Hidden Dragon's people, where is Yi Longyuan? Fog Knight's sudden appearance and question caused everyone, other than Yi Fan and Su Qingxue, to be confused. Yi Fan also didn't expect that Fog Knight would be so restless. He originally wanted to ask about Yi Longyuan's whereabouts, but the girl came out first. This is... Xiao Fengshan asked Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled and said, it's a little sister of mine. I have something I want to ask Chief Commander Yi. When Xiao Fengshan heard this, he nodded and said, so that's how it is. However, Chief Commander Yi is currently dispatching people to search for clues. I wonder what it is. If it's about the hidden dragon, I know most of the situation. Fog Knight looked at Yi Fan, and seeing Yi Fan nod his head, she asked, I want to know, back then, when Chief Commander Yi was the Dragon King of the Dragon Soul, did he bring people to Fusang and slaughter a family called Fog Knight? Hearing this question, Xiao Fengshan and Yi Longting's expressions turned serious, and their eyes turned sharp. Looking at the two of them, everyone present could sense that something was up. Xiao Axaner said in astonishment, Chief Commander Yi brought people to slaughter the Fog Knight family. Fog Knight, did you say that your family was killed by the dragon soul of our China? That's right. Fog Knight clenched his fists, his eyes reddened as he said, it seems like the two of you are also insiders. Could it be that you were also involved in what happened back then? Xiao Fengshan and Yi Longting looked at each other for a while. In the end, Xiao Fengshan said, so the girl who disappeared from the Fog Knight family was you, Mississippi. These words were tantamount to admitting to what happened back then. What, do you think I'm dead? You killed my entire family, and now you want to kill me? Fog Knight sneered as he questioned, his eyes already revealing a hint of killing intent. Xiao Fengshan smiled and shook his head, saying, "Miss Fog Knight, since you are close to Yi Fan, then for his sake, we won't hide it from you. The reason why Chief Commander Yi brought us to Fu Sang and killed so many of your family members was because your Fog Knight family supported Fu Sang's Heaven's Illumination organization. You may not know what Heaven's Illumination is, but it is an organization secretly established by Fu Sang to start a war from the underground world. It is a huge threat to our China." Chapter 987. 0987 Chapter Bicycle 0987 Inch What? Fog Knight was obviously unable to react in time. Although she knew about Heaven's reflection before, she didn't expect her grandfather to be the one who started it. "You're lying," Fog Knight said in disbelief. "You guys clearly want to exterminate us because of the bloodline in our bodies." Xiao Fengshan narrowed his eyes. "Oh. You already know the matter of your Fog Knight family's bloodline." Xiao Axaner, who was at the side, suddenly asked curiously, "Fog Knight, you have a bloodline?" "The Fog Knight family is a clan." Xiao Fengshan smiled and said, "Miss Fog Knight, if you don't believe me, you can ask Miss Su to check it out for you." If nothing unexpected happened, the Ghost Valley would be able to find out the specific information about Heaven's reflection back then. Fog Knight Ridge was the initiator, and since he was young, he had been planning all kinds of murders of the upper echelons of China. It can be said that the number of Chinese people killed by your father's generation and grandfather's generation is definitely more than the number of people in your family. Seeing Xiao Fengshan reply so calmly, everyone basically believed what he said. After all, Xiao Fengshan had no reason to lie. With how big the clan was, he wasn't afraid of Fog Knight at all. Being willing to explain like this was already giving face to Yi Fan. Fog Knight's pretty face turned pale. Her eyes were brimming with tears as she shook her head in disbelief. "No. It can't be. Why is it like this? I don't even know." "Of course you don't know. How old were you back then? Moreover, the people from Fu Sang won't tell you the truth, right?" Xiao Axian curled her lips and said. Xiao Fengshan sighed and said, "I admit that killing over 100 of your family members is immoral. If Miss Fog Knight wants to find our former members for revenge, we will be waiting for you at any time. However, in front of the national interest, even if our hands are stained with blood, we will not regret what we did back then. In fact, Miss Fog Knight, you can think about it carefully. If we really wanted to kill for the sake of killing back then, wouldn't we send people to secretly search for you if we knew that we were missing a little girl like you? It was precisely because we knew that you were still young and didn't understand a lot of things, so there was no need to do anything to you. I never thought that after so many years, you would actually stand in front of me." This Xiao is also filled with emotion. Everyone sighed. Walking on the edge of the country's interests and personal morality was probably not something an ordinary person could bear. Some people might directly collapse and fall into darkness. Only the strong could protect their own hearts. "Son, don't be sad. I'll help you investigate and confirm that I haven't confirmed all the information about Heaven's reflection before," Su Qingxue comforted. "That's right, Shuer, if this is true, then at least you know the cause and effect." Mr. Xiao also said that if there's a grudge, you should work hard to cultivate first. "We'll talk about it later," Ning Zimo also said. Fog Knight shook its head forcefully and cried, "I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't know anything. It was all a lie. It's a lie." Tears rolled down Fog Knight's face. After taking a few steps back, she turned around and ran out, disappearing in an instant. Su Qingxue stood up and anxiously said to Yi Fan, "Hubby, why didn't you stop her? Where was she going? You won't do something stupid, will you?" Yi Fan quietly picked up his teacup, drank a mouthful of tea, and said, "Let her calm down by herself. Right now, no matter who goes to her, it's meaningless to say anything. Ever since she was young, she had always wanted revenge, but she suddenly realized that her enemy might not be her enemy. Her family was different from what she had imagined. What do you think she will think? Xiao Linfuan also nodded and said, "That's right, sister-in-law. Let's let it go first." Right now, Shuer's heart must be in a mess. She needs to calm down and find a goal in her life before she can pull herself together. I also believe that the disciple of the sloppy ghost sect will not be unable to recover from this setback. Let's first get through this crisis and then go talk to Shuer. When the girls heard this, they also nodded. Indeed, there were still people secretly killing people and causing destruction. It was even possible that their next target was to kill Chu Yunyao. At this moment, rather than doing some psychological counseling with Fog Knight, it was better to let the girl stay quietly for a while. After all, as one of the top 10 assassins in the world, Fog Knight's control of his emotions should also be quite good. This interlude did not divert Yilongting and the others' attention. Superintendent Chu, we are considering taking you to the military base in the capital to protect your safety 24 hours a day. We cannot relax in the slightest until we find out that the enemy has resolved the crisis. Yilongting said. However, Chu Yunyao frowned and said, "The more it is like this, the more you need me to help you. Now that I'm in the capital, I can't help you at all. I want to go back to the Cloud Clubhouse, to my own laboratory. There, I can control the nanomachines and conduct a carpet search of Hua Hai. I can also use my supercomputer to do all kinds of calculations and speculations. I also think that this plan is better, unless you can find someone who can protect Yunyao better than me." Yi Fan shrugged and said. Xiao Fengshan and Yilongting looked at each other, nodded, and said, "Since that's the case, all right, Xan Air and I are here to protect Miss Chu. Wherever Miss Chu goes, we will go." After discussing the plan, they planned to leave the Purple Leaf Tea House. When he arrived at the parking lot outside the tea house, he saw a primary school student riding a bicycle to the parking lot. Actually, it was very normal for primary school students to ride shared bicycles. However, riding to the Purple Leaf Tea House was a bit strange. The key was that after the little boy stopped the car, he walked towards Yi Fan. "You must be Lucifer." The little boy came in front of Yi Fan and said something shocking. Yi Fan and everyone present were surprised. Although the person in front of them was just a very ordinary child who looked to be 11 or 12 years old, his simple question was really strange. "It's me." Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Little friend, do you know me?" The little boy shook his head and said, "I don't know you, but there's an uncle who told me to give this to you." The boy took out an old cell phone from the pocket of his school uniform and handed it to Yi Fan. After Yi Fan received it, he frowned and asked, "Which uncle?" The primary school student shook his head, "I don't know." After saying that, the primary school student was about to run back to his bike. Seeing this, Xiao Linfuan grabbed the little boy, stretched out his finger and pressed on the boy's fainting acupoint, catching the boy. "Xiao Linfuan, what are you doing? He's still a child," Xiao Axaner said with dissatisfaction. Xiao Linfuan turned his head and coldly said, "A child who can call out Lucifer is not an ordinary child. Moreover, don't you think that this child is very likely to be controlled like those people who installed bombs and assassinated experts?" Chapter 988. 0988-inch-old Xia did the right thing. Yi Fan nodded in approval of his actions and said, "I also suspect that those people were controlled in some way." Just in time to see if anyone has done anything to this child. Just as he finished speaking, the phone in Yi Fan's hand rang. This phone was very old, with a black and white screen, and the screen was still broken. Yi Fan pondered for a moment, then said to Yilongting, "Dragon King, once I pick up the phone, think of a way to get the technical department to lock onto the signal source." Yilongting nodded, "I know, I will send a message to the technical department right now." After the message was sent, Yi Fan picked up the phone. "Hello, Lucifer, it's nice to talk to you. A man's aged voice came from the other side, speaking in fluent Chinese. You are the mastermind behind all of this. Yi Fan went straight to the point. The man admitted, yes, because of the rush, I can only arrange for these few performances. How about it, do you like it? The man's voice was very calm, without the slightest bit of emotion, as if all of this was just a trivial matter. Yi Fan took a deep breath and sneered, you are a pervert. That depends on what your definition of a pervert is. If a pervert is different from the masses, has foresight, surpasses the thinking of vulgar people, breaks through the ignorant moral values, and has the ability to look at the world objectively, then I am a pervert. Is that so? Yi Fan smiled and said, you have quite a high opinion of yourself. I'm just telling the truth, the man said. Why are you looking for me? Yi Fan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. The man said, I know that Miss Chu Yunyao is by your side, and I also know that her relationship with you is not ordinary. However, for the sake of this world, for the sake of the future of human civilization, I feel that it is necessary to kill her. At the same time, we need to eliminate the Earth's axis. The voice on the phone wasn't soft, and the people beside them were all ancient martial artists, so everyone could actually hear it. When they heard this man say that he wanted to kill Chu Yunyao and destroy the Earth's axis, everyone's expression changed. Sure enough, the other party's main target was Chu Yunyao. If you want to kill someone, come on, why did you call me? Yi Fan asked. It's very simple. The reason why Miss Chu Yunyao is able to live until now is mainly because of your existence, Lucifer. If you give up on protecting her, or if you abandon the darkness and seek the light, and kill her, then you won't have to waste any effort. The man said. Yi Fan sneered, since you know I will protect her, how could I hurt her? Of course you will. The relationship between two people is immeasurable. You didn't kill her because you haven't paid the price yet. The man's tone was very calm as he said, I can guarantee that if you don't kill Miss Chu Yunyao now, you will lose the people you care about. The longer you drag it out, the more people you care about will die, and then, if you continue to drag it out, I will make even more people related to Miss Chu Yunyao disappear from this world, even those who are only slightly related to you, or have nothing to do with you, I will continue to kill, until Chu Yunyao and the Earth axis are destroyed at the same time. Fan Xian looked at the people beside him, used sign language to gesture to them, and asked, have you tracked the signal source? Yi Longting nodded, indicating that he had found the source of the cell phone signal and had already sent agents over. Seeing this, Yi Fan decided to continue stalling for time, so he said, why do you insist on killing Chu Yunyao and destroying the Earth's axis? What do you think will be detrimental to the world and humanity? The man asked, do you know how many soldiers and civilians died in the First World War? 15 to 16 million. Yi Fan gave a rough number. That's right, what about the Second World War? More than 70 million. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, wondering what this guy was trying to say. Yes. Then do you know what caused the number of deaths in the Second World War to increase by nearly 5 times compared to the First World War? Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, the number of participants has increased, so the number of casualties has naturally increased. Of course, the number of deaths in the global war will be more than the number of deaths in the single European war. However, the man said, you're wrong, Lucifer. The real culprit. It was science and technology. If Nobel hadn't invented explosives before World War I, there wouldn't have been tens of millions of deaths in World War I. If there weren't planes, more advanced tanks, and warships in World War II, the whole world wouldn't have fallen into the flames of war. The most wrong direction of development for mankind was the Industrial Revolution. This was not the progress of mankind, but the regression of mankind, the beginning of the destruction of human civilization. Don't you understand that when the nuclear bombs all over the world explode, mankind will end? And all of this is because of the various scientific theories that these self-righteous scientists have come up with. Yifan originally wanted to casually chat with this guy and stall for time, but when he heard this, he started to seriously think about it. If according to what you said, technology is regressing, then aren't you relying on technology to talk to me on the phone right now? Even if human technology kills people, it also saves them. Our medical technology can overcome diseases and prolong human lifespan. Agricultural technology can allow more people to eat their fill. Using information technology, we can contact each other in time and speed up the spread of culture. The Industrial Revolution and the Information Revolution are both double-edged swords. As long as technology is used reasonably, how can it possibly go backwards? Yifan said. The man denied, "You're wrong. Medical technology can cure people, but before technology advances, there are fewer types of diseases. Agricultural technology can grow all kinds of high-yield crops, but the non-GMO food from before is more fragrant and delicious, and has no side effects. Information technology speeds up communication, but it also causes people to lose real communication with each other. We have never controlled technology. Ever since the birth of the Industrial Revolution, we have always been controlled by technology. We are only those scientists, the captives of those technologies." "What do you mean?" Yifan was puzzled. The people at the side were also quietly listening, each with their own thoughts. Chu Yuniao, as the person involved, had a complicated look in her eyes, as if she was thinking deeply about something. Let me give you a very simple example. If it's late at night, you're driving alone at an intersection and there's a red light in front of you. Coincidentally, there are no cars on the road late at night, and you have to wait for 2 minutes for the red light. What would you choose to do? Without waiting for Yifan's reply, the man continued, "Yes, you will choose to stop, because you are already used to waiting for the red light. Even if you know that this light is only delaying you for 2 minutes, you still wait. A meaningless red light can make you, a living person, drive there and burn gasoline, pollute the air, and waste 2 minutes of your life." Another example, when you choose to travel, what do you think of? Plane, train, car. You almost never think about it. In fact, when you step out of the house, you can start traveling. How many people have traveled all over the world without taking a good look at their hometowns? Yifan fell silent. When the people beside him heard this, they also fell silent. This guy's words caused their thoughts to fall into chaos. "Listen, Lucifer, because of technology, we are losing the most precious thing of humankind, the instinct to know ourselves. We no longer believe in ourselves, and instead believe in something other than humans. This is not progress, this is a kind of degeneration. The lack of humanity." Chapter 989. The world is foolish. 0989. Yifan took a deep breath, took out a cigarette from his pocket with one hand, bit it, and then gestured towards Xiao Axayaner. Xiao Axayaner glared at the man, but still stretched out her finger and touched the cigarette butt. With just a wipe, the cigarette was lit. Yifan took a deep breath, exhaled a long mouthful of white smoke, and then said, "What you said seems to make sense." I said, "I am stating the facts," the man said calmly. "That great thinker, great philosopher, I have a question I want to ask you." Yifan said. "Please speak. What is your ultimate goal in stopping the progress of science and technology?" Yifan asked. The man replied, "Of course it's for the continuation of human civilization and for us to embark on the right path." Yifan laughed, shook his head and sighed. "Lucifer, what are you laughing at?" the man asked. Yifan sneered, "You keep saying that it's for the sake of humanity, but your actions have always been killing humans. You killed scientists, businessmen, and rich people because they were promoting the progress and development of science and technology. So what if you kill those ordinary people? Isn't it just to cover up your tracks so that you can hide in the shadows and continue to do whatever you want? If you think you're doing the right thing, your theory is right, then what's there for you to not dare to stand up for? Those scientists that you spurned, oh, that guy who invented the explosives, risked his life to experiment more than 500 times to make the explosives. What about you? What have you paid for your ideals? Was he only going to kill innocent people? If you want to prove that you are right, you should use your upright efforts to convince the world, to convince everyone. Not to kill. The man was silent for a moment, then said, those people are just martyrs that have to be produced for the sake of the right path. Martyr? Yifan asked, when you killed them, did you ask them if they were willing to take that path? The world is foolish, I don't have that much time to tell them about this. I had thought that you, Lucifer, should be someone who can see through the prejudice of the world, but it seems. You are only so, the man said. At this moment, the Dragon King made a gesture, indicating that he had arrived at the source of the signal and was ready to close the net. Fan Xian nodded and sneered, you just want to be noticed by others, but you don't have the ability. You can only do these despicable and cruel things in the dark, a pitiful, narcissistic worm, but you're right about one thing. Humans should have their own thoughts. So, my judgment is that I must kill you. Not long after, the voice of the Dragon Soul Agent came from the other side. Put your hands up. You're under arrest. After a series of movements, the Dragon King received a report. After Yi Longting heard the report from the agent, he was stunned and said, we've been tricked. This guy is just a university professor who knows English. That person used the computer to send the message to the professor in English, and the professor then translated it into Chinese to talk to you. Thinking about how that person said that he wanted to hurt the precious people around him, he couldn't help but take out his phone and call President Li of the orphanage. Not long after, the call went through. Hey! Yifan. What's the matter? Dean Li asked with a smile. Yifan said, Principal. Are you in the orphanage? Yeah, I'm in the office. Yuner is also here. Why do you seem to be in a hurry? President Li said with concern. Yifan immediately said, hurry up and go with Yuner. Bring all the children with you. Boom! An explosive sound came from the phone, and the phone instantly became busy. Yifan felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his breathing froze. Just as he was about to run towards the orphanage, he turned his head to look at Chu Yunyao and Su Qingxue. He could only grit his teeth and say, get in the car. There's a bomb in the orphanage. What? Su Qingxue and the other girls were shocked. Without saying anything further, they all got into the car. Xiao Fengshan, his daughter, Yi Longting, and the others knew that something had happened over there, so they naturally followed along. Yifan drove the Mercedes-Benz at the front, and rushed out like an arrow leaving the bow. In the car, Yifan urged as he drove, wife, call Yuner. Quick! Su Qingxue understood and dialed Du Yuner's number, but no one answered. Hubby. If Yuner doesn't answer, will she? Su Qingxue bit her lips, not daring to continue. Yifan stepped on the accelerator to the limit. There were even a few places where he drove onto the green belt and directly overtook the car, heading towards the orphanage. The journey, which was supposed to take around 40 minutes, only took around 20 minutes to arrive at the destination. The moment they got off the car, Yifan, the girls, the Dragon King, and the others were all stunned speechless. Fire, fire everywhere. The orphanage was already burning with flames. The house had been blown to pieces, and collapsed roofs and walls could be seen everywhere. Dozens of children who seemed to have escaped from the sea of fire were crying there. Some passers-by and medical staff who had rushed over were taking care of them. 3 fire engines were on the periphery, urgently extinguishing the fire. However, the fire was too fierce, and more fire engines were needed. Yifan swept his gaze over, but there was no sign of Dean Li or Du Yuner. Xiao Axiner stepped forward and asked, is Du Yuner inside? Yifan nodded, it should be. Xiao Axiner couldn't help but reveal a complicated expression, as if she was hesitating about something. No. No. It's too late to destroy it. Yifan gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. He didn't dare to think too much about what had happened to President Li. It was too hard for him to accept. Shu Qingshu thought of a plan and said, "Hubby, how about No. Wife, although your cold air can cool down, you still can't control it well, so you might directly kill the people inside." Yifan said. "The fire is too big, it affects my perception of the aura. I'll go look for someone inside." Xiao Axiner turned her head and said, "Are you stupid? I'm here with my dad, what's so difficult about extinguishing the fire?" Xiao Fengsha nodded and said, "Come, let's go in." Yifan was stunned for a moment before remembering the Phoenix clan's control over fire. He felt a little hopeful in his heart. The three of them charged into the sea of fire at an extremely fast speed. To the Xiao father and daughter, the high temperature was naturally nothing. They split into two groups, and wherever they went, the flames would all be absorbed by them. This was even more straightforward than forcefully extinguishing the fire. While extinguishing the fire, he searched for survivors. After entering the sea of fire, Yifan immediately went to President Li's office. However, this place had already been blown into ruins, and there was no one to be seen. Chapter 990. The Walking Dead 0990. After passing through the sea of fire, Yifan realized that it wasn't Du Yuner and Dean Li, but the two trapped orphanage aunties and 3 or 4 children. "Help! Help!" The thick smoke around them made the 2 aunties unable to shout. The moment Yifan rushed over, he picked up the 2 children and said, "Don't move for now, I'll send them out and then come back immediately." Without waiting for the 2 aunties to react, Yifan had already jumped up. With 2 jumps, he jumped out of the wall and arrived at the road outside. He didn't care if there were any passers-by outside who saw this scene. In order to save people, Yifan increased his speed to the maximum. He continuously went in and out a few times, saving all of these trapped people. The 2 aunties who were working in the cafeteria were already shocked by Yifan and looked at him in disbelief. Yifan. You also know martial arts." No matter how the 2 aunties thought about it, it was a martial arts movie. Yifan didn't have the time to explain and asked, "Where are the principal and Yuner?" "Principal? Yuner? I didn't see it. Did he not come out?" The 2 aunties didn't know. Yifan didn't dare to hesitate and jumped into the courtyard once again, searching back and forth in the flames. At this moment, he heard the cry of a little girl coming from a storage room at the back of the orphanage. Yifan hurriedly ran over. At the same time as him, there was also the father and daughter of the Xiao family, who had finished searching other places and saved a few people. "It's Yuner. She's inside," Xiao Axiner said without hesitation. Just as he was speaking, a woman walked out from the storage room, carrying a crying little girl in her arms. It was Du Yuner and Tuan Tuan. Yuner. The moment Yifan saw the girl, he was wild with joy and instantly rushed forward. However, at this moment, something exploded in the storage room after being heated up. Boom! A ball of flame rushed out from the storage room. When Du Yuner heard the sound, she subconsciously hugged the group of people, using her back to face the flames' invasion. Yifan's heart tightened, but then he saw that the scorching, suffocating flame was approaching menacingly. However, as soon as it got close to Du Yuner, it was as if it had been tamed into a docile sheep, and didn't even get close to Du Yuner's body. If this scene was seen by an ordinary person, it would be very strange. However, Du Yuner herself wasn't too surprised. Obviously, this wasn't the first time she had encountered such a situation. Only then did Fan Xian remember that Du Yuner didn't seem to be afraid of fire. He was too worried just now and forgot about it. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of Xiao Fengshan and Xiao Xiao. Xiao Fengshan's pupils constricted as he revealed an expression of disbelief. His body couldn't help but tremble. Fan Xian glanced at the Xiao father and daughter, but didn't have the leisure to care about them. He took the ball from Du Yun'er's hands and said, "Why are you guys here?" I was saving someone, and I just happened to see this child rummaging around, so I wanted to take her out." Du Yun'er gasped for breath. Only now did Fan Xian notice that in Tuan Tuan's hand, there was a small photo album. This was a photo album left behind by every child in the orphanage every year, in order to record what the children look like at every time. First, it was for the sake of mementos, and second, it was also for the sake of some parents who returned a few years later to look for their children. In this day and age where paternity tests could be done, these photos were actually dispensable, but Tuan Tuan didn't know about this. Obviously, he was afraid that his parents wouldn't recognize him, and was worried that the baby photo would be lost, so he came to get the photo album. A group of adults didn't even consider the problem, but this little girl thought of it in the face of the fire. It was hard to imagine how much she longed for her parents to come find her. Li Fan Xian felt a stabbing pain in his heart. Listening to the group of cries, he felt even more uncomfortable. He took the girl and hugged her tightly in his arms, saying, "I'll send you out. Yun'er, you go outside and save me." Xiao Axaner opened her mouth and said, "No need, let's all go out. My dad and I have already searched everywhere. We can be sure that there are no other survivors here." Only then did Yun'er realize that Xiao Axaner and Xiao Fengshan were there. Her eyes revealed a trace of doubt. "Sister Xiao. Why are you here too?" Xiao Fengshan looked at Xiao Axaner in surprise and frowned. He didn't expect Xiao Axaner to already know Du Yun'er, and she seemed to be quite familiar with her. Xiao Axaner said, "It's a long story. Let's go out first." To ordinary people, this field of fire was purgatory, but to Yi Fan and the others, it was nothing at all. Outside, when the staff of the orphanage saw that Du Yun'er and the others were still alive, they were so happy that they began to thank the heavens. Just now, she was worried about why this little girl wasn't here. Now, she hugged her and kissed her again and again, comforting her not to cry. Fan Xian looked up. The crowd outside was in a mess, but there was no sign of Deanly. He was very unwilling, but he still asked Du Yun'er, "Yun'er. Deanly, she." Hearing Yi Fan mention Deanly, Du Yun'er's tears, which she had been controlling for a long time, finally fell uncontrollably. She cried out with a heart-wrenching voice and threw herself into Yi Fan's embrace. "Principal. Principal, she was killed by the explosion." Woo! It was as if Fan Xian had been struck by lightning. His mind instantly went blank, and the noise outside his ears could not enter at all. In his mind, the only echo was, "She was killed by the explosion, dead, dead, Deanly. Dead." Du Yun'er's tears soaked the clothes on Yi Fan's chest in just a few seconds. She cried like a helpless child. That bomb. It just so happened to explode under the principal's desk. Principal. The principal is so nice, who in the world wants to do this to her? She's already so old. Her health isn't good either. Why would someone want to kill her so cruelly? Why? Du Yun'er's cries also attracted the attention of the people nearby. Su Qingxue and the others also had red eyes. They couldn't believe that Deanly couldn't even preserve his corpse. Su Qingxue looked at Yi Fan worriedly, because at this moment, Yi Fan's entire face was pale, as if his soul had left his body and he was a walking corpse. Xiao Linfuan was well aware of how much influence Deanly had on Yi Fan, so he went up to console him. "Boss. The most important thing right now is that we can't let that bastard go. You must pull yourself together. Only by calming down and thinking of a good plan to find him and avenge the principal is the best way." Chapter 991. what are you doing? 0991 Seeing that Yifan didn't have any reaction, Xiao Axiner got angry and rushed forward to pull Du Yuner away. Get out of the way. Du Yuner was a little confused, but she didn't have enough strength, so she was naturally pulled away. Xiao Axiner, what are you doing? Without waiting for Su Qingxue to ask anything, she saw Xiao Axiner raise her hand and slap Yifan. However, just as everyone was shocked, Yifan instantly raised his hand and grabbed Xiao Axiner's wrist. This scene caused everyone to be stunned for a moment. They originally thought that Yifan had suffered too much of a blow and was delirious, but they didn't expect him to stop Xiao Axiner. Yifan raised his eyes, a pair of somewhat lifeless eyes looking at Xiao Axiner, and said, "What are you trying to do?" Xiao Axiner bit her lip and said angrily, "I'll beat you up. Is this the time to be sad and in a daze? Do you know that if you delay for another minute, that bastard might kill a lot more people? If you want President Li's spirit in heaven to be comforted, then go catch that lunatic and blow him to pieces." Yifan shook off the woman's hand and said in a deep voice, "I'm not weak enough to need a woman to wake me up. I know very well what I should do." Yifan had indeed received a strong blow, but he had seen countless life and death parting. The death of every life and death brother had caused his heart to become stronger time and time again. President Li's death, to Yifan, was a type of extreme grief, but it was not enough to make him collapse. Revenge. Give Dean Li justice. Turning this sorrow into strength was the burning desire in Yifan's heart. Xiao Linfuan smiled at the side and heaved a sigh of relief. This is the boss I know. It really scared me to death. Xiao Axiner snorted, then why are you pretending to be deep? Yifan took a deep breath, turned his head and said to Chu Yunyao, arrange a place for all the children and staff here. I'm worried that they will become the target again. Chu Yunyao nodded, no problem, I will close the Cloud Club and temporarily use it as a place to settle down. Yifan called Feng Yuing again, telling the woman not to go to work for now and directly go to the Purple Leaf Tea House. Although Feng Yuing was secretly protected by Baphomet's killers, it wasn't safe enough. If he went to the Purple Leaf Tea House, there would be more people from the Purple Bamboo Forest there, and Zhang Xiaobai would also be there. At least in terms of strength, it would be safer. The reason why Yifan didn't let Ning Zimo and Feng Yuing go to the Cloud Club was because he considered the principle of not putting all the eggs in one basket. At a time like this, he could not guarantee that the other party would continue to commit crimes. Seeing the man do this, Qingxue was also worried about Aunt Jiang and Mu Mu Mu's safety. Thus, she called Aunt Jiang and brought Mu 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 to the Purple Leaf Tea House. Then let's go to Superintendent Chu's base now. Yi Longting said, Superintendent Chu should have quite a few technological methods to investigate. The situation is so bad, there is no time to lose. Naturally, no one had any objections. This explosion and fire had filled everyone's hearts with anger. This was a cruel method that had no moral bottom line and was even inhumane. When it was time to get on the car, Du Yuner decided to stay. She wanted to accompany the children and the employees. Yifan didn't force it, but when he got on the car, Yifan said, Uncle Xiao, you and Miss Xiao should take the same car as me. I have something I want to talk to you about in private. Xiao Fengshan and his daughter both had strange expressions on their faces. The people around them didn't know what Yifan was going to do, but since Yifan said this, he definitely had his reasons. Yifan, what do you want to say? Can't I hear it? Yi Longting asked. Without waiting for Yifan to say anything, Xiao Fengshan said, Longting, don't ask. Yi Longting was stunned. Seeing that Xiao Fengshan had already said this, he naturally wouldn't ask for trouble. However, in his heart, he could roughly guess what it was about. A few cars headed towards Chu Yunyao's base. Yifan drove the car, with the Xiao father and daughter sitting behind him. Yifan, if you have anything to say, just say it. Xiao Fengshan had a smile on his face, but it carried a bit of bitterness. Xiao Axaner, who was at the side, looked out of the window with a trace of coldness in her beautiful eyes. Uncle Xiao. Yuner, is she your daughter? Yifan didn't beat around the bush. Hearing this question, Xiao Fengshan looked at Xiao Axaner beside him, nodded and said, yes. Yifan let out a long breath, so it really is like this. Eldest Miss Xiao, since you already knew that Yuner was your sister, and you came to see her often. Why don't you recognize her? Xiao Fengshan said in surprise, Axaner often comes to see her. Xiao Axaner glared at her father angrily, I'm just considering whether or not to kill her. Don't think too much about it. Yifan frowned. Just now, the relationship between the father and daughter seemed to be pretty good, so why did it suddenly turn out like this? Xiao Fengshan had a bitter smile on his face, is that so? Then why didn't you tell this news to seventh uncle and the others? If they knew that this child was still alive, they would definitely find her and kill her. You should be very clear that with your uncle's personality and methods, he would definitely not allow her to exist in this world. Because. Xiao Axaner argued, because even if I want to kill her, it's still me. Yifan was baffled when he heard this, eldest Miss Xiao, when you faced Yuner, you didn't have any killing intent at all. What nonsense are you spouting? Shut up. This is a matter of our Phoenix clan. Why are you, an outsider, asking so many questions? Xiao Axaner said. Li Fan Xian sneered, you have to ask clearly. Yuner is my woman, and she wants to know why her parents abandoned her. Of course I have the obligation to help her find out her background. Besides, from what you guys are saying, there are people who want to kill Yuner. She was lucky to be able to live until now. How can I not figure out who wants to hurt my woman? Xiao Fengshan frowned, what? You and that child called Yuner, do you have that kind of relationship? Yifan shrugged, we've been childhood sweethearts. I'm sorry, Uncle Xiao, but in a sense, you can already be considered half my father-in-law. How could this be? Xiao Fengshan had a vexed expression on his face. Looking at Xiao Axaner, he couldn't help but rejoice that Yifan didn't agree to be with her. Xiao Axaner angrily said, how many times have I told you? You are not allowed to touch Yuner. Did you hear me clearly? Eldest Miss Xiao, you are being unreasonable. The matter between me and Yuner is our matter. No matter what Yuner's background is, whether or not she is your sister, you have no right to care. Chapter 992. 0992 Ain't you? Xiao Axaner didn't know how to refute, because it seemed like she couldn't stand on her own. Yifan continued to ask seriously, Uncle Xiao, why did you abandon Yuner back then? I hope to hear a true answer. Only then will I know what is best for Yuner. Complicated thoughts flashed through Xiao Fengshan's eyes as he recalled many things. In the end, he took a deep breath and said, our Phoenix clan has had a saying since ancient times, 100-year Phoenix, 1,000-year Phoenix. Li Fan Xian narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? That is to say, Phoenix Maiden, 1 in 100 years is already very difficult, but both Phoenix Maiden and Phoenix Maiden have appeared, that is a once in 1,000 years event. The world calls Axayan era Phoenix Girl, but in our clan, the Phoenix bloodline that Axayan era awakened is the Phoenix Flame of the Phoenix Bird. So, she is actually Feng Nu. What she is holding in her hand is also the Phoenix Jade that represents her identity. Yifan nodded and said, in that case, isn't Yuner, who is holding the Phoenix Jade, the Phoenix Girl that you can only meet once every 1,000 years? It's rare for them to form a pair of phoenixes, so why would they abandon Yuner? Xiao Fengshan's eyes revealed a pained expression, while Xiao Axayaner's face was also filled with grief. Because back then, Axayan actually had a twin sister from the same mother. In the history of our Phoenix clan, there were indeed two pairs of twins, and they just so happened to be a pair of phoenixes. However, not long after Xan Air and her sister were born, she died young. Saying this, Yifan suddenly thought of something and said with a frown, "Could it be that you guys think that Yunner's birth caused the death of her sister?" Xiao Fengshan smiled bitterly and nodded, "Hey, no, you might think it's ridiculous. However, the time that child died was just before Yunner was born. In addition, in the history of our Phoenix clan, there is indeed no room for two phoenixes in this world, so we also don't allow other clansmen to think this way. Could it be that from the moment the child was born, you could tell whether or not they could awaken their bloodline?" Yifan asked in bewilderment. "I can't completely see through it, but I can judge the strength of my bloodline by approaching the child with flames." Xiao Fengshan explained, "The stronger the bloodline, the more I can accept fire." Not long after Xan was born, she was not afraid of fire at all. She could put her hand in the fire as if it was a toy. Therefore, this child was given great expectations from a young age. Although her younger sister isn't as good as Xan, she isn't too far off. So, everyone thinks that the two sisters will become a pair of phoenixes. Yifan fell silent. To the clan, the heavens and fate were things that they believed in very much. Because their bloodline itself proved that there were many miraculous existences in the world, they believed that it was reasonable for Du Yun'er to kill her twin sister. However, this was completely unfair to a newborn baby girl. She had no idea that she had become a murderer the moment she was born, and that she had caused the death of her half-sister. My wife, who is also Xaner's mother, died not long after she found out about this. Xiao Fengshan said in pain and shame, "In the end, I was wrong in this matter. I am not worthy to be a husband, nor am I worthy to be a father." Xaner coldly snorted and said, "What's the use of saying all this now? You men, if you don't have the ability to take care of your wives and daughters, then don't fool around outside. You are simply scum." Hearing his daughter scold him like that, Xiao Fengshan could only smile bitterly. On this matter, he really couldn't refute anything. Yifan asked, "What about Yunner's biological mother? Is she still in this world?" "I don't know. She used to be a colleague of the Dragon Soul, and we met when we were at the Dragon Soul. After giving birth to Yunner, the clan exploded. Under the immense pressure, I was imprisoned and faced the wall. It was my father who single-handedly settled the rest of the matter. My father withstood the pressure from the clan and took the mother and daughter away. He said that he would throw them into the wilderness and let the heavens decide whether or not to keep them. So I don't know if she's dead or alive." Xiao Fengshan said, "From the looks of it, since Yunner is still alive, then perhaps she's still in the human world." Li Fanxian pondered for a moment, then said, "Could it be that after so many years, you've never thought of looking for them?" Xiao Fengshan shook his head, "Even if I find them, so what? I don't have the ability to protect them at all. Exposing them will only add to the danger. Besides, I don't have the face to see them. The seventh uncle's bloodline that you're talking about is eldest Miss Xiao's mother's bloodline, right? If your uncle knew of Yunner's existence, would he really kill her?" Yifan asked. Xiao Axaner's face revealed a trace of reverence. "My uncle holds a deep grudge against my mother's death all those years ago, because my mother is his most beloved sister. For that matter, he almost came to kill my father back then. If it wasn't for my grandfather blocking him, my father wouldn't have lived to this day. Surnamed Yi, I advise you not to tell Du Yun'er the truth, and even more so, don't let my uncle find out about it. Otherwise, with just you might not be able to stop my uncle from killing her." Yifan looked at Xiao Axaner's eyes from the rearview mirror. The girl didn't seem to be lying, so he couldn't help but ask, "Could it be that your uncle has also completely awakened his phoenix bloodline?" Xiao Axaner shook her head, "Of course not. I've already said that there can't be two phoenixes in one generation. As long as Yuna and I are alive, it's almost impossible for a second Phoenix clansman to completely awaken their bloodline. However, my uncle is the strongest expert in the second generation of our Phoenix clan. His cultivation is extremely high, and he is one of the few disciples of the various clans who have broken through to the spirit condensation realm in the past century. The key is that he broke through 10 years ago. Compared to this useless father of mine, my uncle is several streets stronger. As she spoke, Xiao Axaner rolled her eyes at Xiao Fengshan in disdain. Xiao Fengshan didn't mind and advised, "Yi Fan, Axaner is right. If her uncle finds out, Yuna will be in danger. There are many people in our Phoenix clan, and there are many factions. Just the large number of people in our clan who supports 7th Uncle's bloodline will take the opportunity to besiege our bloodline. I've told you about Yuna's background, so it's best if you don't let her know the truth. It's not good for her. Perhaps letting her live a peaceful life is the best choice." Chapter 993. 0993 Inch O. So you know that above spirit focus is the awakening realm. Fan Xian's eyes flashed as he said, "As expected, is it really the awakening realm? When I was overseas, I heard from my master that the body refinement realm would refine all 4 limbs and bones. When the body is strong to a certain extent, one can enter the realm of spirit concentration. Spirit concentration, using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine one's soul. When one's soul reached a certain level of strength, it would perfectly fuse with one's own body, resulting in a perfect qualitative change in both body and soul. Once the spirit condensation realm reached the great perfection, one would need to rely on a stronger perception to comprehend the deeper mysteries of heaven and earth in order to break through to a higher realm. That realm was said to be the awakening realm. In the truest sense, he was no longer a mortal. It didn't matter if it was using martial arts to enter the Tao, using sword to enter the Tao, using magic to enter the Tao, as long as one could find one's own path and comprehend a profound meaning of heaven and earth, one could undergo a metamorphosis and be called a cultivator who had left the mortal world. It seems like the reason why epic stage experts are able to stand tall for hundreds of years is because after reaching the awakening realm, not only will they be immune to all diseases, their lifespans will also increase by hundreds of years. Is that true? Xiao Fengshan nodded his head. That's right, the martial god of the divine dragon clan broke through to the awakening realm when he was young, so he looked very young and didn't age much. He had lived for more than 500 years, but there were no signs of him dying. Of course. Even in the entire clan, no one knows the exact cultivation of the martial god, but at the very least, 500 years of lifespan is definitely possible. Yi Fan sighed. The clan was indeed powerful. Xiao Axaner's uncle was one of the few who had broken through to the awakening realm in the past 100 years. In other words, every 100 years, there would be some people in the clan who would reach this level. Then, in the next few 100 years, there would definitely be quite a few old demons like the war god who had lived for more than 500 years and 300 to 400 years. How many experts of the awakening realm and above would there be? Of course, the Tao one comprehended at that level would greatly affect one's combat prowess and overall strength. However, no matter how weak a Tao was, as long as it was in the awakening realm, it would definitely be countless times stronger than the spirit condensation realm. Thinking about it this way, it was no wonder that the clan could be so arrogant. When he told Yi Longting that he would not hesitate to go against the clan, it was truly a bit arrogant. Of course, Yi Fan wouldn't be afraid. This kind of expert who had entered the awakening realm would most likely be too lazy to care about worldly matters. Unless it was related to something they cared about the most, or the fate of the clan, they would not take action. To them, the pursuit of a higher realm and the search for the method of immortality were the most tempting. The worldly disputes and temptations were no longer something they cared about. Fan Xian was actually looking forward to it. If he could fight with someone at the awakening realm, it wouldn't be bad. He had yet to meet an opponent that required him to reveal all of his abilities. He didn't know how much of a gap there was between his cultivation path and Li Chen's realm. Xiao Axaner would never have thought that Yi Fan was still considering fighting with someone at the Awakening Realm. She warned, since you know how powerful the Awakening Realm is, then you should know even more clearly why I won't tell Du Yuner the truth. It's a miracle that she's still alive, so don't court death. Li Fan Xian turned around with a smile that was not a smile. Eldest Miss Xiao, what did you just say? You want to avenge your mother and kill Yuner, why are you so concerned about her now? It seems that you quite like this little sister as well. How could I just haven't thought about how to kill her yet. Xiao Axaner was so angry that her face flushed red. Yi Fan snickered in his heart, but he didn't plan to tell Du Yuner the truth for the time being. He really needed to think about it carefully, this wasn't a joke. At the very least, he would have to avenge President Li and kill that crazy pervert before he could consider other things. Thinking about President Li, Yi Fan's mind was in a mess. He shook his head and tried his best to remain calm. After the convoy arrived at the Cloud Club, the group of people quickly walked towards Chu Yunyao's base. Xiao Linfuan, on the other hand, brought the primary school student to a separate room. He planned to ask him when he woke up. When I was in the car just now, I thought of a way. Chu Yunyao said as she led the way. That mysterious murderer called and said that he was in a hurry, so he could only arrange this much. It was very possible that it was because he needed to walk around and control those people, and not through some very convenient means. If that was the case, it was very likely that he would leave his traces at every crime scene. In other words, his DNA information. If I gather the DNA of every crime scene and eliminate the impossible, then the remaining person is very likely to be that guy. Yi Longting frowned and asked, but, Superintendent Chu, collecting DNA is a huge project, and how can we be sure that that person has DNA at the scene? Chu Yunyao said, humans are constantly metabolizing. Your body will have necrotic cells falling every second, but you won't be able to detect it. As for the huge project you mentioned, that's because I obtained the technology from the Earth axis. The DNA spectroscopy detector that I developed can directly collect DNA residues within range through drones. As long as there is DNA, I can find it all. Although I can't say 100%, I won't miss out on more than 90%. There's such a technology. Yi Longting happily said, it seems like there's still a high chance of finding the murderer. Chu Yunyao coldly said, all of this is based on the fact that that person is actually here, so don't be happy too early. While they were talking, everyone had already arrived at the laboratory. Chu Yunyao walked up to the control panel and quickly started tapping on the light keys. Her eyes were filled with unspeakable concentration and devotion. It was obvious that the other party wanted to kill her and her technology, which had already angered Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao was also determined to use her knowledge of science and technology to defeat this guy. Right at this time, Su Qingxue received a phone call. After she finished listening, she frowned and said, I understand. You guys continue to investigate this clue. If there's any new information, report it to me. Everyone looked at the woman. Yi Fan asked, Wife, is there any news from the Ghost Valley? Chapter 994. 0994-inch Postman. Hearing this, Yi Longting was shocked. What's wrong, Dragon King? Have you heard of this guy? Yi Fan asked. Yi Longting frowned and said, I've heard of it, but because it happened 30 years ago and it happened in the Magnesium country, we don't have any documents in China, so I've only heard of it. It was said that that guy was originally a postman, a messenger, but for some reason, his mind was very twisted. 30 years ago, due to the development of information technology in the Magnesium country, email became popular. Everyone gradually stopped writing letters, causing the postman to be fired. From then on, he began to take revenge on society, recruiting a group of people with professional knowledge to help him make bombs and formulate plans for terrorist attacks. The team he formed had blown up and killed dozens of elite experts in the scientific and technological world, as well as hundreds of innocent people. However, their entire team was very secretive, and no one knew where they were. Later, the entire country was in a state of panic. They deployed a large amount of military and police force, spent a huge amount of money, and only then did they manage to capture the postman. When they caught the postman, everyone realized that he was an adept who could control the thoughts of others. Those highly intelligent people who made bombs and helped him do evil were all controlled by him, and because the brainwashing time was too long, it was said that those people really treated the postman as a god. Even if they didn't control them, they would still be dead set on the postman, believing that his words were the truth. When everyone heard this, they all felt that it was inconceivable and extremely terrifying. An adept who controlled the thoughts of others. This kind of person could do bad things without anyone noticing. It's actually very obvious that a normal adept can control others. It will cause the person being controlled to lose the ability to think. However, the control of the postman was more like a type of hypnosis, making the other party trust him, follow him, and be willing to do anything for him. Even suicide. Yi Longting frowned and said, "Didn't the magnesium people catch the postman? Didn't kill him? Did you let him escape again?" Xiao Axener asked. Qingshuo faintly sighed and said, "This is the strange part. My people found out that the postman had already been executed in the magnesium country. At that time, there was also a news report. Logically speaking, the postman has been dead for 30 years and shouldn't have appeared. Perhaps it's another adept who has the same ability as the postman." Xiao Fengshan guessed. Chu Yunyao opened her mouth and said, "There's no need to guess. Once I gather all the DNA spectra and find the DNA records left behind by the people of Magnesium City after the postman was arrested, we'll know if it's this guy or not." At this moment, Xiao Linfuan hurriedly walked in. "Boss, Dragon King, we found something." Xiao Linfuan said, "That primary school student, after he woke up just now, he didn't remember what happened at all. He seemed to have been controlled by someone, but because the control time was short, he recovered. My guess is that it was done by a spirit-type arcanist." Everyone looked at each other and quietly looked at him. Xiao Linfuan was puzzled. "Why are you looking at me like that? Do you think I'm too smart? You don't have to worship him so much that you're speechless, right?" Yi Longting smiled bitterly. "Military advisor, it's been hard on you. Take a rest." Only then did Xiao Linfuan come back to his senses and helplessly said, "You already knew." Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought the primary school student was pretending and scared him to tears." Just when everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry, a message was sent to Chu Yunyao's screen. Chu Yunyao stretched out her hand and pointed in the air, and an image appeared. It was one of the managers of the Cloud Club. He was using a video report. "Chairman, a lady just took a taxi here and delivered an envelope to the door. She said she wanted to give it to Mr. Yi." Everyone was shocked. The postman had actually sent something again. A hint of coldness flashed across Fan Xian's eyes. He nodded to Chu Yunyao and said, "I'll go out and get it. You guys stay here." Finished speaking, Yi Fan walked out of the laboratory and arrived at the parking lot outside the door. He opened the envelope, and sure enough, there was an old cell phone inside. There was even a note on it, telling him to dial the 1 key. Yi Fan pressed the button and the call was made. "Mr. Lucifer, this is the second cell phone you've received. I think I've already warned you that if you don't kill Chu Yunyao and destroy the Earth's axis, you will pay the price." This time, it was actually a woman speaking in Chinese. It was obvious that he was still being controlled remotely, using a translator to communicate. Yi Fan clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with killing intent, and he almost crushed his cell phone. After taking 3 deep breaths, Yi Fan replied, "Are you a postman?" You don't have the right to ask me questions. I asked you to answer this phone call just to tell you one thing. If you don't destroy Chu Yunyao and the Earth's axis within a day, I will continue to make you, the people of China, pay a greater price. Don't try to find me, and even more so, don't try to catch me. You are not my match at all, because I am fighting for justice, for the freedom of mankind. After saying this, the phone hung up. Li Fanxian directly crushed his phone and roared at the sky a few times in the parking lot before calming himself down. When Yi Fan walked back to the laboratory, everyone looked at him with a trace of worry in their eyes. Hubby, are you alright? If you really feel bad, just say it, don't hide it in your heart. Su Qingxue consoled. Fan Xian shook his head and said, I'm fine. I suddenly thought of a piece of information that is slightly beneficial to us. What information? Xiao Axioner was puzzled. Li Fan Xian said, that guy, he said he would give me a day to think about it. Actually, I think it's because he needs time to set up the crime. No matter if he was in China or had already left China, every time he committed a crime, he would need time to prepare. He had to find people, control them, and then install bombs or kill people. So, I think there won't be any casualties for at least a day. In this day, we must hurry up and find his hideout. Everyone nodded, admiring Yi Fan for being able to think of these things even when he was in such pain. At this time, Qingxue received another call. When the woman saw that it was the head of intelligence, she simply turned on the speakerphone. Valley Master, we have found a suspicious situation. Perhaps it has something to do with this matter, the head of intelligence reported. General Robert, the head of the military in the United States of America, went to the Rice Island prison in the Arctic Circle 10 days ago. That prison was usually used to hold special criminals, prisoners with extremely strong cultivations or superpowers. Chapter 995. 0995. When everyone heard this, they all thought of a possibility at the same time. After Su Qingxue hung up the phone, she raised her head and said, looks like the postman really didn't die. Damned old man of the Magnesium Kingdom, jealous that we have the Earth axis. We have Superintendent Chu, but he actually released this kind of murderous demon by hook or by crook. Yi Longting's face was gloomy. Xiao Linfuan smiled and shook his head. Actually, we were thinking in the wrong direction from the very beginning. Superintendent Chu is dead, the Earth axis is gone, who can benefit? Obviously. A certain superpower would like to see all of this the most. Li Fanxian's eyes flashed for a moment before he walked out of the laboratory. Hubby, where are you going? Su Qingxue asked. Yi Fan said in a deep voice, Magnesium Country, find Robert. You're just going to go there like this? Xiao Fengshan frowned. Yi Fan said, there are only 24 hours. Even with the shortest route and the time lost along the way, it will still take about 10 hours to reach the Pentagon. If we don't hurry up and find him now, when the postman is ready for the next round of terrorist attacks, more people will die. Would that be dangerous? They might have already set up all sorts of traps. Su Qingxue said worriedly. No matter how dangerous it is, I have no choice but to go now. I can contact some of my other brothers on the way there to increase my chances of winning. If the postman was released by them, they would definitely have a way to control the postman and find Robert face to face. This is the most direct and effective way. Yi Fan said. But isn't Superintendent Chu collecting and analyzing DNA? Maybe he'll be able to find some clues soon. Xiao Fengshan said. This is just one way. If we can't find it, and we delay our trip to the Magnesium Country, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yi Fan said. Everyone immediately fell silent, as if it was just as Yi Fan had said. They had to think of all possible ways, and could no longer hold on to a fluke mentality. Yi Longting looked at Yi Fan with a complicated gaze for a while, and said, "The country is in trouble, it's time to stand up. Yi Fan, I'll have to rely on you for this matter. If there's anything you need, we, the Dragon Soul, will do our best to assist you." Fan Xian coldly said, "Don't think so, noble. I just want to avenge President Li. I can't care so much about the country and the world. If you want to support me, provide me with a private jet and send me directly to Virginia. When I get there, I will take care of everything myself." "No problem, the plane can be directly conscripted for you. It doesn't matter if you can drive it back or not." Yi Longting stepped forward, patted Yi Fan's shoulder, and said earnestly, "Be careful along the way." When Fan Xian saw the trace of genuine emotion in Yi Longting's eyes, he couldn't help but feel a strange feeling welling up in his heart. After thinking for a while, Yi Fan said to Su Qingxue, "Wife, the situation in the Magnesium country, especially Robert's position, let the heavens eye lock onto him at all times." Su Qingxue also knew that she could only let the man go now, so she seriously nodded and said, "I understand. I will let the Heaven's Eyes Intelligence Department directly send the information to your phone." Yi Fan nodded. This was naturally better. Without saying anything further, he dashed out of the laboratory. After driving to the nearby airport, Yi Fan boarded a private plane that had already been arranged and headed directly to the Magnesium country. The reason why they did not use a faster fighter jet was that the fighter jet's fuel tank was not enough to support such a long distance. He also needed to refuel in the middle of the journey, which was difficult to do in a short period of time. Moreover, the target of the fighter jet was too conspicuous, and it was easy for it to become the target of the Magnesium army. After Yi Fan set off, the Cloud Club's security naturally increased. Yi Longting had recruited a large number of special agents and special forces from the Jiangnan military region. In addition to Chu Yunyao's own security system, not even a fly would be let into the clubhouse. Not long after Yi Fan set off, Du Yun'er brought some employees of the orphanage and dozens of children into the clubhouse to temporarily take refuge. Su Qingxue and the others stayed in the laboratory and couldn't help much, so they went out first to help take care of the children. Leave inside the laboratory, only Xiao Axioner was left behind, responsible for close protection. Xiao Fengshan and the others also went outside to be on guard, maintaining contact with the hidden dragons from all over the world. The unmanned reconnaissance aircraft that Chu Yunyao sent out flew to the explosion site of yesterday and today, as well as the location of the people involved, and began to investigate one by one. Because there were a lot of places to go, it took a few hours for the DNA to be collected into the database. She sat on a chair and snapped her fingers. Every time she snapped, a wisp of flame would appear, as if she was playing with a lighter. "Chu Yunyao, are you done yet? Is your machine really okay?" Xiao Axioner yawned and asked. "That's enough." Chu Yunyao heaved a sigh of relief. Although this kind of speed was hundreds of times faster than manual collection, time was of the essence. She already felt that it was very slow. "Really?" Xiao Axioner jumped up in excitement. She ran behind Chu Yunyao and looked at the rolling data and charts on the big screen. However, she was confused. What are these things? Chu Yunyao turned around and glanced at her. "Phoenix girl, you should just play with your lighter. Even if I teach you for 10 years, you might not be able to understand it." Xiao Axioner bared her teeth. "What are you pulling for? Aren't you still relying on this young miss to protect you?" However, she also knew that she had to take care of the overall situation, so she didn't waste any more words with Chu Yunyao. She ran to the side and continued playing with herself. After Chu Yunyao summarized the DNA spectrum, she compared and analyzed it. Gradually, each DNA spectrum corresponded to the person it belonged to. When the entire complicated work was completed, Chu Yunyao's eyes focused, her eyebrows knitted together, her face full of confusion. She turned her head, looked at Xiao Axioner, and asked, "Phoenix girl, what is your relationship with Du Yun'er?" Xiao Axioner was shocked. and her pretty face instantly changed color. Only then did she remember that if Chu Yunyao had gathered the DNA of all the people who had been to the scene, that would also include the father, daughter, and Du Yuner. Even if she and Du Yuner were half-brothers and the difference in DNA was a little big, Xiao Fengshan and Du Yuner were obviously related by blood. Chu Yunyao saw Xiao Xianer's expression and almost knew the inside story. She sighed and said, "Looks like I discovered a secret that I shouldn't have discovered." Xiao Xianer bit her lips and said, "Chu Yunyao, this matter is a family matter of our Xiao family, and it also concerns Du Yuner's safety. If you don't want Yifan to hate you, then don't tell anyone." Chu Yunyao revealed a hint of doubt, but she still nodded. "I understand. I have no interest in interfering in your family matters, at least. This discovery proves that there is no problem with my spectral detector." Xiao Xianer heaved a sigh of relief and said in a low voice, "Thank you." Chapter 996. 0996 Xiao Xianer saw that Chu Yunyao's expression was a little strange, as if she had seen something inconceivable. However, she couldn't understand the contents, so she could only ask, "Chu Yunyao, are you all right? What did you see? Is it the postman's DNA?" Chu Yunyao came back to her senses and shook her head without a change in expression, saying, "Nothing, I thought I found it, but I saw wrongly. Let me take a look again." "What? I thought you had some big discovery." Xiao Xianer felt a burst of dejection. She simply lay on the ground and started playing with her phone. In any case, the floor of the laboratory was very clean. Chu Yunyao took a deep breath and continued to compare the DNA. When she finished all the comparison work, she sighed. "What do you think? Is there a result?" Xiao Xianer got up. "I found the DNA of a white man. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the suspect, but I hacked into the database of the Magnesium country and couldn't find this person at all. It seems like they destroyed the information or kept it on paper." Chu Yunyao said. "Then wouldn't it be a waste of time to find it?" Xiao Xianer frowned. Chu Yunyao shook her head and said, "Not completely. Assuming that this DNA is from the postman, I can use the drone to check Huahai and determine if he is in Huahai. In addition, I can send a few drones to the capital to see if the postman has appeared there. As long as he is still in these two places, there is a chance to find him. But, if he has already completed his deployment and left these two cities, or if this DNA isn't his, then the search will be in vain. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and release the drone," Xiao Xianer said. "I don't need you to rush me." Chu Yunyao's hand was already quickly tapping on the light key. After entering a series of instructions, Chu Yunyao picked up a special cell phone and said, "All right, we can go out now. I can complete all the controls through my cell phone." Xiao Xianer had long wanted to leave this damned place. It was too boring. After the two of them left the laboratory, Xiao Xianer said, "Hey, can we go see those children? Children are very fun." She had to be responsible for protecting Chu Yunyao's safety, so if the place Chu Yunyao went to was boring, she would also be very depressed. Chu Yunyao thought for a moment, then said, "Sure." Xiao Xianer giggled, "Chu Yunyao, I thought you wouldn't like children. It seems like I was wrong about you." Chu Yunyao gave a simple smile, but her heart was filled with countless thoughts. At this moment, in the Cloud Clubhouse, the luxurious private rooms had become a playground for children. The employees had all become nurses, accompanying these children. After all, they were still a group of children. Although they had just experienced a terrifying explosion and fire, after they changed their environment, they had food, drink, and play, so they immediately became happy. When they arrived at a slightly quieter private room, Chu Yunyao and Xiao Xianer saw that Su Qingxue was inside, playing 5 in a row with Xiao Tuan. Xu Qingxue sat on the sofa, while Tuan Tuan sat cross-legged on the other side with a chessboard in the middle. At this moment, after Su Qingxue placed down a piece, she smiled and said, "Tuan Tuan, it seems like sister has won again." When Tuan Tuan saw this, she pouted and said unhappily, "Again. How about we take a break and eat some fruits?" Su Qingxue asked. "No. Tuan Tuan must win. I'll eat the fruit after I win." Tuan Tuan shook his head and stubbornly took the black and white pieces back, wanting to continue playing. She raised her head and looked at Chu Yunyao and Xiao Axaner, who had just entered, and said, "Did you find out anything?" Chu Yunyao said, "I am using a drone to investigate a DNA, there is no other information for now." "What about you? Did the heavens I find anything?" Su Qingxue said, "Robert is in the Pentagon, but he has arranged for a large number of troops. There is an underground base there that is easy to defend and hard to attack. It seems like he really has a guilty conscience. No matter how many troops there are, it's useless. Even if I go, I only need to light a few fires and it'll be over. Let's see if they have any experts that can stop Lucifer." "That's right. For now, we can't do anything." Su Qingxue's eyes were filled with worry. At this time, Tuan Tuan packed up the chess pieces and urged, "Beautiful sister." It had begun. Rock, paper, scissors. Su Qingxue was helpless. Seeing the group's appearance, she felt a little more relaxed, so she followed her rock, paper, and scissors. "Tuan Tuan, go down first." The little girl was very happy. She took the black piece and placed it in the middle. Chu Yunyao, who was at the side, watched Su Qingxue and Tuan Tuan play chess. Sometimes she would look at Su Qingxue, and sometimes she would look at Tuan Tuan. After a few steps, Xiao Axaner couldn't hold it in anymore. She was the type of person who liked to play everything. Even if it was a simple 5 in a row, she wanted to try it when she saw others playing. Thus, Xiao Axaner began to teach the group, saying, "Don't go there, go here. This place is good." Unexpectedly, the group raised their heads and pouted, "Stupid sister. You're not even as good as me. I won't listen to you." Xiao Axaner's face immediately turned red, and she anxiously explained, The last time I played checkers with you, it was checkers. It was completely different. I'm very good at 5 in a row. First place in the National 5 Chess Master Tournament. Phoenix girl, you even lied to such a small child? How can there be such a competition?" Chu Yunyao rolled her eyes at her. Little. Tuan Tuan stuck out her tongue and made a face, "Stupid sister is bragging." Xiao Axaner felt that she couldn't stay in this place anymore and said in annoyance, "Chu Yunyao, you're so amazing, why don't you go and play?" Chu Yunyao hesitated for a moment before looking at Su Qingxue. Coincidentally, Su Qingxue was also looking at her. The two women's eyes met, and in that instant, there was a smell of gunpowder. "All right." Chu Yunyao sat behind Tuan Tuan and hugged his waist with one hand, saying, "Tuan Tuan, big sister will teach you next time. Tuan Tuan is so smart, if you learn it once, you'll be able to win." Tuan Tuan still had some trust in Chu Yunyao, so he turned his head and asked, "Really? Beautiful sister is very powerful." "Yes, but I'm a super beautiful sister, so I must be even more powerful," Chu Yunyao said with a smile. Xiao Axaner, who was at the side, rolled her eyes, "Shameless, praising yourself for being beautiful, even I'm not as narcissistic as you." "Hey! Su Qingxue, didn't I hear that you have an IQ of 180? Don't lose." When Su Qingxue saw Chu Yunyao hugging him, her eyes turned cold. "Playing chess depends on your chess skills, it has nothing to do with your looks. Even if it did, I wouldn't lose." Chu Yunyao had a smile that was not a smile. She grabbed Tuan Tuan's meaty hand and pointed at Su Qingxue, saying, "Tuan Tuan, look, your beautiful sister is angry." She's afraid that she can't beat us. Chapter 997. 0997 Alright, alright, alright. You're not angry. Come, let's go down here. Chu Yunyao told the group to take the chess pieces and then tell her where to put them. He really knew how to think about it seriously before putting it down. He didn't just listen to Chu Yunyao. After that, the two sides played a game of chess, and the speed went from slow to fast, and then from fast to slow. Xiao Axaner, who was at the side, watched for a full half an hour. She looked speechlessly at the chessboard that was about to be filled with black and white. Hey, is there a need for you guys to do this? After playing 5 in a row, the entire chessboard has been played, and we still can't decide the victor. Xiao Axaner was convinced that these two people didn't want to lose. Seeing that there was really no place to go, Chu Yunyao said, "Alright, this round can only be considered a draw." Shu Qingxue also put down her chess piece and said, "Let's go eat something delicious." Alright. He was indeed hungry, so he nodded and handed his hand over to Su Qingxue. One big and one small, they walked out of the private room. Chu Yunyao looked at the backs of the two people as they left, deep in thought. Hey, Chu Yunyao, why are you in a daze again? Did playing a game of chess make you use your brain too much? Why do I feel like you're hiding something from us? Xiao Axaner keenly noticed something strange. Chu Yunyao glanced at her and said, "I've hidden a lot of things from you guys. I was just thinking, has Yifan arrived at the Magnesium country yet?" Xiao Axaner looked at the time on her phone and said, "He should be here soon. I estimate that in a few hours, there will be news." Magnesium country, Pentagon. Although it was early in the morning, this place was already filled with soldiers. Under strict surveillance, a large number of heavily armed soldiers were patrolling everywhere, fully alert for any movements in their surroundings. In fact, the entire Pentagon had been armed into a super-military fortress and was in a state of war. "Captain Brighton, what's the situation on your side?" An officer leading the patrol asked through the walkie-talkie. "There's no movement at the moment, Captain Shack, except for a pigeon that pooped on one of my soldiers' heads, ha 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 ha." Brighton replied with a smile. "Captain Shack, I think you'd better be careful." The other party was Lucifer of Inferno. There was no need to talk about his glorious resume. We have to be vigilant at all times. We don't know if he and his assassin subordinates will appear out of nowhere, so we can't relax. Breton. Even if he's a legend of the underground world, he's still a human with a body of flesh and blood. Our Delta Zero team had already set up their cannons and were waiting for him to deliver them. General Smith seemed to be wearing the latest Slayer armor, which was a complete monster armor. We have gathered another 3,000 soldiers and are equipped with the highest quality weapons. If he dares to appear here now, he will be annihilated. Although we have enough strength to stop Inferno, it's still better to be careful. I don't want to be cannon fodder in this kind of battle," Brighton said. Sark laughed loudly. "I bet that Lucifer and the others wouldn't even dare to attack here. This is a fortified area. The most powerful country in the world. We are the strongest army in the world." Ah! Before Sark could finish, a miserable scream came from the other side of the walkie-talkie. "Shack! Captain Shack!" Captain Brighton shouted a few times, but there was only noise coming from the other side. Almost at the same time, the group of patrolling soldiers in the north heard the sound of something shattering coming from the south. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Alarms rang out everywhere, resounding through the clouds. However, the guards in all directions had no idea where the enemy was. How many enemies were there? Brighton led a group of soldiers and scanned his surroundings with rapt attention. He heard waves of explosions coming from within the Pentagon. Soon after, he saw a large amount of fire, accompanied by many screams from within the building, coming out from some of the windows of the building. How is this possible? The enemy has already entered the building. At this moment, a man's order came from the command room, all formations, pay attention. The enemy has entered the building. They are throwing bombs everywhere. No one is allowed to approach the building. Wait for the next order. Brighton hurriedly asked, Headquarters, headquarters. May I ask the number of enemies? After a few seconds, the headquarters replied, Enemy, 1 person. As soon as these words were spoken, the hearts of all the guards turned cold. Such a big commotion was actually caused by a single person. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Flames exploded from the east to the west, from the south to the north, as if they were everywhere. Many people had already been forced to jump off the building. The scene was extremely terrifying, but no one dared to approach. At this moment, the Pentagon was already a purgatory. That guy. Could it be that he? Can he throw bombs all over the building by himself so quickly? Lucifer. It must be Lucifer. He's coming in. This monster, isn't he afraid of being blown to death and burned to death? The soldiers were already dumbfounded. They all began to swallow their saliva, not knowing what to do. At this moment, a figure suddenly flew out of the fire. The man who leaped into the air was Yifan. The sail held a black cloth bag in its hand and directly scattered it towards an area of the building that had yet to explode. The remaining few explosives fell into it. Boom, boom. The only area in the Pentagon that had not exploded had also exploded into a sea of fire. Even if it was just a bag of high explosives, as long as it was used properly and exploded in key areas, such as gas pipelines, it would be able to produce a super destructive force. The moment Yifan landed on the ground, hundreds of magnesium soldiers suddenly came to their senses and began to shoot crazily at Yifan. Open fire. Tutu. The bullets were like a dense swarm of locusts, and also like countless interweaving rays of death, wanting to drown Yifan. However, Yifan's figure instantly accelerated to the limit. He was like a bolt of lightning, wreaking havoc back and forth between the magnesium army, rampaging about. When Yifan started running, the group of magnesium soldiers finally understood why no one could stop him when he rushed into the building alone, fast. Too fast. As fast as lightning. Yifan's current speed, in the eyes of this group of people, could already be seen with the naked eye. However, it was very difficult for them to keep up, and it was even more difficult for them to react. Just as they were about to shoot at Yifan, when they pulled the trigger, Yifan had already cut off their heads. There was no way to fight, it was a complete massacre. Chapter 998. 0998. All of a sudden, from 3 directions, there were soldiers wearing metal armor and special helmets, who looked like Robocop, starting to move. The 3 of them formed a group, carrying a silver-gray heavy cannon that looked like a mortar, but had an even more peculiar shape, as they moved towards Yifan's location. In order to adapt to more terrain, these silver-gray heavy cannons were not installed on vehicles. However, their weight was extremely terrifying, so only 3 members of the Zero team were able to lift them through modified robotic arms. When they arrived at the north side, Yifan had already killed hundreds of people with his sword. The scene of blood flowing like a river caused the group of magnesium soldiers to feel a chill run down their spines. The key point was that Yifan didn't have any intention of stopping the slaughter. He was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, constantly reaping lives. Suddenly, a warrior wearing black armor arrived at the scene through a jet from afar. This black armor was somewhat similar to the war armor of the magnesium army that Yifan had seen before, but its design was more flexible and advanced. Damned Lucifer! You're a heinous devil. The person inside the armor was General Smith. When he saw the corpses on the ground, he angrily cursed, "You are a scum that goes against human nature. Today, we righteous soldiers of the magnesium country will kill you." Yifan's figure paused, and he wiped the blood off his face. He held a true steel sword in his hand, and the sword was also dripping with blood. President Li's death had suppressed countless amounts of hostility in his heart. Only after this massacre did he feel a little better. Hearing Smith's words, Yi Fan couldn't help but sneer. "You guys released a monster and went to China to set fire to kill people. That's justice. I've come to your place, a tooth for a tooth, a debt of blood for blood. Alright, I'm a demon to begin with. If you say I'm evil, then I'll be evil to the end. If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell?" Yi Fan's figure flashed, and when he reappeared, he had already traversed a distance of tens of meters, arriving in front of General Smith. A sword intent suddenly erupted, about to split Smith's armor into pieces. However, after the three blue light pieces in front of the armor lit up, a powerful force, like a huge hand, bounced Yi Fan's entire body away. The sails somersaulted in the air and landed on the ground, looking at the armor in astonishment. If it wasn't for his strong physique, this recoil would have shattered his internal organs. How is it? How does the force field shield of the Slaughterer's battle armor feel? Do you think that only your country has high-tech weapons? General Smith smiled proudly and shouted, "Demonic fire, fire together." In that short period of time, the 8 silver-gray, devil fire, heavy cannons were all being set up. At this moment, they seemed to be aiming at Yi Fan. After each muzzle lit up with a trace of blazing white light, 8 missiles were fired in a row. Yi Fan originally thought that these were cannonballs, but they were actually missiles, and they had the ability to track. However, Yi Fan was not afraid at all. His feet were as fast as the wind, and he directly charged towards the group of magnesium soldiers. The speed of the missiles was still faster than Yi Fan's, but even so, when they were about to catch up to Yi Fan had already reached the camp of the magnesium soldiers. No! The magnesium army never would have thought that Yi Fan would actually direct the missiles towards them. Yi Fan turned around, and a sword intent shot out. The 2 missiles in front of him were the first to explode, and the other missiles also exploded. For a time, a scarlet-red explosive flame was produced. It was like a purgatory from hell, and the temperature was unimaginable. Over 100 soldiers were engulfed by the flames in this second, directly turning into charcoal. Yi Fan also felt a burst of burning flames, but he forcefully used the power of heaven and earth to protect himself, barely managing to escape from the sea of fire. Bastard! General Smith also did not expect that the demonic fire that they had painstakingly developed would actually turn into a suicide weapon, because it was unable to catch up to Yi Fan's speed. Smith no longer hesitated. He directly activated the jet and charged towards Yi Fan. At the same time, an electromagnetic energy lit up on his arms. 2 electromagnetic cannons directly shot towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan dodged twice in a row, but he didn't expect Smith to not say anything. Immediately after, he fired 2 cannons. Bam! Yi Fan was accidentally hit by the cannon, and his body was sent flying. When the group of magnesium soldiers saw that Smith had finally hit Yi Fan, they all cheered excitedly. Yi Fan grimaced in pain. This kind of electromagnetic cannon was enough to electrocute an ordinary person to death, but to him, it was a kind of numbing pain. Damn it! There must be a computer system in this guy's helmet that could capture and predict. Yi Fan knew that with his speed, in front of this armor, he probably wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. However, Yi Fan didn't have time to think about how to fight. He had to maintain his high-speed movement, otherwise, these electromagnetic cannons and high-temperature destructive rays would definitely harm him. Yi Fan chose to use fast and irregular movements to avoid these attacks. At the same time, Yi Fan took out several long swords from the sword god ring, and continuously used his sword intent to throw these swords out. Bang! Bang bang bang! General Smith continuously used his field shield to block the sword intents, and the swords fell to the ground one by one. Ha! Lucifer! Your ancient martial arts are in front of the most advanced technology of our magnesium army. It's trash. Yi Fan did not give up. He threw the true steel sword in his hand out, drawing a long rainbow. Bam! When it really hit the shield, it was still bounced off. It didn't have much of an effect. Smith laughed maniacally. It's useless. Die. After saying that, Smith turned around and locked onto Yi Fan. At the same time, he planned to fire an even more powerful electromagnetic cannon with both hands. But just at this moment, Yi Fan's face revealed an evil smile. He formed a sword with one hand and slashed diagonally towards the back. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was incomparably ear-piercing, entering the ears of the Magnesium army at the scene. Everyone watched in disbelief as the true steel sword that had just fallen to the ground, such a sturdy sword, actually flew up by itself. It was as fast as lightning, and like a thunderbolt, it pierced through the Slayer's armor from behind. Inside the armor, General Smith felt his heart being pierced through, and his face was filled with pain and disbelief. How could this be? How is this possible? Yi Fan lightly said, I've already noticed that your force field shield will be removed when you attack, and you can only see the battlefield in front of you, not behind you. Chapter 999. 0999 The swords that Yi Fan threw down everywhere were just a confusion. In fact, the only thing that Yi Fan really wanted to throw behind Smith was a true steel sword. Smith had always thought that these swords were just weapons that Yi Fan had destroyed after his failed attack. However, he never thought that the last one would be fatal. General Smith no longer responded, and the slaughterer armor was like a statue, standing there motionless. Yi Fan swept his gaze across the remaining thousands of Magnesium soldiers. The dense mass of people were all armed, but no one dared to shoot at Yi Fan. Yi Fan didn't care what these people thought of him. As if he was performing a magic trick, he kept his sword back into his ring and shouted, "The one I'm looking for is Robert. If you want to be buried with him, feel free to come find me." After putting away his sword, Yi Fan once again walked towards the Pentagon, which was in a sea of flames. Since Smith refused to come out of the underground base even after blowing up the building, he could only go down himself and drag him out. Walking past the buildings that had been burnt to ruins, the corpses of military personnel could be seen everywhere. However, Yi Fan didn't have the slightest bit of pity in his heart, because this was war. Either you die, or I die. When the people of Magnesium decided to release the postman and go to China to kill and destroy, they didn't consider the life and death of the people of China. According to the information given by the Heaven's Eye, Yi Fan directly found the entrance to the underground base. It was a seemingly ordinary metal wall, but it was just an illusion. Yi Fan slashed out with his two swords, and a hole was opened in the metal wall, revealing a tunnel that extended downwards. After walking all the way in, Yi Fan forced his way through another door before entering an underground base. However, the situation in front of him surprised Yi Fan. There were only a bunch of open computer screens in the base, but there wasn't even a single staff member. Yi Fan felt for a moment, but there was no human aura. Could it be Robert wasn't here? Was the Sky Eye's information wrong? Yi Fan thought quietly for a while, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the underground base. He suddenly saw that there was a place where the distance between the two workbenches was slightly larger than the other workbenches. The sail swung its sword without hesitation. With a boom sound, the seemingly ordinary metal wall was pierced through, revealing another small secret room inside. Looking at the gloomy faces of Robert and the few officers inside, he revealed a cold smile. "General Robert, we meet again. You really know how to hide, Leaf. How did you know we were in here?" Robert frowned. Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders. "If you weren't here, then there would be no need for that Smith of the Delta team to desperately defend this place. Besides, when the war starts, it's not right for the commander-in-chief to not be present in the army." General Robert let out a long sigh and said, "Lucifer, I know what you want to investigate, but let me tell you. I didn't let the postman go. The postman ran away by himself. I went to Rice Island prison only to find out that the postman had escaped, so I went for an urgent inspection. I also did not expect that the postman would go to China to do evil. For this matter, our people are innocent. Don't talk about people in front of me. You can't represent the people of your country. If they knew that you let the postman go, they would definitely want to kill you more than me. Listen. Tell me the whereabouts of the postman now, or else. At most, I'll just kill you and continue looking. Yi Fan pointed his sword at Robert and said. Robert smiled bitterly. I already said, he ran away by himself. We are innocent. Bullshit. It was all bullshit. If you are innocent, why didn't you contact us earlier? Why did you arrange for such a large number of troops to stop me? Do you take me for a fool, or are you really retarded? Yi Fan didn't want to wait any longer. I'll count to 3. If you don't tell me the postman's whereabouts, I'll kill you, and then kill all your subordinates. Yi Fan's killing intent spread out, causing the entire secret room to seem to be shrouded in dark clouds. A few of the adjutants were so scared that their faces turned pale and cold sweat flowed down their backs. 1. 2. Robert's face was calm, as if he was going to die, and he directly closed his eyes. However, one of the adjutants couldn't help but shout, "Tracking device." The postman has a tracking device on him. Robert angrily slapped him. Bastard. What did you say? General. Tell him. We don't need to lose our lives for that lunatic postman. Letting him go was a mistake in the first place, the adjutant cried. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, as expected. You guys have a trick up your sleeves. Tell me, how do you find the postman's tracking signal? Just as the adjutant was about to speak, Robert suddenly took out a gun and was about to fire at his head. How could Yi Fan allow such a thing to happen? With a flick of his finger, a sword cheese shot out and directly pierced through Robert's wrist. Ah! Robert screamed and the pistol fell to the ground. Yi Fan went up again, and his sword stabbed Robert a few times like lightning, breaking all the tendons in his hands and feet. Robert was in so much pain that his face was incomparably sinister. I won't let you die so easily. As Yi Fan said this, he turned around and asked the adjutant, if you tell me the postman's whereabouts, I'll let you live. The adjutant hurriedly nodded, ran to a computer outside, and entered a command into the computer. In order to prevent the postman from doing anything detrimental to us, we installed a tracking device in his body. If he tries to remove the device, it will explode. The only way to dismantle that device is with a password that only we know. No matter how strong the postman is, he won't be able to dismantle it. As the adjutant spoke, he took out a map from the computer and said, the postman is currently near China's Huahai. If you want to kill him, Sir Lucifer, you can just detonate the bomb. Yi Fan walked to the screen and looked at the map. He discovered that it was a small county near Huahai. No wonder he couldn't find him in Huahai City. He was hiding in a remote area. That bomb, how powerful is it? Yi Fan asked. It's a very powerful liquid explosive, enough to destroy this underground base, the adjutant said with some fear. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and directly detonated it. Although it was a good choice, it could also accidentally injure a lot of people. After all, he didn't know if the postman was the only one beside him. Moreover, when he thought of President Li's death, Yi Fan was also unwilling to let him die so straightforwardly. Thus, Yi Fan contacted Chu Yunyao and let the woman take over the tracking signal. First, he secretly sent people to surround the postman. Unless the postman was going to do something terrifying, he would try his best to wait for him to go back and settle the score with the postman. It wasn't that Yi Fan wanted to kill his enemy with his own hands, but the postman was an adept after all. If he wasn't careful and was controlled by the postman, then the gains would not make up for the losses, and it would cause even more trouble. Yi Fan still had 13 hours. If he went back at this time, he would definitely be able to catch the postman 24 hours ago. After dealing with these matters, Yi Fan walked back to Robert's side. At this moment, Robert was in so much pain that his face was deathly pale. He had lost so much blood that his consciousness was beginning to blur. Yi Fan sighed and didn't torture him any further. He pierced through his head with his sword. Following which, Yi Fan turned around and said to the few surviving officers, "You helped me today, so you should know what kind of people you will be in the Magnesium country. That's right, traitors. However, if you cooperate with me in the future and become my spy, I won't let this matter leak out. Do you understand what I mean?" The officers nodded. They were also clear that it wasn't necessarily a good thing for Robert to be dead and for them to be alive. It was possible that the next Robert would appear among them, but they could also become prisoners. Yi Fan smiled, and his face turned cold again. "Since you understand, prepare a plane for me that can fly directly to Huahai, within half an hour." Immediately. He had to race against time, even though the postman should have already been surrounded by the people of the Dragon Soul, and the postman should not be able to escape even if he had wings. Chapter 1000. 1000 at 5 or 6 in the morning, the sky was bright and the temperature was cool. Around Huahai, there was a small county about 70 kilometers away from the city center. Because a large number of young people had moved to Huahai to work and live, the development of this small place was lagging behind. Some of the houses in the center of the city were relatively old, and there weren't many cars coming and going. Most of them were passing by vendors and truck drivers. In a small sanatorium in the county, there were many old men and women doing Tai Chi and morning exercises. Some of them were chatting and laughing. A small shop was opened opposite the activity center. The owner was also an old man. He wore an old factory worker's coat, loose black trousers, and presbyopic glasses. He was reading the newspaper. "Sir, how much is this tea, egg and soybean milk?" A middle-aged man wearing a green jacket walked to the door and asked with a smile. The old man stood up and said, "Tea, egg, $1.50, $2 for soybean milk." "All right, give me 4 tea eggs and 2 bags of soybean milk." The man took out his wallet but found that there were no small amounts of money, so he took out 100. The old man who was fishing for the tea eggs saw this and pointed at a QR code on the counter. "Use Lebao to pay. With such a large amount of money, it will be troublesome to change it." The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then said embarrassedly, "Sir, there's a Lebao here, I don't know how to use it. Are you for real?" "I don't think you're that old. These days, you always bring your cell phone to pay for things. Why don't you know how to do it? We old men and old women all know how to use it." The old man muttered a few words and was about to go look for money when he saw an even younger man walk over and say, "Sir, I'll do it." "There's no need to go look for money." The man quickly scanned the code and paid. Then, he picked up the soybean milk and tea egg and winked at the middle-aged man. "Let's go." The middle-aged man smiled awkwardly at the old man before following the young man to a black car by the roadside. "Dragon King, you should at least keep up with the times. You don't look like an ordinary commoner at a glance. It's very easy for others to see through you when you're out on a mission. It's because this mission is unusual. The other party is a postman. If it's a normal mission, I wouldn't need to personally come and watch." These two people were Yilongting and Xiao Linfuan. "Hee, I thought I would be able to eat the tea egg that the Dragon King bought for me today, but in the end, I had to pay for it myself." Sigh. "It's a pity that I can't even afford a house in the capital with my 13,000 monthly salary." Xiao Linfuan shook his head and sighed. "If you want money, go back to the Xia family and inherit some family property. Don't cry about being poor in front of me." Yilongting snorted heavily. "I'm just joking. It's so boring to stay here. But then again, this postman has been in the sanatorium with a bunch of old men and old women. What is he doing? Although he was considered an old man in terms of age, he was a white man. How could he play mahjong? This guy is really careful. The place where he is hiding has no surveillance cameras. I don't even know what's going on with him. Xiao Linfuan sat in the car, peeling eggs while looking at a cell phone. On the phone screen, there was a red dot. It was the postman's location. He had been in the nursing home for a whole day. In order to ensure that the postman did not disappear, Yilongting and Xiao Linfuan personally came to keep an eye on him. As for Xiao Fengshan and his daughter, they were still in charge of protecting Chu Yunyao, just in case. For such an important operation, they would not be at ease if they sent other agents. Moreover, if there were too many people, it would easily arouse suspicion. Before we see him, no one can say for sure what's going on with him. The key is not to alert the enemy, he can control the people around him at any time. If there are too many people, it will be a hindrance. Yilongting said. Xiao Linfuan sighed and said, Superintendent Chu said that he wanted to make a temporary defensive prop to block spiritual force. It's already past 6 o'clock. There are only a few hours left before the postman's 24 hours. Since Superintendent Chu said that he could make it in time, then he definitely could. She would never say something that she wasn't confident in. Yilongting said. Xiao Linfuan nodded, that's true. I just don't know where boss is. As he spoke, Xiao Linfuan took out his phone and opened up a news app. After taking a look, he smiled. Yilongting frowned, what are you looking at? Why are you laughing so happily? Ha ha. Xiao Linfuan smiled and said, I just feel that these terrorist organizations are quite interesting these days. The boss had blown up the Pentagon, and the people of America were still trying to think of a way to explain it. They controlled the media, saying that it was a problem with the natural gas pipeline, or an accident during a fire drill. In the end, these terrorist organizations were all fighting to say that their people had done this. They wished that they could add every single life to themselves, but no one mentioned the truth. However, this saves us a lot of trouble. China won't be involved in anything. In any case, internationally, we will all think that it was those guys who did it. When Yilongting heard this, the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. This matter is indeed very satisfying. These people have killed so many of our experts, scholars, and innocent people, and they still keep on boasting about their humanitarianism. 2 hours ago, the chief gave a speech, expressing his dissatisfaction with the terrorist attack and his condolences to the people of the Magnesium country. However, the chief just sent me a message in private, saying that if Yi Fan comes back, he will invite him to the capital for a meal. He seems to be very happy. Come on, if the boss goes to eat with those leaders, he will probably be angered to death. He will even find it troublesome to toast. Xiao Linfuan shook his head. Right at this moment, a man walked in from outside the car window, attracting their attention. Boss. Xiao Linfuan opened the car door and excitedly walked down. The one who came over was Yi Fan. Yi Fan took the freshly peeled tea egg from Xiao Linfuan's hand and stuffed it into his mouth. I'm starving to death. I flew the plane around the earth and killed over 1,000 people. I haven't eaten for a day and a night. Yilongting smiled as he got out of the car and said, Yi Fan, well done. We have already locked onto the postman's position. Without waiting for Yilongting to finish speaking, the tea egg in his hand was also taken away. Yi Fan didn't care about Yilongting's stiff face. He took out 3 silver-gray things from his pocket that looked like Bluetooth earphones. Put this on. Yi Fan handed the things to the two of them. This is, Yunyao has made an anti-mental interference device. She said that the effect can't be guaranteed to be perfect, but it should be barely passable. Time is of the essence, so she can only make a simple version. If the others go get it, it won't be as fast as me, so I went back to her laboratory first before coming over. It took me some time, Yi Fan said. Yi Longtang and Xiao Linfuan were quite surprised. They thought that Yi Fan hadn't returned to China yet, but he actually brought all his equipment here. Chapter 1001. 1001. Whether it was the old people or the staff in the sanatorium, they didn't know what Yi Fan and the other two were doing when they walked in. They were just like the old mornings, living their own lives here. Before this arrest, the dragon's soul had discussed whether or not to urgently evacuate the people from this sanatorium. However, in the end, they came to the conclusion that they could not do so. This was because once an abnormal situation occurred, the postman would most likely launch an attack. At that time, the disaster might not just be this sanatorium. After considering the pros and cons, the higher-ups still decided not to take any measures to evacuate and directly attack the yellow dragon. Killing the postman as soon as possible was the way to minimize the losses. Walking into a 3-story sanatorium office building, the signal point was getting closer and closer. Perhaps it was because it was early in the morning and many of the sanatorium's doctors and employees had yet to go to work. Most of the office doors were closed. Boss, it's a good thing there aren't many people in this building. With your strength, you should be able to kill him in an instant. Xiao Linfuan said in a low voice. Yi Fan thought for a moment, then said, "You and the Dragon King guard the north side, the east side, and the southwest side. I will seal off the 2 corners. I will enter that room, so don't go near it, in case he sets up any traps. That shouldn't be the case. What kind of trap could there be in this kind of place? He probably doesn't know that we're here." Yi Longting said. Yi Fan shook his head. He might not know about the Pentagon, but he might already know. Even if he doesn't know that I did it, he will still be suspicious. We have to be on guard. He's never left this place. What kind of precautions can he have? Yi Longting said. Be careful and sail for 10,000 years. Dragon King, you should listen to your boss this time. Xiao Linfuan advised. Yi Longting frowned. He felt that if the 3 of them went over, they would at least be able to take care of each other. If Yi Fan went alone, he wouldn't be at ease. Even if Yi Fan's strength was far stronger than his, Yi Longting would still be a little worried. All right. Then we'll guard the roof and the side of the building. Yi Fan, you go in. Yi Longting said. Yi Fan took the tracking phone from Xiao Linfuan and continued up to the 3rd floor. He discovered that there was a room in front of him, which was where the postman was. Utility room. Yi Fan frowned. It was actually a locked storage room. Usually, it was a place where unused tables, chairs, props, and electrical appliances were stored. As Fan Xian walked over, he tried to sense it, only to discover that there didn't seem to be anyone inside. How could this be? Could it be that the postman's strength could hide from his perception? Logically speaking, most mutants didn't have any cultivation. Right at this moment, Yi Fan heard a small, tick-tock sound in his ear. It was like a clock, and it came from the utility room. It was so small that an ordinary person would not be able to hear it. He suddenly quivered and his eyes widened as a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. About 10 minutes ago, in an elegantly decorated restaurant in the Cloud Clubhouse, Chu Yunyao sipped a mouthful of coffee, lazily stretched her waist, and stroked her neck. Looking at the exquisite breakfast in front of her, she had no appetite. You must be tired after making a tool to defend against spiritual force for an entire night. You scientists should also cultivate, or else your bodies won't be able to take it. Xiao Axaner was at the side, biting a straw and drinking orange juice. She held her phone in her hand and played with it. Chu Yunyao rolled her eyes at her. Cultivate. We need to spend a lot of time researching, so how can we have the leisure to cultivate? Furthermore, we also need to comprehend something. Illusory things are not suitable for a brain like mine. You admit that you're not good at it, right? Let me tell you, Chu Yunyao, you're only a little smarter than me in terms of technology. This young miss is a genius in terms of cultivation, so don't think that if I can't play chess, I can't do anything else. Xiao Axaner was still defending what happened yesterday. Chu Yunyao couldn't be bothered to listen to her. She picked up a cherry, tasted it, and said, I'm really too sleepy. After they kill the postman, I'll go to sleep. Xiao Axaner raised her head and asked, can that thing you made really defend against the postman's spiritual ability? Is that little earphone really that useful? Spiritual abilities are all released in the form of brain waves. The anti-radio headphones I made can interfere with external radio waves. Although it can't completely block it, destroying that guy's brain waves will naturally make it impossible to smoothly control people. However, there might still be headaches, dizziness, and so on. Chu Yunyao said. Xiao Axaner suddenly understood and nodded, what a pity. If only I could go to the scene to take a look. That stinky man surnamed Yi, with such a big temper, he would definitely beat the postman into a meat patty. I wouldn't have the chance to see what that guy looks like. At this moment, a Dragon Soul agent sent a message to Xiao Axaner. Sir. There's a man called Lu Bingjun. Female. Male, he said that he's Superintendent Chu's bodyguard. He wants to find Superintendent Chu, can you let him in? Xiao Axaner blinked and asked Chu Yunyao, you have a bodyguard called Lu Bingjun. Chu Yunyao helplessly sighed, yes, he went on a date with his boyfriend before, let him in. Xiao Axaner let the agent in, then asked with a puzzled expression, how could a man have a boyfriend? Think about it yourself. Chu Yunyao didn't want to say anything more. Not long after, Lu Bingjun, a tall and sturdy man with curly hair, dressed in colorful clothes, lipstick, and eyeshadow, walked in while twisting his buttocks. Why are there people everywhere? Miss Chu, when did you find so many Dragon Soul bodyguards to protect you? Even if I'm not here, there's no need to be so scared. Lu Bingjun complained as he sat beside Chu Yunyao and poured himself a cup of milk. Seeing Lu Bingjun's appearance, Xiao Axaner covered her mouth and resisted the nausea. She stood up and said, I'm going to the toilet. Beauty, what are you doing? Lu Bingjun felt wronged, this is too rude. After Xiao Axaner ran into the bathroom, Lu Bingjun asked Chu Yunyao, who is this beauty? Chu Yunyao was too lazy to explain and asked, why did you suddenly come back? You're not going to spend your vacation with Chen Liangyue anymore. Sigh. I originally wanted to play for a few more days, but didn't I come to find Miss Chu for something? Lu Bingjun took a knife, a stick, and began to cut the bread. Chu Yunyao was puzzled, looking for me. What's the matter, can't you just give me a call? Aren't you just short of money to buy cosmetics? Chapter 1002. 1002 Chu Yunyao's beautiful eyes instantly widened, and she broke out in a cold sweat. Just as Lu Bingjun finished speaking, a table knife had already been swung back, stabbing towards Chu Yunyao's forehead. Chu Yunyao never would have dreamed that the most trusted bodyguard who had always protected her through life and death situations would assassinate her. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, an arrow of light formed from phoenix flames flew out from the bathroom. Almost right in front of Chu Yunyao's eyes, it sent the table knife flying and melted it into two pieces. Lu Bingjun suddenly turned his head and said in astonishment, "You are the Phoenix girl." Although he had been by Chu Yunyao's side for many years, he had never seen Xiao Axaner's true appearance. It was only when he discovered the terrifying power of the phoenix flames that he realized who this woman was. Xiao Axaner instantly appeared in front of Lu Bingjun and struck his chest with her palm. Lu Bingjun circulated his divine flame technique, and a ball of scarlet red true energy welcomed him. However, the golden phoenix flames were like a giant beast, swallowing all of the scarlet true energy in one gulp. Then, with the momentum of a prairie fire, it directly burned one of Lu Bingjuan's arms into charcoal. Ah! Lu Bingjun screamed miserably. He couldn't believe that his body had been burned to ashes so quickly. The huge difference in strength, coupled with the fact that Xiao Axian was determined to kill, Lu Bingjun had no power to stop her. Xiao Axian's hand grabbed onto Lu Bingjuan's thick neck like a hot knife through butter, and a wave of phoenix flames directly burned his head. Releasing his hand, Lu Bingjun no longer had any signs of life. He fell to the ground and a pool of blood flowed out. Looking at the tall and sturdy male corpse in front of her, even his body was incomplete. Chu Yunyao covered her chest, one hand trembling. "Are you all right?" Xiao Axianer said with a cold face, "Don't worry, with me here, no one can kill you." He was also controlled by the postman. Chu Yunyao muttered. "He should be. He's one of the easiest people to get close to you. Of course the postman will try to get close to him." Xiao Axianer said. Chu Yunyao's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. Even though she had an emotional barrier, Lu Bingjuan's death still made her heart ache. "He's been working for me for a few years. Although I've always said that I can't stand him and that I'm going to fire him every time. I've never really thought about that," Xiao Axianer said with some regret. "I'm sorry, my duty is to ensure your absolute safety, so I must kill him immediately. There can't be any mishaps." Chu Yunyao shook her head. "I don't mean to blame you, your choice is the right one. Thank you for saving me." "No need, but it seems like we have to be even more careful. The postman's preparations are far more adequate than we imagined," said Xiao Axianer. Chu Yunyao suddenly thought of something and stood up. She picked up her phone and looked at the time. "What's wrong?" Xiao Axianer asked curiously. "It hasn't been 24 hours. Chu Yunyao muttered. "What do you mean?" Chu Yunyao's breathing quickened as she said, "It hasn't been 24 hours, but the postman has launched an attack." This meant that he had already arranged the next step of the plan and was just waiting for the opportunity to carry it out. He must have discovered our movements long ago. That sanatorium, that signal, everything was a trap. Yi Fan and the others are in danger. At the same time, in the sanatorium, at the entrance of the utility room on the 3rd floor of the office building. When Yi Fan heard the ticking sound, he instantly turned around and jumped out of the building. At the same time, he shouted, "There's a bomb." Boom! Flames shot out from the windows and the door of the utility room. A deafening explosion was accompanied by a strong shockwave from the explosion. Countless pieces of rubble spread in all directions. No matter how fast Yi Fan was, it wasn't as fast as the effect of the explosion. Almost at the same time he jumped out, the flames from the explosion engulfed Yi Fan. Even though Yi Fan had used the power of heaven and earth to resist, the burning sensation still made him feel incomparably uncomfortable. The bombs inside were obviously made of a more powerful type of chemical than the bombs from before. They were simply prepared for ancient martial artists like them. When Yi Fan landed on the ground, he looked back and discovered that a third of the office building had been blown up, and the fire was still spreading crazily. Yi Longtang and Xia Linfuan were also quite shocked by the bomb. Fortunately, the two of them didn't follow Yi Fan over. Otherwise, with their reaction speed, they would have been seriously injured even if they didn't die. "Boss! Are you all right?" Xia Linfuan nervously looked at Yi Fan to see if he was injured. Yi Fan shook his head and stretched out his hand to show that he was fine. "Trap. It really is a trap." Yi Longting frowned and said, "Could it be that the tracking device that Robert and the others placed in the postman's body has already been removed by the postman?" Xia Linfuan said, "Let's not worry about this for now. We have to call the fire department. This should be a liquid bomb. The fire is spreading very quickly. If we don't extinguish it, something big will happen." When Yi Fan heard Xia Linfuan's words, he quickly took out his phone. Boss, do you want to call the police? Xiao Linfuan asked. Yunyao. Yunyao is in danger. Yifan dialed Chu Yunyao's number. If this place was a trap, then even if the postman already knew that they were coming, he would also realize that Chu Yunyao would relax her guard at this moment. Although he didn't dare to be 100% sure, Yifan had a faint feeling that the postman would make a move. As soon as the call was made, Chu Yunyao answered. Yifan. Don't go. That's a trap. Chu Yunyao shouted from the other side. When Yifan heard the woman's words, he frowned and said, You were assassinated. When Chu Yunyao heard this, she heaved a sigh of relief and said, You've already discovered that it's a trap. That's right, it's a storeroom full of bombs, there's no one at all. Yifan said in a deep voice, We've been tricked. Robert and his adjutants. They had long since been controlled by the postman's mind. The postman purposely told us about this tracking signal through the mouths of the magnesium people, and then let us walk right into the trap, damned fellow. Two birds with one stone, using our hands to kill a large group of people from the Ministry of Defense to avenge him, and also to blow up our people. Chu Yunyao had already sorted out her thoughts and said, He has long since controlled my bodyguard, Lu Bingjun. This means that his preparations are far more than we imagined. This is just a test. Will you follow his request and destroy me and the Earth axis? Now that he knows that you won't, he will definitely take more action. Yi Longteng, who was at the side, heard these words through his phone. He broke out in a cold sweat and frowned. How could this be? We were all tricked by him. Then what should we do next? Chapter 1003. 1003 Now all the clues have been cut off. The only thing he had was the DNA of a postman. The key was that he wasn't sure if it was his. Even if it really is his DNA, it won't help us find out where he is. Xiao Linyuan said. I must immediately get the people in the capital to gather all the important experts together. We can't let anything happen to them. Yi Longting said. Please don't. Xiao Linfuan said, If we hide the experts together at this time, if something happens, it will happen together. We should disperse the experts and protect them separately. This way, we will have a higher chance of protecting them. Yi Longting was stunned, but after thinking about it, he realized that it was true. Xiao Linfuan sighed and looked at Yifan, who was beside him. He thought that Yifan would be very angry, but he didn't expect that Yifan would be surprisingly quiet. Yifan remained silent, squinting his eyes as he pondered over a question. Boss, do you have any ideas? Xiao Linfuan said. Yifan turned around and said, Old Xia. Did we ignore a problem from the very beginning? What? Xiao Linfuan didn't understand. The postman. 30 years ago, he was captured by the people of Magnesium. In that case, the people of Magnesium had thought of a way to capture him. Since that's the case, why don't we check first and see how they caught the postman? Why do we need to blindly mess around with our own eyes? Yifan said. Xiao Linfuan's eyes lit up. That's right. Boss, your words woke me up from my dreams. We should indeed follow this train of thought. Right my ass. Yifan slapped him on the head. Aren't you a military advisor? Why didn't you think of it? If you had thought of it earlier, why would you be like this now? I. Xiao Linfuan's face was gloomy. He regretted not thinking of it earlier. Then I'll send someone to investigate now. Yifan said, No need, I'll call my wife and have the people from the heavens check how the people of Magnesium caught the postman 30 years ago. Yifan made the call as he returned to the direction of Huahai City. The heavens I was always very efficient in finding things that could be found. Unfortunately, there wasn't much information left from the arrest operation 30 years ago, so there was only a vague answer after the investigation. When Yifan returned to the Cloud Clubhouse and met up with everyone, Su Qingxue just happened to receive the news. Hubby, 30 years ago, the people of Magnesium seem to have passed through the Adept Association. The previous president, Maxim, introduced an expert. After that expert went to the Magnesium country, he spent less than a day to find the postman. However, as for how he found him and who the expert was, I can no longer find the files. Yifan sat at a table, eating in big mouths, replenishing his energy while listening. That the Adept Association, the Master, the Linfuan, the Master. Chu Yunyao said, that expert might not be an adept, he was just introduced by President Maxim. It's a pity that President Maxim was killed by Skeleton in the last Saite conference. Otherwise, he could have just called and asked. Since he is, since he was be. Yifan stuffed a piece of bread into his mouth, chewed it in big mouthfuls, drank a mouthful of milk tea, and swallowed it. He stood up and said, the old president is no longer here, but the current president, Aier, is here. I will go find Aier now and see if she has any way to find that expert from back then. Just as Yifan was about to set off, Yilongting's phone rang. When Yilongting picked it up and heard it, his expression immediately turned extremely ugly. Another 3 experts who built ships and planes were killed by the people around them. Xiao Axaner asked in surprise, why is his speed so fast? Why can that postman always find the target accurately? Do you still need to ask? The people of Magnesium have already investigated the experts and scholars in our country, but they have never been able to assassinate them. Since the postman had obtained their information, as long as he was given a day, he would be able to control several people. Even a group of people. There's no telling how many more time bombs he's prepared in secret. Boss, we have to get in touch with President Aier as soon as possible. We can't wait any longer. Every minute and every second, there could be new casualties. Xiao Linfuan said seriously. Yifan naturally didn't need his reminder. He had already started to call Aier. Because Aier's true identity was Princess Rui Dian, it was inconvenient for too many people to know about it. Yifan. Why did you suddenly look for me? It's been a long time since I've contacted you. Aier, are you busy right now? Yifan heard a lot of voices on the other side and asked, Aier, are you busy right now? Oh, it's a palace party. It's a bit noisy. I'll tell you in the back garden, Aier said. Yifan said apologetically, I'm sorry, but every time I look for you, it seems to be a bit troublesome. This time, I need your help again. Aier giggled. It's fine. You're my friend. If you have anything to say, just say it. Li Fanxian immediately explained the situation in a simple manner. When Aier heard this, she immediately cried out in surprise, 5. You did it at the Pentagon, Li Fanxian sighed, don't mention it, this is another of the postman's traps. I want to know, back then, which expert did President Maxim find to help the Magnesium army capture the postman? Do you have a clue, Aier? Ugh. Aier covered her face and thought for a while before saying, 30 years ago, I wasn't even born yet. Although President Maxim passed the position to me, he didn't say anything about the postman. Just as Yifan was feeling a little disappointed, he heard Aier continue, however, every generation's president will make a backup record of important matters in the Adept Association's headquarters. I think that if the postman was so savage and despicable 30 years ago, then there should be a record of him. I can go to the headquarters to check it out for you, but it will take some time. After all, I have to rush over from home. Yifan suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. After pondering for a moment, he said, how about this, I'll go to the Adept Association's headquarters first and wait for you. The two of us will investigate together. Moreover, since the postman was caught by the Adept Association back then, he will probably harbor a grudge. If he wants to harm you, it will be safer for the two of us to work together. Li Fanxian considered that staying in China was actually not of much use, because the postman never fought head-on, so he had no place to use his abilities. Therefore, he had to find clues as soon as possible and find that expert. That was the key. When Aya heard that Yi Fan was also going, she was pleasantly surprised. Are you going too? Then I can see you again. Great. Chapter 1004. Human Touch 1004. Only then did Al realize that her words were a little ambiguous. She stammered, no. No. Oh no, I'm just. Aya, let's hurry up and go. Gather at the headquarters. If I don't show up personally, they probably won't let you into the reference room. I will get there as soon as possible. With that, Al hung up the phone in a hurry. Yi Fan held the phone and was stunned for a moment. He blinked his eyes and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Sometimes, he felt that she was quite smart, but sometimes, she was really a bit dumb. She could turn herself into countless particles, so when she went out, all she needed to do was merge with the air and fly to the place she wanted to go without any resistance. Short-distance movement, to Al, could almost teleport instantaneously. Logically speaking, her speed at reaching the Adept headquarters was quite fast, but it was still far away, so it would still take some time. This time, after borrowing a plane from the military, Yi Fan directly jumped down from the sky above the Adept Association. He was too lazy to take the ferry boat. Some of the permanent staff on the island almost all recognized Yi Fan, so they didn't think that it was an enemy invasion. When Yi Fan arrived, Ai hadn't arrived yet. He wasn't in a hurry for the time being, because he had another reason for coming here, which was to see how Feng Xiaohui was doing. Although he had a lot of women, he really didn't have many brothers-in-law. Yi Fan felt that he had to take some time to take a look, so that Feng Yueying could be at ease. After asking a few adepts on the island, Yi Fan found Feng Xiaohui in the association's library. Feng Xiaohui, who was wearing a black robe and looked like a mage, was pleasantly surprised to see Yi Fan. Brother-in-law. Why did you suddenly come? Feng Xiaohui put down a book on spiritual ability and asked happily. Yi Fan smiled and said, I've encountered some trouble and need to come here to check some information. President Al will also come later, so I'll come and see you first. How is it? Are you used to this place? Feng Xiaohui nodded. Everyone here is pretty good. Some people have weird personalities, but they all take good care of me. Because he could talk to his parents and sister here, Feng Xiaohui wasn't too homesick. It was rare for Yi Fan to come, so Feng Xiaohui put down his book and accompanied Yi Fan to the association's office hall. Regarding the matter of the postman, Yi Fan did not elaborate on it, afraid that Feng Xiaohui would be worried about his sister's safety. Brother-in-law, let's go to the office hall. The database is right behind that hall. President Al will definitely go there later. Feng Xiaohui was already very familiar with everything on the island. Fan Xian smiled and nodded, saying, Little Hui, how has your control over your superpower been during this period of time? Do you have any powerful moves? Can you demonstrate it to brother-in-law? Hearing that, Feng Xiaohui's face flushed red and he scratched his head in embarrassment. Brother-in-law. My mental ability, after being guided by a few teachers, has slowly taken shape. However, it's still useless right now. I've been researching how to make this ability more useful, so I'll demonstrate it to you later. Last time, he felt that Feng Xiaohui's spiritual force was quite strong, but why was it so useless again? However, he was not a professional arcanist, nor was he a mage. He was a layman and did not ask much. It's fine, how long have you been studying for? Take your time. Yi Fan also didn't want Feng Xiaohui to feel pressured. When they arrived at the office hall, the front desk was still that Fu-sang woman, Hanako, and that old man called Roloff. Smelly old man. Take your hand away. Otherwise, I'll stab you to death with a pen. The bald, wrinkled old man, Roloff, drank vodka until his nose was red. At this moment, he was revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth as he reached out his hand to take advantage of Hanako. From the looks of it, it was unknown whether he was drunk or awake, but the corners of his mouth were drooling. Hanako, on the other hand, held a pen and stabbed the old man's arm. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore and simply left her seat. Turning her head, Hanako saw Yi-fan walking in, and the irritated expression on her face turned into a starry smile. Isn't this Lord Lucifer? Why do you have time to come over and sit with us? Oh. You're here to see Feng Xiaohui, right? Hee. Hanako smiled and suddenly thought of something. She quickly turned around to get her makeup box and started to fix her makeup. I'm really sorry. I didn't put on makeup properly. Hee. Don't look at me, I'm really ugly today. Yi-fan was speechless. This guy's face was already covered with more than 10 layers of powder. Was her month's salary enough to buy foundation? Besides, he didn't look at her. Hee, it's fine. It's pretty good, there's no need to make it up. Yi-fan said with a smile against his will. Then, he found a chair and sat down, saying, I have something to discuss with President Al, wait for her here. Oh my god, the president is coming too. Then I'll have to put on some more lipstick. When Hanako heard this, she put an extra effort to put on makeup. Feng Xiaohui, on the other hand, walked over and helped the old man Roloff put down the vodka bottle. He took a tissue and helped the old man wipe his saliva. Grandpa Roloff, don't sleep on the ground. Let me help you up. Feng Xiaohui helped the dirty old man up and let him lie on the table. Roloff stood up in a daze and chuckled at Feng Xiaohui, Simov. Drink. Drink a few more. I'm Feng Xiaohui, why don't you recognize me again? Feng Xiaohui smiled helplessly. Oh. Sandia. I'm not drunk yet. Not drunk. Roloff mumbled to himself as he lay on the ground and began to snore. Hanako rolled her eyes helplessly. Feng Xiaohui, don't worry about him. This old man has been sleeping here for decades, drinking and lecherous. Seeing that he is a friend of old President Maxim, he left him here for a few days. If it were me, I would have thrown him into the mental hospital long ago. Big sister Hanako, Grandpa Roloff is so old, he's in a daze all day long. He's a pitiful person, don't use your pen to stab him, no matter what, he's still an old employee of the Adept Association, our elder. Feng Xiaohui smiled. Leaf Hanako shrugged helplessly, all of you are so kind-hearted. The pitiful one is me, being touched by him every day. Leaf Fan Xian watched from the side with a smile. Perhaps no organization in the world would be as humane as the Adept Association. Right at this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air in the hole. Air, who was wearing a white cloak that covered half of her face, had finally arrived. Yi-fan, I'm sorry. Have you been waiting for a long time? Air used her own voice. Chapter 1005. Glorious History 1005. Yi-fan was also stunned. In public, Air didn't seem to have appeared as a female before. He didn't know if it was because he knew her true identity, but he actually used a female appearance this time. Of course, this wasn't Air's original appearance. She had just casually changed into a woman's appearance and covered half of her face with a hood. Air said indifferently, Hanako, I want to change into a man or a woman. It all depends on my mood. You've never seen it before, so don't be too surprised. Oh. Hanako said disappointedly, but I feel that you are still a handsome man, a woman's image. You're not even as good as me. Air bit her lips. Hanako, I think you should focus on your work. I don't need you to comment on my appearance. The schedule of the association's activities that I asked you to organize last time hasn't been given to me yet. Oh. I'll go and organize it now. Hanako could clearly feel that AI was a little unhappy. She was so scared that she quickly sat back down at the counter and shrunk her head, not daring to say a word. AI turned around and said, "Let's go, Yi-fan. The reference room is at the back. Feng Xiaohui, do you want to go in together?" Feng Xiaohui didn't dare to follow him, so he hurriedly shook his head. "No, President, I'll just say a few words to brother-in-law. I'm going back to the library." "Good, your spiritual energy fluctuations are more stable than last time. There's been progress." AI encouraged. Feng Xiaohui nodded excitedly. "Thank you, President. I will continue to work hard." Leaf, after patting his brother-in-law's shoulder, Yi-fan and AI walked towards a metal door inside. When they arrived at the door, AI didn't know how to control it, but the door, which didn't have any locks, opened. The building inside the gate was hidden underground. The two of them walked all the way to a library room underground, surrounded by huge bookshelves. On the bookshelves, there were all kinds of books, sheepskin scrolls, documents, and even some stone tablets and bone shards. At this moment, AI turned around and lifted her hood. Her face instantly changed and returned to her own appearance. The girl pursed her lips and smiled embarrassedly. "When there's no one else around, I'll use my own appearance to talk to you. Otherwise, it'll feel weird." Yi-fan blinked and couldn't help but sigh. AI herself was indeed much more beautiful than her appearance. Perhaps her facial features were already the most beautiful state. "Yi-fan. Why are you staring at me like that?" Al asked shyly. "Oh. It's fine, I was just thinking that you really look better than your transformed appearance," Yi-fan said truthfully. She turned her head and quickly changed the topic. I'll go look for the records of President Maxim for you." Fan Xian smiled. This princess really blushed easily. While AI was looking for information, Yi-fan was also idle, so he looked around. He discovered that a large number of portraits were hung on the wall. Some of them looked as ancient as the murals on the stone walls. At a glance, he couldn't tell that there were hundreds of them, large and small, arranged in rows. Fortunately, this library was very spacious. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to store so many portraits. When he saw the portrait at the very edge, Yi-fan discovered that it was actually the image of Al in a cloak. Below it was a metal nameplate with a line of introduction, 217th generation President AI. Could it be that these portraits are of the past presidents of your Adept Association? AI turned around and saw that Yi-fan was looking at her portrait. She smiled awkwardly and said, "Yeah, every new president will leave his image here. However, he doesn't need to reveal his true appearance, so my portrait is like that." When Yi-fan heard this, he immediately continued to watch with interest. Looking forward, he saw President Maxim. However, at that time, he was still a young man. Continuing to look forward, Yi-fan could see the names of even more powerful experts in the history of the underground world. Yi-fan also knew about the existence of these experts from some books and the Black Emperor's mouth. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The past presidents of your adepts. There are actually so many epic experts." AI said proudly, "Hee, that's right. How rare. You actually know their names." Many seniors were epic experts, but unfortunately, everyone didn't understand them now. If it wasn't for the hard work of these epic seniors, we wouldn't have been able to remain neutral and not be threatened. Yi-fan sighed. After all, it's easy for people to forget history. There are talented people in the underground world, and no matter how powerful an epic expert is, once he falls, he will be quickly forgotten. I wonder if any of these epic experts are still alive in this world. The war god of China has already lived for more than 500 years. Perhaps some of your guild leaders are still alive in this world. Ugh. I'm not sure about that. We adepts are usually unable to increase our lifespans. Although our strength increases very quickly, because most people rely on adepts, we don't know how to cultivate. Therefore, even if we live for a century and become an epic ranker, it will still be very difficult for us to survive the second century. Air chatted with Yifan as she searched for something. Yifan looked over and found that Air was already floating in the air. Because some of the bookshelves were very tall, she could only see them clearly by flying. Air, you're so young, and your strength is already at the top of the world. You were even chosen by the Armageddon Shakyamuni to recruit you. I reckon that even if you live to be 100 years old, you will still be called an epic ranker. Yifan said. I don't want the title of epic. I'd rather live to be 100 years old than grow old. Air turned around and smiled sweetly. Yifan smiled. It seemed that for women, their appearance was always more important than anything else. At this moment, Air ran to a tall bookshelf and glanced at it. Then, with a wave of her hand, a few thick books flew out from the bookshelf. With a wave of her hand, the books landed on a large table in the middle of the library. These 7 books are all recorded by President Maxim, but we still have to find out which book is the one that happened 30 years ago, Al said. Leaf Fan Xian sat down and took the thick book. It felt like a dictionary, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion at the old president's patience. How can you write so much? Hee hee. Air smiled and sat beside Yifan, saying, that's because President Maxim has been the president for 60 years. He has been in this position for almost a few years since the beginning of the Cold War between the Magnesium Nation and the Manchurian Nation, until it was passed on to me. However, because our Adept Association has always been neutral, it is relatively stable. Unless there are some personal reasons, the previous presidents will hold this position for a very long time. Chapter 1006. 1006. Yifan was no stranger to reading books, because he had actually been studying the Divine Desolate Records, the information on the Earth's axis, and the incomplete cultivation technique he had obtained from the Een Corp sect. Although other than the medical knowledge on the Earth's axis, he hadn't gained much from the other 2 articles, he still had the patience to read them. However, looking at Maxim's records, Yifan didn't need to study them in detail. He quickly flipped through them, using a rapid method of elimination to avoid useless information. When Air discovered that Yifan was flipping through the book at a very fast speed, she couldn't help but exclaim, Yifan, look at how fast you are. Can you find it? Oh, the cultivation of us ancient martial artists can stimulate the potential of our brains. My eyes and brain reflexes are both very fast, so there won't be any problems. Yifan said. It's a pity that I don't have a reading ability. Otherwise, I would have been able to search for it. Air pouted regretfully and continued flipping through the book. After reading for more than an hour, Yifan received a message from Chu Yunyao. Yifan glanced at it, and his eyes became even more serious. What's wrong? What happened? Air asked with concern. The postman killed another 7 scientists, 3 military factory executives, and killed more than 40 people who were implicated. Yifan narrowed his eyes. Air said angrily, this is too much. How could he kill people so casually? If these people die, what will happen to their families and children? Yifan smiled bitterly. Do you think he would think about this? In his eyes, this was all a sacrifice that had to be made for the sake of the transformation of human civilization, if you can understand the thinking of a madman, unless you are also a madman. All we can do is find a way to kill him to stop all of this. Air was so angry that she puffed up her cheeks and worked even harder to search. Yifan suppressed the anger in his heart and continued to flip through the pages. After a full 2 hours, Yifan finally found the word postman in a book. Found it. Yifan's eyes lit up, and at the same time, he smiled bitterly in his heart. This President Maxim, if he had arranged things according to the year, then it would have been easy to find him. He had to ramble on like this, causing them to search for him for more than 3 hours. Where is it? What did you say? Ai also hurriedly leaned over and peeked over from the back of Yifan's shoulder. Yifan pointed to a few lines of words and said, President Maxim said that at that time, the Defense Minister of the United States, Mike, came to him, hoping to find an adept who could track the postman. However, the Adept Association had always maintained a neutral stance, and this matter might affect the future development of the association, attracting controversy from all sides. However, Mike talked about humanitarianism, which was a threat to all of humanity, and said that he wouldn't leak out the fact that the Psychic Association had contributed. After repeated assurances, President Maxim agreed to ask one of his friends to help. This friend is not a mutant, but one of the legendary powerhouses of that time, the Black Mage, Soul Reaper, Sibar. He used the soul magic of black magic to track down the postman. When the Sails saw this, it suddenly came to a realization. That's right. Soul magic. When she was in Fusang, didn't Blackie use her soul magic to lock onto Song Xinghe? So, soul magic has a way to find the postman. Although Yifan didn't really understand soul magic, he still felt that he was a little stupid. He actually didn't think about it in this direction. But Al whispered, as far as I know, the Black Mage, Sebastian, seems to be no longer in this world. Yifan turned his head and was about to say something, but accidentally, his mouth just so happened to brush against Al's cheek. Delicate skin that could be broken by the wind was warm and moist. She hurriedly stood up straight and covered her little face. Her face was so red that juice could drip out. Yifan smiled embarrassedly, that. I didn't do it on purpose, Al, I just wanted to ask you, are you sure Sebastian is dead? She said in a low voice, because I know some friends who are mages. Someone told me that Sebastian practiced black magic and aged very quickly. He died 20 years ago, Fan Xian frowned. This way, he would be in a predicament again. The only person he knew who was still cultivating soul magic was Blackie. However, if he wanted to find Blackie, he didn't have any other way. He could only think of a way to contact the Underworld Alliance and then contact Divine Concealment. The key was that he couldn't guarantee whether Blackie would be willing to help or not, and whether the postman would discover anything. There was another point, and that was Blackie's strength. How was it compared to Sebastian's? Could he find the postman? Yifan, how about I ask some mage friends to see if there are any powerful soul mages? Al suggested. Just as Yifan was hesitating, a voice came from a communicator in the library. President. President. Are you there? There's an emergency. Al frowned and explained to Yifan, it's the head of security at our association headquarters, Lydia. He's a clairvoyant and can see the situation within 100 kilometers. Al walked over to a communication device, pressed a button, and asked, I'm here, Lydia. What happened? There are 3 Alabur-class guided missile destroyers from the 7th Fleet of the Magnesium Army. They are heading towards us from the northeast. It's already 50 nautical miles. Lydia said nervously. Li Fanxian suddenly stood up and said with a frown, the guided missile destroyer of the Magnesium Army. This was definitely not an ordinary situation, because their destroyer would not come so close to the Adept Association headquarters for no reason. Al also had a nervous look in her eyes as she said, I understand. Let's go out now. Very quickly, Al didn't have time to tidy up the records. She put on her hood, changed her face, and followed Yifan to the office hall outside. The head of security, Lydia, who had maroon curly hair, had already run over and was waiting anxiously. Apart from him, there were also a dozen or so association staff members on the island. They were all discussing spiritedly with nervous expressions on their faces. Seeing Al come out, Lydia hurriedly went up and said, "President, the higher-ups of the Magnesium country know the location of our Adept Association. They must be coming for us, otherwise they wouldn't have appeared in such a close sea area." Al asked, "Didn't you receive any news from the Magnesium army?" Just as he asked this, the phone on the counter behind him rang. At this moment, Hanako, who was already nervous, jumped in fright when she heard the phone call. She then picked it up and asked, "Hello, this is the headquarters of the Adept Association." Chapter 1007. Borrowing a knife to kill 1007. Al frowned. After taking the phone, she said, "I'm Air." A rough voice came from the other side of the phone. "Respected President Air, I am Vice Admiral Kempensblunt of the Navy Command of the Magnesium Army. I think you have already discovered that we have 3 ships that have already sailed 50 nautical miles away from your headquarters." When Fan Xian heard this voice from the phone, he couldn't help but feel a little familiar. Thinking about it carefully, wasn't it the adjutant who pretended to tell him the postman's whereabouts at the Pentagon? This guy was indeed controlled by the postman. This time, he was ordered to lead the guided missile destroyer to besiege him. "General Blunt, are you provoking our Adept Association?" Our Adept Association is a permanent neutral organization, recognized by the underground world and international countries. If you ignore the rules of the underground world and carry out any intentional invasion, then you should know that the adepts of the world and the underground world will not sit idly by. Kempensblunt smiled and said, "The soldiers of the Magnesium are fearless. We will only carry out orders according to military orders, and we will not care about anything else." "Oh?" Al asked, "What military order is it?" "It's very simple. We have already found out that the King of Hell, Lucifer, is at the headquarters of the Adept Association. Lucifer is doing something evil that endangers the fate of mankind. We need to annihilate him. If President Air wants to protect the headquarters of the Adept Association, then please take action and kill Lucifer first." "What?" Al looked at Yi Fan in surprise. Li Fan Xian sneered, "In my opinion, they are not the Magnesium army, but the slaves of the postman." Al said indignantly, "General Blunt, did the postman tell you to do this?" "I don't understand what you're talking about, President Air. I've already notified you in advance that the situation on the entire island is already under our satellite surveillance. If you dare to escape, we will directly attack. Believe me. Even if you and Lucifer join hands, you still won't be able to block the firepower of 100 Tomahawk missiles. The entire Adept Association will disappear from the face of the earth." 100. Flower, who heard the voice on the phone, screamed in fright. The adepts present were also sweating profusely. Although the power of a Tomahawk missile could only destroy a few buildings. But, 100 Tomahawk missiles. How was this killing? This was simply blowing up the island until it sank to the bottom of the ocean. More importantly, the accuracy of the Tomahawk missiles could reach a range of 1 meter. In that case, 100 missiles would be able to accurately cover the entire island and even the surrounding waters. There was no chance of survival at all. The moment they imagined the scene of missiles raining down from the sky and the sky turning dark, all the Arcanists turned pale. "President Air, I'll only give you 3 minutes. I think with the strength of the 2 of you, if you really want to go all out, 3 minutes is enough to decide the outcome. Remember, don't try to escape. Our missiles can reach the island in 5 minutes. 3 minutes. Everyone was scared witless. In such a short period of time, it was almost equivalent to making an instant judgment. Everyone looked at Al, then at Lucifer, not knowing what to do. Guild leader. What should we do now? Last time, our association was almost destroyed by a few traitors. It was all thanks to His Excellency Lucifer that we were able to survive. He is our good friend, and we, the Adept Association, cannot do anything to betray our friends. If we surrender to the Magnesium Army today, then in the future, everyone will be despised by the people of the underground world, and we will become their slaves. So, if everyone believes me, please hide in the basement. If they really launch missiles, I will do my best to protect everyone's safety." When the group of adepts heard this, they silently nodded. Naturally, they didn't want to do anything despicable and shameless. However, Lydia said worriedly, "President, although your particle decomposition is very powerful and can quickly destroy some missiles, 100 of them is too many. Furthermore, those missiles are very fast, so it's impossible for you to stop them all." "That's right, President. The key is that whether you use particles to build fortifications or disintegrate particles, when you use your superpower, you can't protect yourself. Isn't this equivalent to facing great danger?" Someone else mentioned. "The key is that even if we survive, our headquarters will definitely be destroyed by these 100 missiles." When the group of adepts thought of this, they were unable to accept it. After all, to them, the headquarters with the Ether Holy Tower was the holy land of adepts. Yi Fan looked at the sad faces of the adepts and said, "I will also stay here and fight against their missiles with President Owl." When everyone heard this, they all looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled and said, "I was the one who dragged down the Adept Association, so I naturally have to take responsibility for this matter. No matter what happens later, I will do my best to stop these missiles from destroying the island." "Sir Lucifer, this matter is not just because of you. The postman must have also sensed it. Back then, part of the reason why we were able to catch him was because of the help of our Adept Association, so he has been watching this place for a long time. What the postman is waiting for is for me to stay here with you so that we can kill each other." Ayer quickly explained for Yi Fan. Yi Fan naturally also noticed that all of this was most likely the postman's plan to borrow a knife to kill someone. However, he shook his head and said, "There's no point in saying all of this now. If they see that we don't fight to the death, they will definitely fire missiles. There's still 1 minute left. We will try our best to protect this area from being bombed, and we will try our best to protect the Ether Holy Tower and minimize the losses." When the adepts heard this, their eyes were brimming with tears. They were very clear that standing on the island and facing over 100 missiles was simply a narrow escape from death. If Yi Fan and Ai wanted to escape by themselves, it might have been easier, but they had only stepped forward to protect the lives of others and the history of the island. However, time was of the essence, and no one had the time to be moved or sad. One by one, they ran into an underground storage room in the hull. Fortunately, there weren't many people on the island. There were only a few dozen of them, so it was still in time to gather them all at once. Yi Fan and Ai saw that the others had entered the basement, so they went outside. 2 minutes ago, Lydia had discovered through the 1,000 miles eye that the other party had already fired a missile. However, the other party did not directly fire 100 missiles. Instead, they first fired 6 missiles. It was obvious that they were targeting them. They also knew that Yi Fan and Ai would mainly guard the basement and the area around the Ether Holy Tower. They only needed to attack these 2 areas. Chapter 1008. 1008. Yi Fan looked at the bright and beautiful sky with a complicated look in his eyes. "I've always heard people say that no matter how strong an ancient martial artist is, they won't be able to withstand the repeated bombardment of missiles. This is because the ancient martial artist's body and internal energy defense have their limits. But I don't believe it. I think that as long as I persevere in my cultivation, I will be able to withstand a missile. No matter how much of a yield it is, it won't be able to kill me." It was the same logic as no matter how many eggs there were, they wouldn't be able to break a diamond. "I just don't know how many missiles I can withstand with my current cultivation. I can only try my best." Fortunately, it's not a nuclear warhead. Li Fan Xian smiled to himself, but there was a trace of helplessness in his voice. Time was short, and he still wanted to call the women at home, but he didn't have the time. Yifan, actually, you don't have to worry about me. I'll use particles as an air barrier, so I should be able to cover this area. Yifan sighed, don't lie to me, even if it's you, your spiritual force is limited. The larger the particle shield, the more it will consume, and the worse the effect will be. If you really had the confidence to defend against 100 missiles, you wouldn't have had to worry about it just now. Why would you need to tell them to hide deep underground? AI Air lowered her head. Indeed, even she wouldn't be able to block the attack of so many missiles, because a quantitative change was enough to trigger a qualitative change. I can't accept it. The headquarters of the Adept Association was destroyed in my hands. AI Air clenched her fists tightly. I can't accept it either. A beautiful princess died in front of me. Yifan smiled and winked at her. AI Air froze for a moment, then smiled shyly. Are we going to live and die together now? I don't want to die. If I die, wouldn't that be fulfilling the postman's wish? So. We must live together, not die together, Yifan said. Hearing this, AI Air nodded vigorously. AI Air, I can't fly, so I'll go guard the Ether Holy Tower. You guard the sky above this basement and see who can destroy more missiles. How about it? Yifan laughed. Alright, you better not let them blow up the Ether Holy Tower. If that happens, I won't be able to explain it to all the adepts in the world. No problem. After Yifan finished speaking, he quickly sprinted and jumped onto the Ether Holy Tower. He wanted to destroy the missile as much as possible from a high altitude, so climbing to the top of the tower and jumping was relatively the best choice. But Al was different. She could fly into the air and intercept them. Just as the two of them were ready, the sound of a missile piercing through the air could be heard. When the 6 Tomahawk missiles were about to reach the island, they accurately changed directions and dove towards the area where Yifan and AI were. This was definitely not as simple as throwing a metal lump that weighed 1 or 2 tons. The propulsion force of the missile itself, the impact force of its descent, and the explosive power of the missile's warhead, this was a killing weapon that could raise a solid building to the ground, and there were 3 of them in a row. Disintegrate. The moment the sails saw the missile approach, it disintegrated without hesitation. Yes, he didn't even need to consider whether it was necessary, because just by looking at this speed, he knew that he had to disintegrate. It was easy to escape, but to forcefully withstand it would be 100 times more difficult. Yifan felt as if all the blood in his body was boiling. Every muscle in his body was filled with explosive power, and the golden energy surged through every inch of his blood vessels, causing Yifan's entire body to seem to be shining with a golden light. It was as if 2 balls of golden flames had been ignited in Yifan's eyes. The pressure it released caused even AI, who was flying in the air more than 100 meters away, to tremble. This was the first time she had seen Yifan release such a terrifying pressure. She couldn't help but be shocked in her heart. Could this be his true strength? However, AI didn't have the leisure to care about Yifan. She seized the time and mobilized her powerful spiritual force, condensing a thick barrier of air in the air, protecting the buildings below. When the missile was about to arrive, she used particle decomposition to destroy the fuse of one of the missiles as much as possible, reducing the number of missiles exploding. It was impossible for the 2 of them to detonate all the missiles. That would simply be courting death. The best way was to destroy the missiles before they exploded. After the sail disintegrated, it leaped up and took out 2 swords from the sword god ring. An ordinary long sword was thrown towards the farthest missile using the Imperial sword technique. Facing the remaining 2 missiles, Yifan held a true steel sword in his hand and brandished it, releasing a crescent-shaped sword intent. The terrifying power after the disintegration caused the sword intent that Yifan released to vibrate violently in the air, as if it was a thunderclap. The sword intent collided with the 2 missiles and directly cut them apart. That flying sword pierced through a missile. However, just because the missile was destroyed didn't mean that it wouldn't detonate. There was still a missile's fuse that caused an explosion. Boom! After the missile detonated in mid-air, the explosive power released sent Yifan flying. Yifan's entire body was numb from the shock. He was amazed at the fact that resisting a missile at close range was indeed not a joke, but he didn't dare to stay any longer. After landing on the ground, he jumped back onto the Ether Holy Tower. Looking at Al's side, the protective barrier had blocked a missile, and the girl had even destroyed the fuses of 2 missiles. Finally, she had managed to withstand the first round. The Magnesium Army obviously didn't plan to give them a chance to catch their breath. The second shot was 6 missiles in the air, and 4 more came flying at low altitude. The key point was that this time, the Magnesium Army had clearly adjusted the trajectory of the missile and descended from more angles. In this way, it would be very difficult to destroy the fuse. There would definitely be at least 6 or 7 missiles detonating. Yifan and Ai once again used their sword intent, particle decomposition, and particle barrier to forcefully destroy 4 missiles. The remaining 6 missiles exploded in the air and on top of the barrier. Yifan was engulfed by the explosive power of the 2 missiles. His body fell from the sky, and all his clothes were charred. When he landed on the ground, his body was smoking, and blood seeped out from many parts of his body. After withstanding the explosion of 4 missiles, her lips were pale and she was gasping for breath. She also began to feel a little exhausted. She had to maintain the thickness of such a shield, which actually consumed a lot of energy. It would be very difficult to kill experts of Yifan and Ai's level with a missile. But that was only if the 2 of them ran away and avoided it. If he wanted to face it head-on, and with so many missiles at that, it would be almost impossible. Moreover, this kind of world-class missile, in terms of speed, yield, and destructive power, was not something an ordinary missile could compare to. For Yifan and Ai to be able to block 2 rounds was already enough to make many people incredulous. Chapter 1009. 1009. On the island, there were 2 rounds of missile attacks. The explosions were so loud that even the basement below the island could hear them clearly. In the basement, dozens of paranormals hung their heads dejectedly. Most of them were staff members of the association and were not good at combat, so they could not help much at this time. Woo! Woo woo! I'm still so young, I'm so beautiful, I don't want to die here. Hanako covered her face, her makeup was so ugly that it looked like she was crying. Lydia patted her shoulder and said, "Don't cry. The President and Sir Lucifer will definitely be able to stop them. Look, after 2 rounds of attacks, aren't we still fine? It's only been 2 rounds. I wonder how many rounds are left. Even a legendary powerhouse can't possibly block so many missiles, otherwise, why would those countries participate in the selection of legend rank experts and the work of the Saitei Association? Isn't it because they have an army?" Hanako cried. At this time, an Arcanist curiously asked, "Huh? Are we missing someone here?" "Yeah, I was just about to ask. Why didn't Mr. Roloff come down?" Lydia also realized that the alcoholic and lecherous old man wasn't here. He couldn't help but ask, "Hanako, you didn't call Mr. Roloff down. It's already at this time." That old man was drunk and sleeping. How could I care about him? Hanako cried gloomily. Besides, if the president and the others can't hold on, won't that old man die whether he's above or below? The group of adepts looked at each other, their eyes filled with helplessness and panic, at the same time, beside the ether's sacred tower. Yifan endured the pain all over his body and stood up. He could feel that he was rapidly recovering after disintegrating. However, before he could recover from his injuries, he would have to face the next round of missile attacks. He glanced at Al in the distance and found that Al was also looking at him. The 2 of them looked at each other and saw a trace of fear in each other's eyes, That was the most primitive human instinct, the fear of death. Just now, the two of them still had a glimmer of hope. They felt that if they gave it their all, they might be able to block the 100 missiles. But now, they knew that their hopes were shattered. Not to mention 100, it was almost impossible for him to block 50. Yi Fan. If he couldn't block it. Get out of here. Only then will we have a chance to catch the postman. Al shouted from afar, her eyes red. Fan Xian shook his head and said, "If you want to go, let's go together. I can't just watch you die here. With your ability, it's easier for you to catch the postman than me. You still have Sister Sue and many others waiting for you. Don't be impulsive. I have to protect the members here. I promised President Maxim that I would use my life to protect the association." Fan Xian looked at the girl crying, and his heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have come here. But, who would have thought that? Right at this moment, a rough and old voice, with a hint of drunkenness and indistinctness, entered the ears of the two of them. Why are they so restless even when they're sleeping? The sky isn't even dark yet, and someone's already setting off fireworks. Yi Fan and AI were both stunned. This voice wasn't loud, but at this moment, it was incomparably clear. The two of them looked over and saw an old white man with a bald head, a dirty vest, drooping eyebrows, and a face full of wrinkles. He was wearing a pair of slippers and holding half a bottle of vodka in his hand as he staggered out of the office hall. "Mr. Roloff," Al hurriedly advised, "quickly go to the basement. This place is very dangerous." However, just as he finished speaking, the sound of a missile tearing through the air could be heard from the sky. This time, the momentum was even greater than before. It was obvious that there were more than 10 missiles. Yi Fan and AI Air's expressions changed drastically. They couldn't care less about Roloff and were ready for battle. But at this moment, the two of them suddenly felt that the air around them. It seemed to have changed. To be exact, the air was becoming thinner at an extremely fast speed. Yi Fan and AI Air couldn't help but be stunned, because they both discovered the situation. The air pressure was actually decreasing. After carefully sensing the source of all this, the two of them locked their gazes onto Roloff's body. At this moment, although Roloff's body still seemed to be swaying and his nose was red, his pair of old eyes were still shining brightly. He clearly looked like he could not stand up to the wind, but he gave off a feeling of oppression that was like a giant's. "Roloff. Mr. AI Air murmured, a trace of disbelief in her eyes. At this moment, Yi Fan's nerves were tense, because he could clearly feel that this seemingly decadent old man, who seemed to be about to die from alcohol at any time, had an unimaginable power within his body. Bam! Roloff's body was like a rocket, suddenly rising from the ground. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown 200 to 300 meters into the air. The key was that the speed at which he was flying was several times faster than AI Air's flight. Air pressure. It was a burst of air pressure that pushed him directly into the air. In front of him, 20 Tomahawk missiles were like violent beasts that could destroy anything in their path as they tore through the air. Roloff stood in midair, raised his head and raised the bottle. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of vodka, he directly threw the bottle away. His arms were clasped in front of him. His seemingly withered arms now seemed to have become a pair of giant arms of a god. His 2 palms, which were covered in wrinkles, seemed to have become the giant palms of a god. Roloff laughed loudly in the air, his laughter rough and crazy. He spread his arms to the sides. For a time, the air currents from all directions converged on both sides. After the middle area lost its atmosphere, the air pressure on both sides suddenly increased, and 2 invisible walls of air pressure appeared. Roloff suddenly clasped his arms together. The atmospheric pressure on both sides was like a flood that had burst through a dam, crazily pressing down on the middle. He had forcefully gathered hundreds of meters of water from the sea. This powerful atmospheric pressure stirred up the seawater, like two tsunamis converging towards the middle. Just the amount of seawater that was being squeezed into the sky was probably millions of tons. Boom, boom, boom. The intense collision of the sea and the intense collision of the atmosphere were like the wrath of the thunder god, and the heavenly punishment had descended upon the world. The 20 Tomahawk missiles that were flying over were squeezed by the two different atmospheres of pressure and exploded. However, the explosion of the 20 missiles was instantly engulfed by the atmospheric pressure. The explosion was like a fart. The flames flashed a few times, and then there was no more movement. The fragments of the exploded missiles and metal parts were all squeezed into pieces of metal sheets. Yifan and AI were on the ground, watching the scene from beginning to end, until they saw the metal residue falling from the sky. The two of them opened their mouths in a daze, unable to say a single word for a long time. To them, they would need to put in a lot of effort to barely block 20 Tomahawk missiles. Roloff only needed to open his hands and close them again. It was all destroyed. Chapter 10:10. 10:10. Seeing the metal fragments float into the sea, he felt the surrounding airflow become normal once again. Until the sky above the island returned to normal, Yifan and AI's state of mind found it hard to calm down. Shock. This was too shocking. This kind of earth-shattering power was actually something a human could do. I know. AI's beautiful eyes sparkled as she stood there excitedly, revealing a look of worship. You are the president of the previous generation. Epic expert. Tyrant of the atmosphere. Mr. Rogerman Croft. When Yifan heard this, he suddenly woke up from his stupor and suddenly understood. That's right. It must be that person. He had just seen his portrait in the underground library. Although it was far from his current appearance, he could still distinguish it from the outline. Rogerman Croft, an epic-ranked expert who had disappeared for more than half a century. It was said that his superpower was to control the atmospheric pressure, and under his control, the atmospheric pressure could reach more than 1,000,000 atmospheres of pressure. In fact, it was said that at the peak of his strength, he had once created a pressure of more than 1,400,000 atmospheres. This meant that he could use his superpower to create a super-solid state. What was a super-solid state? It was a super-dense substance that had been compressed to the limit. For example, in a super-solid state, an object the size of a ping-pong ball would weigh 1,000 tons. Even the world's largest aircraft carrier, once compressed into a super-solid state, would be no different from a basketball. Imagine, even if 10 aircraft carriers were to be compressed by him, they would become 10 metal basketballs. This was definitely an unbelievably powerful superpower. If one were to say that he could destroy an army by himself, no one would dare to object. Looking at the history of the Adept Association, where experts were as common as the clouds, the name, Tyrant of the Atmosphere, was enough to be ranked among the strongest. Yifan felt his entire body tremble, not because of fear, but because of excitement. He had finally seen an epic ranker, who was powerful enough to dominate the world in front of him. It wasn't a hearsay, it wasn't a guess, but a real miracle. To Yifan, this was a great encouragement. It was a spur for him. He had always yearned for a day in the future when he could also be like the great tyrant, easily toying with the world's most powerful army in the palm of his hand. Someone who could become an epic-ranked expert had indeed surpassed humanity's cutting-edge technology and had truly begun to defy the heavens. Cultivation, constantly making oneself stronger, constantly breaking through one's own limits. Right now, he was still very insignificant in front of an epic expert. After all, they were experts who had stood at the top of the world for more than 100 years. As for Yifan, he was only in his 20s. Fan Xian deeply understood that there was still a long way to go, so his fighting spirit was even more vigorous than before. At this moment, Rodriguez, who was in midair, lowered his head to look at Yifan and Air. The old man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and said, "Come up." Yifan and AI were stunned for a moment, but they suddenly realized that there was a sudden pressure beneath them, lifting them 200 meters into the air. Yifan and AI were once again impressed by the amazing control of the atmospheric pressure in that instant. Rollo. Oh no, President Croft. Are you really still alive? At this moment, AI had already taken off her hood. Her face was full of worship, and her eyes were shining with starlight. She was just like a little fan who had seen her idol. Rodriguez waved his hand. "I'm not the president anymore. Little girl, you are the president. I haven't used that name for many, many years." Seeing that the old man had admitted her identity, AI became even more excited. She said nervously, I heard that during the Cold War, for the sake of your motherland, you gave the position of president to President Maxim. Then he threw himself into the battlefield and fought against the epic demon prison officer of the Magnesium country. And then both of you fell, but I've always believed that you might still be alive in this world, and indeed. You're not dead yet. Rodriguez's face was gloomy. Why do your words sound like you wish for my old man to die quickly? No. AI quickly waved her hands to deny it. I just admire you very much. From the first time I saw your deeds, I felt that you were very amazing. I have read the 2 books you left behind in the Adept Association, An Introduction to Air Particle Control and The Practical Use of Air Pressure, more than 10 times. To me, you are my most admired senior and teacher. The old man scratched his head, frowned and muttered, I also wrote those things. I've forgotten. It must have been more than 100 years ago, right? I wrote it. I even made copies of 2 of them. Your theory is very helpful to my ability to use it. AI wished that she could take out the 2 copied books right now to prove that she was a diehard fan. Her eyes sparkled as she said, So seeing you with my own eyes, I'm really excited. I'm sorry, I didn't know you before, I didn't know that you were right in front of me, and I didn't properly respect you. No wonder President Maxim told me not to fire you and to treat you well. So that's what happened. Rodriguez looked at AI's flushed face from nervousness and excitement. Leaf Fan Xian also didn't expect that AI would be so excited to see the tyrant. It seemed that it was quite good to have an idol on the path of cultivation. Unfortunately, at the moment, he didn't seem to have any idols, Sister Fairy. Yes, although he was very strong, he looked almost exactly the same as his wife. It felt weird. Rodriguez chuckled and said, Little girl, if you want to be filial to me, then go to the cellar and get me a bottle of vodka. I don't have any more wine. Hearing this, AI hurriedly nodded. After her body dissipated in the air, she quickly entered the association cellar, took out a bottle of wine, and ran to the surface. With a wave of his hand, AI and the bottle of vodka returned to the air. Leaf after opening the bottle, Rodriguez gulped down 2 mouthfuls, then grinned at Yifan and AI. Back then, I had something to do at the last minute, so I abandoned my position as president and let Maxim take over. However, I've always felt sorry for the association. After all, it's because of my personal reasons. I didn't fulfill my duties properly, and I didn't nurture a strong enough successor. I feel a little sorry for the old president, so I came back here, wanting to wait for the association to be able to make people feel at ease before leaving. Originally, with the appearance of a little girl like you, I thought that after waiting for another 10 years, I would be able to leave without any worries, but who would have thought? Something like this actually happened. Alright, once this matter is over, there probably won't be anyone looking for trouble with the association anymore. I can also consider it as repaying the kindness of the old president 200 years ago. Little girl, president, stinking brat, follow me, let's go take a look at those 3 broken boats. Chapter 10-11. Glacier 1011. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been torn to pieces in the air by such a high level of air pressure. However, Yifan's physical fitness was different from that of an ordinary person. She could also use an air particle shield to protect herself, so she was able to withstand such a high speed. Obviously, when the tyrant of the atmosphere was flying, it was already using Mach as a unit. It was abnormally fast. This was the first time Fan Xian had flown so fast without taking any form of transportation. He felt a wave of fear and trepidation. Suddenly, there was a strong sound of something tearing through the air in front of him. President Croft. There's a missile. Al shouted. Rogerman held the bottle in one hand and pushed it forward with his other hand. Boom! A surge of atmospheric pressure directly connected the sea and the sky, setting off a 100-meter-tall wall of water. At the same time, it also intercepted the 30 missiles that were flying over in midair. The 30 missiles flew halfway before they fell from the sky like bullets without any propelling force. In the blink of an eye, all the missiles fell into the tide and disappeared without a trace. Although Yifan and AI had already seen the terrifying strength of the tyrant of the atmosphere once, they still trembled when they saw it again. With this kind of strength, even if you used a nuclear warhead to attack, it would still be meaningless. It was no wonder that the Syracuse Association could only select legend rank experts, but not epic rank experts. Epic rank, no country or organization dared to comment on it. They were witnessed by the river of history, proven by time. In just a minute or two, the three of them had already arrived in the air above the 3 guided missile destroyers. Rogerman said to Yifan, "Stinking brat, if you want to catch the postman, it would be best if you could catch a person who is controlled by the postman alive." Hearing that, Yifan immediately understood and said, "Senior, then I will go down for a while. Please wait a moment." Rogerman raised his head and drank. With a wave of his hand, Yifan descended. The sail landed on a destroyer in the middle and immediately found the location of the command center. It swung out 2 sword intents and broke through the metal steel plate. They were still in disbelief over the failure of the missile and were nervously discussing countermeasures. Who would have thought that Yifan and the others had already arrived above the ship? Yifan immediately found the adjutant that he had seen in the underground base of the Pentagon. When Kempinski saw Yifan, he cried out in alarm and was about to turn around and run away. However, Yifan charged in and sent 2 soldiers flying. Then, he grabbed Kempinski's neck and knocked him out. After returning to the deck, Yifan gestured towards Rodriguez, who was in the air, and then leaped up. When Yifan jumped a few dozen meters into the air with the unconscious Kempinski, a wave of air pressure lifted them up. "Are you sure you didn't catch the wrong person?" Rogerman asked. Yifan nodded, "That's definitely right. This guy even reported to me the wrong postman's whereabouts before. I have a deep memory of it." "That's good." The old man raised his hand again, and a surging atmospheric pressure directly crushed the 3 destroyers like a wall of death that could destroy all obstacles and smash them into pieces. Under the pressure of hundreds of thousands of atmospheres, the modern warships that were as sturdy as steel fortresses could not resist at all. The steel plates were twisted, the screws fell off, and the entire ship was deformed. The soldiers inside had already died instantly, and none of their corpses were complete. Yifan and Al watched helplessly as the 3 seemingly majestic Aliber-class destroyers were destroyed just like that. They were pressed into the sea and sank. The old man wasn't bragging. In his eyes, these were really 3 small broken ships. The key point was that Rogerman didn't plan on giving these soldiers a chance to live at all. Without saying a word, he killed them all without even batting an eyelid. Fortunately, they had already seen the old man display his might twice before. This time, Yifan and Al came back to their senses much faster. "Senior, we've already caught him. Do you have any way to find the postman through him?" Yifan asked. Rogerman clicked his tongue. I have no way of finding that postman. I can only find him by using the soul-tracking magic of black magic. This guy, after being controlled for a long time, will leave behind the spiritual imprint of the postman in his soul. By tracing it in reverse, we can find the whereabouts of the postman. But, I heard that the black mage Sebastian died 20 years ago. Who should we look for? Ayer said in distress, but, I heard that the black mage Sebastian died 20 years ago. Rogerman grinned, the little loach is dead, but the old loach is still alive. Follow me. I'll take you guys to see Sibar's teacher. Leafy, Fan and Nal looked at each other in surprise. Sibar's teacher. How high was that person's seniority? However, with the age of the tyrant, if his old friend was still alive, he would definitely be an old demon. Without allowing Yi Fan and Nal to think about it, a strong pressure once again pushed them towards the northeast. About 3 hours later, the scene in front of him had already flashed by countless times. The cold air made it impossible for ordinary people to survive in such an ice-cold sea. Yi Fan and Ayer followed Rogerman and landed on a huge floating iceberg. This is the Arctic Circle. Yi Fan looked around. Other than the vast ocean, there were only glaciers and floating ice. Not to mention people, there wasn't even a single polar bear. Rogerman sat down on the ice and finally had time to drink. He sneezed and said, wait, that guy is coming. Leafy, Fan and Nal didn't dare to doubt him. Since the big shot said that someone would come, then someone would definitely come. The two of them were incomparably glorious in the underground world, but in front of the tyrant, they were just little friends. After a while, a dark cloud suddenly appeared in the western sky. The rolling black clouds were obviously not a natural phenomenon. Listening carefully, one could even hear some ghostly wails and wolf howls. A terrifying and strange sound came from the dark clouds. The dark cloud swept over the heads of the three of them at an extremely fast speed. Yi Fan and Nal were both on guard, as if they were facing a great enemy. This was because they could feel a powerful and dark pressure that made it difficult for them to breathe. This was different from Rogerman's pressure. It was an even darker aura. Suddenly, the black cloud quickly converged and turned into a human figure that floated down from the sky. This figure spread out a pair of huge flying wings in midair. These wings were actually formed from black flames, just like the wings of a demon from hell. Rogerman raised his head and glanced at it, his face full of disdain. Old loach. Pretending to be a ghost. Yi Fan and Nal were overwhelmed with emotions. Because they could feel that this person's strength might not be any weaker than the tyrant of the atmosphere. Finally, the man landed on the iceberg. This was an old black colonel officer, wearing a military uniform, a navy hat, and a face full of beard. If it wasn't for the terrifying pressure he had displayed just now, Yi Fan and Nal would never have thought that this black officer was hiding such a powerful strength. If the late General Robert was still here, his jaw would definitely drop to the ground. Chapter 10-12. A drop in the ocean. 10-12. Main's pair of old eyes glanced at Yi Fan and Ayer, then looked at the unconscious Kempinski that Yi Fan had thrown on the ground, and slightly frowned. Along the way, it was fortunate that Ayer had used a particle shield to protect him. Otherwise, Kempinski would have died thousands of times over. Maine didn't pay much attention to Yi Fan and Ayer, and directly asked Rogerman, "Old drunkard, what are you doing here?" Rogerman stood up shakily and said, "Old loach. Do you think I want to see you? Isn't it because you didn't take good care of the prison and let that, what was it called, a postman, let him out? Now that guy is causing trouble everywhere. These two youngsters, if they want to catch him, they have to find you." Only then did Yi Fan and Ayer come to a realization. So this expert was in charge of the postman's prison. No wonder the postman couldn't escape from the prison. It was actually Sebastian's master who was guarding the prison. What does it have to do with me? The General of the Department of Defense has come to ask for someone. I can't possibly stop him. Maine said indifferently. Rogerman shrugged his shoulders and said to Yi Fan, "Stinking brat, this old loach has this kind of temper. I can only bring you to see him. As for whether he is willing to help or not, that's not up to me." Maine glared at him and said, "Old drunkard. If you dare to call me loach one more time, I'll pour your soul into a sardine and eat you up. Old loach. Old loach. Old loach. Damn it, you weren't my match 60 years ago, do you think you can beat me now?" Rogerman did not budge an inch. "Dog shit. Old drunkard. 60 years ago, I gave in to you. Otherwise, you would have died in the Bering Strait. You're the one who's stuck in prison, right? Or did the demon in your body eat your brain? If I hadn't shown mercy, you would have turned into a meat patty back then." The two old men began to bicker, spitting at each other. Neither of them was convinced by the other. Yi Fan and Ai listened from the side. Suddenly, they thought of something and couldn't help but be shocked. "Senior. Could it be that during the Cold War, you disappeared without a trace after your duel with President Croft, the epic powerhouse, the demon warden, Magnum Sterling?" Manet turned his head and glanced at Al. "You know me?" Ai hurriedly shook her head, but immediately nodded. Her eyes revealed a look of reverence as she said, "I. This is my first time seeing you, but I have heard of your deeds." Yi Fan also swallowed his saliva. He couldn't believe that this black officer in front of him was the demon prison officer. Magnum Sterling was one of the most famous epic rankers in the history of dark magicians. His appearance had brought the evil demon summoning magic of black magic to a whole new level. Before his appearance, it was common knowledge that a black magician could only summon one demon to possess them. But Magnum had used some kind of genius method to imprison over 100 demons in his body. He had suppressed over 100 demons and then absorbed their power, obtaining over 100 demonic methods. It was precisely because of this that the title of Demon Warden came into being. However, back then, Magnum had fought against the great tyrant for the sake of his country, and then disappeared without a trace. Just like the great tyrant, everyone thought that the demon prison officer was dead. No one would have thought that neither of them would die. One would return to the Adept Association, and the other would really become a prison officer. It's not easy. Magnum grinned, "You two little things, when I became famous, your grandparents might not even have been born. Humph, you old loach who takes advantage of your seniority. You don't have many years left to live," Rodriguez said disdainfully as he drank his wine. "No matter what, I've lived longer than an old drunkard like you. Look at how half-dead you look," Magnum retorted. Seeing that the two of them were about to quarrel again, Yi Fan had no choice but to muster up the courage to stop them. He said, "Seniors, you are both famous experts in the history of the underground world. We admire you very much. I've really troubled you with the matter of catching the postman this time. Senior Stein, can I trouble you to use this controlled officer to find out where the postman is?" Magnum frowned and suddenly asked, "Why should I help you?" Yi Fan was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but look at Rodriguez. However, the old man also expressed that he had no choice but to drink by himself. "Master Stillman, please help us," Al pleaded. "That postman is heinous. He kills people everywhere, and he has no moral bottom line at all. If we delay for too long, more and more people will die." However, Magnum still shook his head. "Come on. He can't kill that many people. Moreover, even if everyone in the world dies, what does it have to do with me? I'm already an old man, and I don't have many years left to live, besides. After all, he was released by the Ministry of Defense of our magnesium country. I belong to this country, and I've even eaten military rations for decades. He was released by the people of magnesium, so at least he has a closer relationship with me. Why should I help you?" Yi Fan frowned and said, Senior, this is not a problem for the country or the nation. This is a problem for all of humanity, haha. Magnum laughed and said, I've already said it, even if all of humanity dies, it has nothing to do with me. I'm not the so-called embodiment of justice, nor am I some hero. In my life, I have stood up for the world of black mages, risked my life for my country, and experienced everything. In a few years, I will probably have to follow a bunch of demons back to hell. After I die, how many people are left in the world, and what happens to humanity? Does it have anything to do with me? Master Stein, how can you say that? The greater the ability, the more responsible you should be. How can you not save him? Al said anxiously from the side. Magnum had a bored expression on his face as he laughed indifferently, sense of responsibility. Little girl. You're still too young. Do you think such a boring reason can make me take action? One day, when your parents die, your brothers and sisters die, your lover, your children, your grandchildren. One by one, they will leave you. When you discover that you are the only one alive in this world, no one knows you anymore, and no one knows what you have done in the past, at that time, you will discover that what sense of responsibility, what justice and evil, what glory, what reputation. It's all trash. This world doesn't need you that much. The world doesn't need anyone. The world is the world. To you, the things that are bigger than the heavens are just a drop in the ocean. At this point, Magnum's eyes revealed a trace of vicissitudes of emotion. Chapter 1013. 1013. Al stared blankly at the two old men. She was a little confused. She didn't know why. The two of them were clearly epic-ranked experts who could shock the world the moment they appeared. They would have countless supporters, but they were so decadent. Do they really not care about the lives of those innocent people? Yi Fan pondered for a while, then nodded and said, I understand. Senior, since that's the case, then I can only ask you, is there any way to get you to agree to help us find the postman? You can state your conditions. I'll see if they can satisfy you. Hearing this, Rodriguez and Magnan couldn't help but narrow their eyes and look at Yi Fan with interest. Interesting. You want to negotiate with me? Magnan revealed an evil smile. I believe that as long as a person is still alive, there will always be something that he is interested in. Just like how Senior Tyrant likes to drink, then Senior Demon Prison Officer will definitely have something that he is interested in as well. Yi Fan smiled. Magna nodded, not bad. You brat, you understand a little faster than this little girl. Thank you, Senior. Senior, please tell me, what do you want before you agree? Yi Fan helplessly smiled. As for Al, she felt a little wronged and muttered in a low voice, what do you mean you don't understand? I don't even know what I'm talking about. Right at this moment, Magnan's eyes turned blood red, emitting waves of dim light as he swept his gaze across Yi Fan's body. Then, Magnan frowned and asked cautiously, Kid, Yi Wuya. Who is it to you? Hearing the three words, Yi Wuya, Rodriguez, who was drinking, also changed his expression and turned his head to stare at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. He felt that it was inexplicable and shook his head. I don't know any Yi Wuya. My name is Yi Fan, who is Yi Wuya? Magnan and Rodriguez looked at each other. Both of them were old and experienced. How could they not see that Yi Fan really didn't know? You don't know. Then forget it. Magnan nodded thoughtfully and said, I think you're not bad. It seems like your cultivation method is different from ordinary people. I like little fellows who have the spirit of studying. It's hard for them to be successful if they stick to the rules. So, I'll give you a chance. I'll let you fight me once. What? Ayer cried out in alarm. Yi Fan was also stunned. He had a feeling that he wanted to cry but had no tears. You don't have to be too nervous. I know that even if all of you work together, you won't be able to defeat me, Magnum laughed. I will only use one move. If you can take one of my moves and not die, I will help you find the postman. No. AI hurriedly said, with your strength, even if you use one move, it would still be enough to kill Yi Fan. Just by recalling the means that Roderman had displayed earlier, it wasn't hard for him to guess how terrifying Magnum's strength must be to be able to fight against him. Not to mention anything else, Yi Fan would definitely not be able to block it. No matter how hard Yi Fan's body was, it would still be difficult for him to block the technique that Roderman had used that was over 1,000,000 atmospheres of pressure. If Magnum also displayed such an outrageous power, then Yi Fan would definitely die. Then there's no other way. I've already given you my conditions. If you don't even dare to take a single move, then, catch. Yi Fan's eyes were resolute as he said loudly, I'll take it. Yi Fan. AI stared blankly at the man, not daring to believe it. In her opinion, Yi Fan was simply committing suicide. However, Yi Fan did not hesitate and said with a smile, it's rare for me to meet an epic senior. It's my honor to be able to receive the teachings of the demon prison officer. Magnum grinned and laughed strangely, ah. What an interesting little fellow. Roderman also turned his head to look at Yi Fan with interest and said, stinking brat, aren't you afraid that he'll swallow your soul in one move? Afraid. Yi Fan turned around and smiled, but I'm even more afraid. The postman will hurt the person I love. AI's delicate body trembled slightly. Looking at the man, her eyes reddened. All right. Up to you then. Roderman shrugged. Magnum nodded and said, kid, don't worry. I won't use my full strength to bully a little guy like you. All these years, I've been staying in this world of ice and snow, and I've thought of some interesting black magic. Can you catch one of them? Senior, please enlighten me. Yi Fan pulled himself together and said. Magnum spread open a pair of magic wings on his back, and with a quick flight, his body appeared on a large piece of floating ice several hundred meters away. Leaf the sail jumped twice and also landed on the floating ice. There was a distance of about 100 meters between the two of them, but Yi Fan was very clear that this distance was the same as not being there at all. You'd better get yourself into your best condition, Magnum said with narrowed eyes. Leaf Fan Xian didn't dare to be careless and immediately used the disintegration technique. Furthermore, just in case, he took out the soul-extinguishing sword that he had used against Blackie last time. However, even so, Yi Fan still felt that he had no defensive measures in front of Magnum. Magnum nodded, not bad. At this age, this ability is rare. Leaf being praised, Yi Fan was not happy at all. He waited with rapt attention. Suddenly, without any warning, behind Magnum, a thick, black magical energy surged out. This energy quickly condensed into a ferocious demon that was over 100 meters tall and tens of meters wide. It was like a giant snake with thorns all over its back. Ordinary people would be scared out of their wits just by seeing a demon like this. Yi Fan could clearly feel that the demon released from Magnum's body was much more ferocious and powerful than any of the demons he had seen before. Without giving him much time to think, the giant serpent demon had already opened its bloody mouth, soared into the sky, and fiercely charged down. A cold black magic storm, bringing with it a destructive airflow, directly shattered the thick glacier beneath Yi Fan's feet into countless pieces. At the same time that Yi Fan's feet were in the air, the giant serpent demon above had already swallowed him whole. Hundreds of meters away, AI couldn't help but scream when she saw this scene. She watched helplessly as Yi Fan was swallowed by the demon and fell into the ice-cold sea. Yi Fan didn't even have time to react. He didn't even have a shadow. Yi Fan! AI shouted, but how could she hear Yi Fan's response? Roderman raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine, as if he had already expected this, and casually watched on. At this moment, tens of meters deep, in the cold and dark seawater, Yifan held the soul-extinguishing sword in his hand. His eyes were wide open, and he was gnashing his teeth. Chapter 1014. 1014. This giant serpent demon could actually kill his cells and then decompose his body's tissues. One must know that Yifan's body was not that of an ordinary human. It had already been strengthened by who knew how many times. However, this giant serpent demon could still disintegrate at a speed visible to the naked eye. This showed how ruthless this move was. The key point was that Yifan had even used disintegration and the power of heaven and earth to defend himself. Otherwise, the speed of disintegration would have been even faster. Feeling the demonic power constantly surging around him in the pitch-black, ice-cold seawater, the two together were enough to make a person go crazy and collapse. Although Fan Xian knew that he was definitely not a match for an epic stage expert, he didn't expect that a casual move from the other party would immediately cause his life to be on the line. What should I do? What should I do? After experiencing countless life and death situations, Yifan's nerves were exceptionally strong. Seeing that he might turn into a skeleton, Yifan didn't have the slightest thought of giving up. Cell decomposition. Necrosis. Cells in Yifan's mind, he instantly thought back to his own cultivation of his body, as well as all sorts of ideas. He created his own cultivation method. The initial consideration was actually to combine the human body and all living things in the world into a whole. Since he cultivated his inner force and absorbed the energy of heaven and earth, it was a type of energy. Then, the human body itself, every cell in the human body, every particle that was made up of, was also a part of energy. Therefore, Yifan trained his body, muscles, bones, organs, and every nerve. First, he would train his body to the limit, and then he would think about the rest. Yifan had always been thinking about how to cultivate his blood, because blood was the source of his strength and also the source of his essence. If his blood was strong, then his body's essence and energy would naturally be stronger. The key point was that blood would also strengthen his recovery. If he was injured, he would rely on the components of his blood to repair himself. However, compared to other tissues, blood cells change faster, and people constantly produce blood and exchange blood. He had no way of knowing exactly what movements he should use to train the flowing liquid in his blood. Wait. Blood production. Exchange blood. A bolt of lightning flashed through Yifan's mind. He couldn't help but shout in his heart. That's right. Why didn't he think of that? In fact, no matter how much his cells were tempered, they would still die. It was nothing more than living stronger and longer, but in the end, they would still die. Human metabolism was non-stop. In the end, one's entire body was constantly being replaced by cells. In that case, if he could not stop the demonic power from breaking down and destroying his cells, the only thing he could do was to speed up the production of new cells. As long as his cells were born faster, they would naturally not be decomposed. You break it down, I create it. They cancelled each other out. With this thought in mind, the sail immediately began to try to fuse the power of heaven and earth into every cell in its body. That's right. Since the human body was a part of heaven and earth, in other words, no matter what the power of heaven and earth was, it could become a part of the human body. Therefore, it didn't matter whether the cells were decomposed or the human body was decomposed. The raw materials of the human body were everywhere. As long as he could create new cells, he would not need to fear this demon. The sail endured the indescribable pain and focused all of its attention, guiding the power of heaven and earth into its limbs and bones, fusing into every cell of its body. Yifan's divine sense had a limitless and thorough understanding of his own body. His arduous training allowed him to be extremely clear about every detail of his body. This also helped him to better allow his body to accept the fusion of the power of heaven and earth. Not long after Yifan continuously fused the power of heaven and earth into his body, the mysterious golden energy that was surging in his body actually became active. The golden energy seemed to desire the power of heaven and earth very much. After fusing with the power of heaven and earth, it absorbed it and then entered every cell of its body. Gradually, the golden energy seemed to have been awakened, and the speed at which it flowed became faster and faster, regenerating the necrotic and decomposed cells one by one. Yifan's heart was suddenly filled with joy. After he disintegrated, it was all thanks to this golden energy that he was able to speed up the recovery of his wounds. Now, the effects of this golden energy were even more obvious. Could it be that he could also use the power of heaven and earth to train this golden energy in his body? He had never thought about this problem before, but this time, when he was forced into a desperate situation, he actually discovered this point. Yifan calmed his heart, no longer afraid, and tried his best to resist this demonic energy. As long as he could resist the wave of energy from the demon, he would have a chance to survive. At the same time, on the floating ice on the sea, Magnum crossed his hands in front of him and quietly watched, as if waiting for the result. She wanted to go to the sea to save Yifan, but was stopped by Rollercoasters. President Croft, Yifan will really die. He just wants to save those innocent people and protect those he loves. Why are you doing this to him? Al asked while crying. Rollercoasters had already finished drinking the bottle of vodka, so he could only throw the bottle into the sea and drunkenly say, "How can there be so many reasons? This is his own choice, a man. You have to keep your word." Just as Al was feeling more and more sad and her eyes were filled with despair, she suddenly heard a movement from the distant sea. Pfft! A figure jumped out of the sea, spat out a mouthful of seawater, and gasped for breath. If it wasn't Yifan, who could it be? Yifan! Al turned her sorrow into joy and excitedly flew over the iceberg. Yifan borrowed a piece of floating ice and climbed up. Then, he jumped and landed on the floating ice that Magnum was standing on. He wiped his face, grimaced in pain, and shook his head at the approaching Al. "It's fine. I'm still alive." However, Al didn't care about all that. She went up and hugged the drenched man, crying, "You scared me to death just now. How can you be so reckless?" Woo-woo. Being hugged by the fragrant princess, Yifan also felt strange in his heart. He gently patted the girl's back with one hand and said, "Don't cry, aren't I doing fine? You're still talking. I thought you were going to die. That demon's magic fluctuations are so strong." Al wiped the corner of her eyes, feeling a lingering fear. Yifan actually still had a lingering fear in his heart. If it wasn't for the golden energy in his body, plus the fact that he didn't give up and tried his best to think of a way, he might have really sunk into the Arctic Ocean. No, to be exact, even the bones might be gone. Chapter 10:15. 10:15 Magnum scratched the beard on his face, frowned, and said, "I still haven't had enough. How about another move?" Yifan's face immediately turned green. Air also angrily turned her head and said, "Senior Demon Prison Officer. You are an epic expert. You are more than 10 times older than Yifan. How can you bully people like this?" "Ha ha ha ha," Magnum laughed loudly, pointing at Yifan and Air, overjoyed. "Hey! Old drunkard. Did you see that?" Magnum shouted at Rollercoasters in the distance, "This kid's expression is too funny. Ha 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 ha. Also, you little girl, are you his girlfriend? Why are you even more nervous than him?" Rollercoasters was lying on the iceberg with his mouth open, grinning from ear to ear. Only then did Yifan and Air understand that Magnum was playing with them. He was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. Air's face turned even redder as she shyly stomped her feet and said, I'm not. Senior, how can you speak such nonsense?" Magnum spread out his hands and said indifferently, "Isn't life just about having fun? You little fellows, you like someone and you're still hiding it. When the time comes, don't regret it. I didn't. No. Air's voice was very soft, and she lowered her head to defend herself. Yifan was also a little embarrassed. Although he could feel that Air was interested in him, but it was still a little unnatural to be exposed like this. All right. Then maybe my old man saw wrongly. Magnum said with a smile that was not a smile. Yifan cleared his throat and quickly changed the topic. Senior, please help us find the postman. The longer we delay, the more people will die. Magnum nodded, narrowed his eyes and said, Brat, you are indeed capable. At the critical moment, you actually broke through your limits. Very well, Magnum Stearns, speak the word, spit the nail, and keep my word. You guys come with me. With that, Magnum flew back to the iceberg. Yifan and Air hurriedly followed. Air even removed the seawater from Yifan's body, allowing the man's clothes to dry up. However, after hearing Magnum's words, Al didn't even dare to look at Yifan. Fan Xian looked at the princess, whose face was flushed red, and his heart warmed as he said, Thank you. At this moment, Magnum's eyes had already turned a strange white. He placed one hand on top of Kempinski's body and muttered something. Not long after, the unconscious Kempinski opened his mouth and opened his eyes with a ferocious expression. His eyes had also turned white. As Kempinski's body began to tremble, traces of gray energy began to gush out of his 7 orifices. A wave of soul energy was forcefully extracted from Kempinski's body and gathered in Magnum's palm. After grabbing the soul energy, Magnum extracted a formless spiritual imprint from it. Kid, I'm going to imprint this mental imprint into your soul. That way, you'll be able to feel the true body of the postman and where he is. It might sting a little later, but don't resist, don't worry, this little spiritual imprint won't have any effect on you. This is just a thread that will allow you to find the postman's line. Magnum said to Yifan. Yifan smiled and said, Senior, you don't have to explain it so clearly. If you have the intention to harm me, I will die. You don't have to make it so complicated. Ha ha. At least your mind is clear. It seems that the few mouthfuls of seawater you just drank didn't make you dizzy. As Magnum spoke, he flicked his finger and the spiritual imprint entered Yifan's forehead. Yifan felt as if his brain had been pricked by a needle. A series of chaotic thoughts and images flashed through his mind. It was like a slideshow, but it was also very blurry. Faintly, Yifan felt as if he knew something, but he couldn't describe it. Soon after, he didn't feel anything, as if nothing had happened. Senior. Why? I still don't know where the postman is. Yifan was puzzled. Magnum rolled his eyes. You are now in the Arctic Circle, and the postman is 108,000 miles away from you. Even if you can feel the location of his soul, there is still a limit. The fluctuations of a human soul were like radio waves. If they were too far away, of course they wouldn't be able to receive them. Let me tell you this, the postman's ability is one of the most dangerous types of mental abilities, brainwashing. This kind of mental ability could only be activated within a certain range. If there were traces of the postman's activities in any area, then he must have been to that area. Isn't the postman in China now? Then go back to China and stroll around. You will always be able to sense his location. Yifan understood and said gratefully, Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Then I will return to China immediately. Go, old drunkard. Are you sending them back? Magnum asked. Rogerman stood up helplessly and said, If I don't send him off, will you? When Air saw this, she hurriedly said, President Croft, it doesn't matter. I can also fly back with Yifan. Although it's a bit slow, but, cut the crap. I don't even have any wine to drink. Do I have to stay in this godforsaken place forever to fish? I've been waiting impatiently for a long time. Rogerman raised his hand, and the three of them were lifted into the air by the pressure. Old Loach. I'm leaving. The next time I come, I will pee in front of your tombstone. Rogerman lowered his head and grinned at Magnum. With a face full of disdain, Magnum said, "Hurry up and scram. With your body, you won't be able to live for more than a few days. Don't freeze to death here, there won't even be someone to collect your corpse." Ha 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 ha, Rogerman laughed heartily. After cursing a few times, he brought Yifan and Ai back at a fast speed. As they flew across the sky, the ice-cold sea gradually turned into a warm ocean. Leaf along the way, Fan Xian's mood was rather complicated. Thinking back to how he had caught Magnum's move in the sea, he felt that he had benefited greatly. If he could often spar with epic experts and discuss some problems, then he would definitely be able to improve by leaps and bounds. Thus, Yifan couldn't help but ask, "Senior, in this world, are there still a lot of epic experts like you?" In the past few decades, everyone knew that the epic experts who were still alive in the world were usually the war god, Shakyamuni of the apocalypse, and the mysterious ancient people of the Strigoi. However, this was only because many epic experts hadn't appeared for a long time, and no one could prove that they were still alive. Everyone secretly guessed that many epic experts lived in seclusion, but they didn't care about the affairs of the world. Chapter 10:16. 10:16. When Rogerman heard this question, he clicked his tongue and said, "How would I know? Maybe. In any case, they are all old fogies. Who knows where they are? Perhaps they are almost dead." Leaf. Although the appearance of the postman this time had given him a huge blow, the appearance of the two epic-ranked experts also made him feel that the situation in this world was even more magnificent. He couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. He looked forward to seeing more experts, which would be of greater help to his cultivation. Al asked curiously, "President Croft, do great experts like you like to hide in the crowd?" She still had a lot of questions to ask her idol. Rogerman was silent for a while before sighing, as if he was deeply moved. "Little girl, President, stinking brat, you guys are thinking too simply. You must know that to an ordinary person, in their eyes, Earth is only 29% of the land. And even if it was less than 30% of the land, there were still large areas of glaciers and large areas of desert. Those places were difficult for ordinary people to set foot in. In the eyes of ordinary people, the so-called looking at the sea was just looking at the beach. How many people had actually reached the center of the Pacific Ocean, and how many people had dived into a trench thousands of meters deep? However, for us old fellows, even for those old monsters who are older than us, 71% of the world's surface area is a vast ocean. The world on land was only the most comfortable and ordinary world, but it only occupied a small part of it. The boundless, bottomless ocean was filled with dangers, but it also contained countless secrets of the earth. A true expert would not just establish himself as a king on land. If you want to become one of the most powerful people on this planet, you must know how to conquer the ocean. Even conquer the sky. Don't think that those little broken ships and planes are conquering the sea just because they passed by the sea. Those lousy things can't even conquer an old man like me." Rogerman turned his head and glanced at Yifan and Ai. His eyes were hale and hearty as he said, "You little fellows. The road is still long." Yifan and Ai couldn't help but be fascinated when they heard this. They could feel that the vast world in this old man's heart was truly not something they could compare to. Yifan admitted that he had been to many places, but after hearing Rogerman's words, he really hadn't seen much of the world. Humans thought that they could already explore space, explore other planets, launch probes, launch spacecraft. However, how could humans truly understand this world and this planet that they were in, a frog in a well? This was the true portrayal of humanity. Fan Xian couldn't help but feel admiration for the old man in front of him and those epic seniors. They possessed unimaginable achievements and great strength, but they were still humble enough to recognize their own insignificance. They were down to earth, exploring the world beneath their feet. Respect the sky, respect the earth, respect the ocean. In the face of all things in the world and the vastness of the universe, always maintain a heart of reverence. Wasn't this the attitude he needed to maintain when comprehending the power of heaven and earth and entering the Tao with the sword? Thinking of this, Fan Xian's entire body quivered. He respectfully cupped his hands towards Rodriguez and said, "Senior, I have received your teachings." These words just now were enough to enlighten Yi Fan for the rest of his life. Yi Fan wished he could kneel down in the air and kowtow, but unfortunately, it was very difficult to do so while flying. Although Ai didn't quite understand, she still listened attentively. Rodriguez glanced at Yi Fan, and the corner of his mouth revealed a smile. "We're here. Let's go down." As Rodriguez spoke, the three of them quickly descended. Yi Fan suddenly realized that this was not China, but the headquarters of the Adept Association. "Senior, why did you come back here? Aren't you going back to China?" Yi Fan was puzzled. Rodriguez curled his lips and said, "That postman, 30 years ago, was considered an outstanding adept. With his current spiritual force, even if you find him, it is very likely that he will control or interfere with him. If you want to have full confidence in controlling him, then bring your brother-in-law along." "Uncle. Little Hui." Yi Fan was stunned, thinking to himself, could it be that Feng Xiaohui could defeat the postman? Ai suddenly realized something and said, "That's right. Little Huey's superpower talent just so happens to be the postman's nemesis." "What talent?" Yi Fan asked. Ai giggled. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Hanako and a group of other staff members rushing out of the office hall. Ai quickly changed her makeup and put on her hood. "President. Guild leader. Your Excellency Lucifer." Hanako and the others shouted excitedly, some of them even running away in tears. Yi Fan and Ai were surrounded by the crowd, cheering as if they had become heroes. "President. You are too strong. Even 100 Tomahawk missiles could be blocked. Too awesome. And Lord Lucifer. As expected of the King of Hell. It's all thanks to you that we've finally been saved." The group of people had no idea what had happened before. They thought that it was Ai and Yi Fan who had blocked all the missiles and destroyed the destroyers. Just as Ai was about to explain, she saw that Rodriguez was seriously shaking his head, telling her not to say anything. Ai immediately understood that the old man no longer wanted to participate in the right and wrong. He just wanted to live a peaceful life. Helpless, Yi Fan and Ai could only accept these compliments, but they naturally felt extremely ashamed in their hearts. "Hey! Old Mr. Roloff. You're not dead either." Clairvoyant Retta happily patted Rodriguez's shoulder. At this moment, the tyrant of the atmosphere seemed to have once again turned into a drunken and lecherous old man. "Ha ha! Young man. Can you get me a bottle of vodka?" Rodriguez laughed. Hanako glared at him, "Damn old man. Still drinking. I almost died just now, do you know that? If it wasn't for the President and Lord Lucifer, you would have exploded into ashes when you were drunk." Rodriguez shook his head as he walked forward and hooked his arm around Hanako's shoulder, one hand playing tricks behind her back. "What are you talking about?" Hanako screamed and pushed Rodriguez away in exasperation. "Smelly old man. You still dare to touch me? Ha ha ha." Rodriguez was overjoyed. He picked up his hand and sniffed it. "It smells so good." "Pervert!" Hanako shouted. Looking at Rodriguez's happy expression, Yi Fan and Ai looked at each other and smiled. Perhaps this was the life that the old man was enjoying right now. Chapter 1017. 1017-inch brother-in-law, you're so amazing. We were so nervous just now. Where did you guys go just now? Feng Xiaohui asked excited. Li Fan Xian smiled bitterly and asked, Little Hui, can you tell me what kind of ability you have? What kind of mental ability is it? Since Rogerman had said that it would be best to bring Feng Xiaohui along, then he must have his reasons. When Feng Xiaohui heard this question, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He lowered his head and found it hard to speak. Speak. I'm your brother-in-law, what don't you dare to say? Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. An adept at the side suddenly laughed out loud and said, Sir Lucifer, Little Huey's superpower is amazing. He can even turn himself into a superpower. Ha 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 ha, Little Hui has a nickname on our island, called Spectator, ha. A few other adepts joked around with each other. Yifan frowned, Spectator. What do you mean? Feng Xiaohui could only explain, brother-in-law. Actually, my spiritual ability is a very weak spiritual ability. It belongs to the insulated type of spiritual ability. Insulation. Tell me more carefully, Yifan said. Let me explain. Ayer said, we passed the test and sent a special spiritual adept to teach Little Hui. After that, Little Huey's spiritual ability gradually stabilized. Then, we discovered that his spiritual force could use himself as the center to release a protective layer of spiritual force that had no blind spots. In Little Huey's spiritual force barrier, his spiritual force was the dominant one, but it could not exceed the range of his protective insulation layer, and other people's spiritual force could not enter his domain either. In short, Little Hui can stop the invasion of spiritual force, but he can only stop the invasion. He can't do anything else at the moment. Li Fan Xian was suddenly enlightened. No wonder he looked at Feng Xiaohui with such a depressed expression. This ability of his was indeed very useless in most situations. Watching others fight to the death, he himself could only silently watch from the sidelines. He could only guard his own land and not do anything else. Little Hui, don't be too depressed. Although your ability can only protect a very small area, it's really amazing in terms of defense. Even my spiritual power can't enter your barrier. So, I feel that if you can expand the range of the barrier in the future, you might be able to become the nemesis of any spirit adept, Al encouraged. Fan Xian smiled and said, how much area can Little Hui protect now? Xiao Hui said awkwardly, brother-in-law. I can only protect an area of 1 square meter around me. Yifan's face stiffened. This was truly a small range. However, a square meter was more than enough to protect him alone. Little Hui, come back to China with me. I have something that I need your powerful superpower to help me with. Yifan said with a serious face. Feng Xiaohui was shocked, My superpower. Can you help brother-in-law? This mission must belong to you. Yifan was indeed not spouting nonsense. Feng Xiaohui felt as if he had won the lottery. He never thought that such a useless spectator ability like him would have a place to use it. Yifan didn't have time to explain. After bringing Feng Xiaohui with him, he bade farewell to Ayer and the others. Ayer originally wanted to follow along, but considering that there were still some things she needed to take care of in the Adept Association, she could only reluctantly bid farewell to Yifan. As for Rogerman, he had long since run off to find some wine to drink and couldn't be bothered with them. To the old man, helping to this point was already giving him a lot of face. After leaving the Adept Association headquarters, Yifan brought Feng Xiaohui and flew back to Huahai. He knew that he couldn't delay any longer. If the postman discovered something and ran out of China, he would probably have to search for it for a long time. Kunlun, a vast mountain range, who knew how many thousands of miles? In an unknown valley, above was a snow-white mountain peak, and below it was a geothermal hot spring that was slowly flowing by. The fusion of ice and fire was especially prominent here. In this valley, a strong smell of blood and a ruthless aura filled the air. The source of all of this was a pool near the hot spring, at the bottom of the cliff. This pool was only 7 or 8 square meters in size, but inside, it was actually bubbling blood. The stench of blood mixed with the hot springs underground was like a legendary pot used to cook evil people in hell. It was hard to imagine that a bare-chested young man was currently soaking in this pool. His 2 arms were bound by 4 thick chains made of unknown metals. The 4 chains were deeply embedded into the hard rocks around him, making it difficult for him to move at all. Ah! Ah! The young man's face was filled with pain. His eyes were filled with pleading as he looked into the distance at the man standing beside the pool of blood. Grandfather. Grandfather. I don't want to practice anymore. I don't want to practice anymore. Please let me out. The man smiled amiably and said, Fonger, don't give up. According to the cultivation technique grandfather taught you, circulate it, and combine it with our Divine Dragon clan's Divine Dragon 9 transformations, you will definitely succeed. The young man in the pool was actually Yifeng. Yifeng had never thought that his own grandfather, the war god, would teach him a way to quickly recover his strength. It was actually such a terrifying demonic method of refining the body in the blood pool. He did not even dare to imagine such a cultivation method that he had never heard of before. He could not believe that his grandfather, a martial god, would allow his own grandson to practice such a technique. Grandfather. I'm in so much pain. I'm in so much pain. I beg you. I don't want to recover my strength anymore. Please let me out. Yifeng felt as if he was dying. In this pool of blood, his entire body felt as if it had been bitten by countless insects. The key was that his eyes were filled with red and the stench of blood. It made him feel even more disgusted. The war god clicked his tongue and said, I told you long ago that you had to endure hardships in order to recover your strength. You said that you could endure hardships, but why did you say that you couldn't now? Hold on, child, you can do it, Yifeng cried bitterly. He looked helplessly at his mother, who was also crying bitterly beside the war god. Mom! Please beg Grandpa. Go and find Father. I'm going crazy. I can't take it anymore. Ji Rulan looked at her son in such a place. He had been tortured for so many days. Her heart was already broken. Her tears were about to dry up. Chapter 10:18. 10:18 The martial god smiled faintly. He lowered his head and said to his daughter-in-law, Rulan, it was you and your son who came to me. I also asked you if you were willing to suffer. I've even told you about the records of the Grand Historian and the story of Su Qin. You've all heard it. Back then, you guys agreed so quickly and didn't hesitate to ask me to help you. I remember it in my heart and haven't forgotten it for even a moment. Now, I have spent a lot of effort to help Fonger design a cultivation method to recover his strength. He can even soar into the sky and become several times stronger than before. Yet you say that you can't take this hardship. The martial god was still smiling at Ji Rulan, but in Ji Rulan's eyes, her father-in-law's smile terrified her. An invisible pressure almost caused the woman to collapse. Rulan. Are you mother and son playing with me? The martial god asked with a smile as if he was joking. Ji Rulan's face turned pale as she hurriedly kowtowed to the ground. No. That's not it. Father. Even if we were given the courage of 1,000 leopards, we wouldn't dare to play tricks on you. I just. Ji Rulan didn't dare to continue. She realized that she didn't understand this father-in-law who always seemed to be very kind. The martial god wasn't the martial god she had imagined. Now, she was already regretting to the point that her intestines turned green. If she had known earlier, she would rather accept the fact that her son had been crippled than think of revenge. At this moment, several servants of the Yi family expressionlessly carried wooden buckets and landed in the valley using qigong. The one leading this group of servants was the old servant Yi Kun. After Yi Kun bowed to the martial god, he smiled and said, "Master, I've brought another 10 buckets of fresh human blood for young Master Feng. Should I pour them in?" "Go ahead. Once these 10 barrels are finished, we'll continue the day after tomorrow." The martial god nodded with a smile. Yi Feng, who was in the blood pool, heard this. His face was filled with despair. He cried out, "No. Grandpa. No more. Grandson knows his mistake. I don't want to." Without waiting for Yi Feng to say anything more, these clansmen had already poured buckets of human blood into the blood pool and poured it down from Yi Feng's head. Yi Feng immediately began to vomit again, but what he vomited out was also a blood-red liquid. Ji Rulan could no longer bear to watch. She could only turn her head away, cover her heart, and shiver. In fact, Ji Rulan didn't dare to take a closer look. There was so much human blood, and it was all fresh blood. Where did the martial god get it from? Every time she thought of this, Ji Rulan's heart would be suppressed to the point of panic, but she didn't dare to mention it to anyone, including Yi Longyuan and the others. She was worried that if she said anything more, her life and that of Yi Feng's mother and son would immediately be in danger. "Feng, you didn't do anything wrong. If you want to suffer, if you want to improve, if you want to recover your strength, if you want to become stronger, that's pretty good. Persevere for a few days, you'll get used to it. Once you get used to the blood pool and do as Grandpa said, train hard, you will definitely have a great future." The war god chuckled. Yi Feng cried bitterly. He lowered his head. His heart was already like dead ashes. The war god looked at the sky and said, "All right, it's about time. We should leave as well. Rulan, if you want to accompany Fenger, then accompany him. I'll be leaving with Ah Kun first." Ji Rulan weakly whispered, "Daughter-in-law." "Farewell, father." The war god nodded and brought Yi Kun with him. He began to leisurely walk back. After leaving the valley, Yi Kun pondered and asked, "Master, if young Master Feng were to master the blood demon body, would he completely fall into the demonic path and become a mad demon?" The war god casually replied, "As long as he can master it, it doesn't matter if he's crazy or not. Isn't he 100 times stronger than he is now? Whether he's crazy or not, it's just the opinion of the world. For a cultivator, what other people think is important?" Yi Kun nodded. This old servant understands. "Hee, Ah Kun, what do you want to eat tonight?" "Master, didn't you say you were going to eat duck blood soup tonight?" "Oh, that's right. Looking at that pool, I thought of the duck blood soup. Tell the chef to put more eels and ham. Don't put in that luncheon meat. What kind of messy improvement is that? It's not authentic." The war god reminded. "Understood, master." Yi Kun smiled and nodded, then said, "Master, there's one more thing. It's about Ling Yue from the Ling family." Ling Qingfeng wrote a letter saying that because of young Master Feng's matter, the two families were unfortunately unable to complete the marriage. They planned to arrange a blind date for Ling Yue with the outstanding disciples of the other clans, saying that they hope that you can understand. After the war god heard this, he blinked his eyes and said, "That Ling Qingfeng is also a little crafty. He has a few more tricks up his sleeve than his grandfather. I reckon that he hasn't been satisfied with Fenger for a long time. Originally, it would have been fine, but that girl from the Ling family had a special physique. It would be a pity to give her to a child from another family. How about this? Help me reply to Ling Qingfeng and tell him that I still have a grandson. Even if it's impossible for Fenger, this marriage still has to be completed." Yi Kun narrowed his eyes and nodded with a smile, "Yes. In the center of China, in a third-tier city. Because the industry was not developed and it just so happened to rain, the sky was incomparably blue. In a small park in the middle of the city, groups of retired old people were chatting and gossiping about family trivialities. A few stone tables for playing chess were placed under a few large pagoda trees. At one of the tables, there were two old men playing Go. That was fine, but one of the people playing chess today was an old Caucasian man with a cap, a beard, and gray hair. Many of the locals were very curious. Did foreigners also know how to play Go? Thus, the crowd watched for more than half an hour. In the end, he discovered that not only did this foreigner know how to play, his Go skills were also quite strong. Sigh. I lost. The old man who was playing chess threw away the black piece and shook his head unwillingly. This dragon shouldn't have been saved. There was still a chance. The white foreigner smiled and said in Chinese with a slight accent, "Would you like another round?" "No, it's almost noon. I have to go back and eat." The old man chuckled and asked, "Which country are you from?" "You speak Chinese really well." The old man replied with a smile, "Magnesium country." "Oh, Magnesium country, why don't you come to my house for a visit? Just me and my wife will treat you to a meal and play 2 games in the afternoon." The old man was very enthusiastic. However, the old man shook his head and said, "No need, I'm waiting for someone here." "So it's like that. All right then, if you come back tomorrow, I'll definitely win against you." The old man laughed and got up to leave. Naturally, the onlookers also dispersed. It was almost time for lunch, and the old men were all going home. The old man, on the other hand, slowly put the black and white pieces into the chess basket. Occasionally, he would raise his head to look at the blue sky, and a faint smile would appear on his face. At this moment, 2 young men walked up to the old man. Chapter 1019. 1019 Yi Fan slowly sat down and quietly looked at the old white man in front of him for a while. If it wasn't for the spiritual imprint guiding Yi Fan to this place, Yi Fan wouldn't have believed it even now. The seemingly ordinary white old man in front of him was someone who caused the entire upper echelons of China to panic, causing danger everywhere, causing the people of the Hidden Dragon sect to ambush and protect the experts and scholars, causing Yi Fan to feel helpless like never before. Postman. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Unexpectedly, he wasn't particularly angry, nor was he particularly angry. He didn't know why, but after these 2 to 3 days of chasing, he had almost circled the earth once, and after experiencing a life and death situation, he finally found this guy with great difficulty. Yi Fan wasn't that excited. Of course, Yi Fan was still very sad and angry, because this guy had killed the most important elder in his heart, Deanly. However, the current sorrow and anger was already different from when he first found out that Deanly had died. Yi Fan didn't know if it was because he had heard some words from the tyrant of the atmosphere and comprehended some new things, or if it was for some other reason. In short, he had originally thought that he would kill him to pieces the moment he met him, but the truth was the exact opposite. The scene was unexpectedly calm. "Why did you stop?" Yi Fan asked. He could clearly sense that the postman had stopped moving around. He was waiting for them to find him. The postman raised his head to look at the sky and smiled. "The weather is very good, the wind is very comfortable, such a day. It's a gift from nature. If I don't sit down and enjoy it, it would be disrespectful to this world. Isn't it because you sensed that you had nowhere to run?" Yi Fan asked. The postman lowered his head and smiled. He stretched out his hand to gesture at the chess basket and said, "Lucifer, do you want to play?" Yi Fan directly said, "I don't play chess with my enemies, and you are not my match." The postman was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "As expected of the sovereign king of hell, he is truly young and vigorous, confident. It's a pity that you Chinese invented this kind of chess. It's very interesting. Where is your team?" Yi Fan knew that this guy couldn't possibly act alone. He had to make bombs, study routes, make plans, and brainwash them. One person couldn't do all this. Behind him, there must be a team of highly intelligent people working for him. The postman shrugged his shoulders. They are all people who trust me. I have no reason to tell you where they are. Even if I'm not in this world, they will still spread my thoughts. Yifan's eyes darkened, and said, Do you think that if you make yourself sound like a thinker and pretend to be an otherworldly expert, I will let you live? Don't play that trick with me. If you don't want to die of a painful death, then give your entire team out. The postman said regretfully, Lucifer, why are you deceiving yourself like this? In fact, a cultivator like you, a person who constantly excavates his or her own potential, should understand that the development of human industrial civilization and technology is a foolish thing to do. You can shut up now. Yifan directly interrupted the postman's words and said, A criminal who relies on his innate superpower and bombs to cause destruction is not worthy of talking to me about cultivation. Every expert and every scholar that you have killed, they have spent far more effort than you can imagine on the road of wisdom and the road of civilization. You, on the other hand, are just a pitiful worm who longs to be known and recognized by the world. Yes, the trees will not laugh at you, the wind will not despise you, and the rain will not hurt your self-esteem. You worship nature, not because of your lofty ideals, but because of your cowardice. When other postmen lost their jobs because of the emergence of email, they chose to study and work hard to find another job, but you became a murderer. Yifan stood up and stared at the postman with a burning gaze, saying, So, coward, I'll ask you one last time, where is your gang? The postman's hands trembled as he clenched them tightly. His eyes stared at Yifan, and fine beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead. After a while, the postman said with a pale face, Why? How did you do it? Yifan sneered and looked at Feng Shui beside him. Feng Shui proudly said, How is it? Is your spiritual force unable to get close to my brother-in-law? Give up. With me here, your brainwashing is just a decoration. Only then did the postman understand. His face trembled twice as he gnashed his teeth and said, So. It was you who was playing tricks. Feng Shui smiled and said to Yifan, Brother-in-law, this guy has been increasing his mental fluctuations since just now, but I've blocked them all. Li Fan Xian patted his brother-in-law's shoulder in satisfaction. Bringing Feng Shui here was indeed a lot easier. Lucifer, if you kill me today, I guarantee that you will regret it. I have already arranged everything. Once I die, a large group of experts from China will accompany me in death. The postman said with a gloomy face. Yifan smiled and said, Do you think I really care that much? How many scholars and experts do you want to kill? The postman frowned, not understanding what Yifan meant. I'm not as noble as you think, and I don't have the heart to care about everyone in the world. There are only two reasons why I tried so hard to kill you. You killed Dean Li, and you still want to kill my woman, Chu Yunyao. As for which expert you will drag down with you after I kill you, I don't care at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Yifan grabbed the postman. Even at such a close distance, as long as Feng Shui was by his side, the postman's superpower would be useless. The postman's face turned green, and his eyes were no longer calm as he looked at Yifan with fear. Ha! Yifan grinned and said, I thought you were so amazing. In the face of death, you would still be afraid, you. What do you want to do? The postman asked with a trembling voice. He regretted it. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have tried to control Yifan. Yifan's face was cold. He stretched out his hand and quickly pointed at the most painful acupuncture points on the postman's body. Ah! The postman was in so much pain that his veins popped out, and he screamed miserably. Yifan did not stop, and directly waved out two sword intents, cutting off the postman's hands and feet. After that, a punch shattered the postman's teeth. The postman was already in so much pain that he wished he was dead. His mouth was full of blood, and he was about to faint from the pain, but he was still very clear-headed. "Don't you like to use bombs? I'll give you one." Yifan took out a hand grenade and stuffed it into the postman's bloodless, toothless mouth, and stuffed it into his throat. The postman's eyes widened. He wanted to spit it out, but he couldn't. His throat was split open. The fear of death and despair caused him to collapse to the point of peeing his pants. Yifan coldly tore off the fuse and said, "This is for President Li, I'll return it to you." In the next second, Yifan had already grabbed Feng Xiaowei and leaped more than 10 meters away. Boom! Chapter 1020. The death of the postman did not cause much fluctuation in society, because not long after the postman was killed, the dragon's soul immediately sent people to deal with the aftermath. As for the postman's accomplices, those believers, who had been controlled by him over the years, although they might still cause trouble everywhere, they were still ordinary terrorists and were no longer elusive. Yi Longyuan brought the experts of the hidden dragon sect with him. If he spent some time, he would be able to catch all of them in one fell swoop. The higher-ups were very appreciative of Yifan's actions this time. They hoped that Yifan would go to the capital and properly receive and thank him. However, Yifan rejected it without hesitation. He was not interested in dealing with those people, because he did not want to get rid of the tyrants, nor did he want to get any rewards. Besides, those people did not have the qualifications to reward him. Yifan had only done something that he had to do, to protect his beloved and avenge his loved ones. The day after the postman died. In Huahai, the sky was covered with dark clouds. After a few muffled claps of thunder, it began to rain heavily. In a quiet hillside cemetery southwest of Huahai, a group of men and women were holding black umbrellas, wearing black suits or plain clothes, standing in front of a tombstone. On the tombstone, there was a picture of an amiable old man smiling, as if to comfort everyone, telling them not to feel sad for her. Director. Don't worry, I've talked to the leaders of the Civil Affairs Department and the Education Department. They've agreed to let us bring the children to the number 3 elementary school. The elementary school is going to be relocated, so we'll renovate the original school and turn it into a new orphanage. I will continue to use the name Ivy to let everyone know that you are the founder of this orphanage. I will let everyone remember your name forever. After Du Yuner finished speaking, she was the last to place the white flower in front of the tombstone. But just as she stood up, Du Yuner couldn't hold it in anymore. She choked with sobs and her eyes reddened. Fan Xian walked forward, holding an umbrella with one hand and hugging the girl's shoulder with the other, saying, "All right, the principal will definitely be very satisfied with everything you've done. Don't cry, finish her unfinished business and comfort her spirit in heaven." Du Yuner sniffed, nodded, and said, "I just thought about how the principal didn't even have a corpse, only a cenotaph. I feel so sad for her." The explosion and fire made it impossible to even find President Li's ashes. Therefore, when everyone was making a grave for President Li, they could only make it a cenotaph. Fan Xian took a deep breath and raised his head to look at the gray sky, but he couldn't say anything to comfort her. Behind them, Su Qingxue, Ning Zimo, Feng Yuing, and the other girls all had sad expressions on their faces. It was as if the heavens were crying on such a rainy day. On the way back from the cemetery, they had to walk slowly down the hill. Just as they were about to reach the bottom of the mountain and get into a car to return to their respective residences, Chu Yunyao called out to Yifan. "Yifan, there's something I want to tell you." Chu Yunyao was wearing a black dress and holding an umbrella with a complicated expression. Yifan asked Su Qingxue to go back to the car and wait for him. Although Su Qingxue was a little unwilling, she still nodded. "What is it, little Yao Yao?" Yifan walked in front of the woman and asked with a smile, "Could it be that you want to thank me for saving you again?" Chu Yunyao didn't have any intention of joking. She hesitated for a moment, then said, "Say. If the similarity rate is Is it possible that the two of them aren't related by blood? It's just a coincidence? When Fan Xian heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned, wondering why a woman would ask such a stupid question. Yi Fan couldn't help but stretch out his hand and place it on Chu Yunyao's forehead. What are you doing? Chu Yunyao took the man's hand away and said with a frown. Yi Fan sighed, I want to see if you're so tired that you're sick and have a fever, and your brain is muddled, darling, yes. Ah. Even so, some countries have already recognized a parent-child relationship. If it's not the relationship between biological parents and children, then maybe. You have to search the entire universe before you can say it's a coincidence. The probability that it's not a parent-child relationship is basically zero. Why would you ask such a question? When Chu Yunyao heard this, she laughed self-deprecatingly, as if she was muttering to herself, that's right. What's there to suspect? Just what am I thinking? Just as Fan Xian was about to ask the woman why she was asking about this, he suddenly thought of something. You know Yunner's origin. Yi Fan lowered his voice and asked seriously. He remembered that Chu Yunyao had analyzed everyone at the scene, so it was reasonable for her to discover Du Yunner's background. Chu Yunyao's gaze froze for a moment, as if she was in a daze. After a few seconds, she lightly smiled and said, yeah, I discovered it. Li Fan Xian immediately advised, little Yao Yao, this matter concerns Yunner's life and safety. You must not tell anyone about it. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Chu Yunyao nodded, I know, I'm not that kind of person with a big mouth. No one else knows about this, right? Yi Fan asked. No. Chu Yunyao said. Yi Fan let out a sigh of relief. Luckily Chu Yunyao told him first, otherwise it would have been dangerous. Thank you, little Yao Yao. I'll go to your place in 2 days and properly reward you. Yi Fan blinked his eyes meaningfully, then turned around and walked back to the car. Chu Yunyao looked at the man's back, but her eyes revealed a complicated expression. When Yi Fan returned to the car and fastened his seatbelt, he realized that there was a chill around him. Shu Qingxue coldly looked at the man and said, if you want to say something, then say it. Why are you touching her face with your hands and feet? Li Fan Xian smiled awkwardly. It felt like the scene just now had been seen by the woman. Wife, what do you mean by touching her face? I thought she had a fever and said some nonsense. Yi Fan explained. She is the most protected person in the country, how could she have a fever? You think too much. If you want to touch me, just say it. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at the man. Yi Fan curled his lips, he might as well go all out and touch the woman's thigh. What are you doing? Su Qingxue took the man's hand away. That's fair, I'll touch you too. I don't want you to touch me. Your hand just touched her. Yi Fan chuckled, ignoring the angry look the woman gave him, he directly stepped on the accelerator and drove. Although the death of President Li still made Yi Fan's heart feel a trace of sorrow, he still had to live his life and look forward. It was getting late. Yi Fan felt that it would be troublesome for Aunt Jiang to cook when he went back to eat, so he asked Su Qingxue, who was still throwing a tantrum, wife, I'll take you to eat skewers. What are skewers? Su Qingxue was immediately attracted again. She forgot about what happened before and asked curiously. Yi Fan was secretly happy in his heart. This woman was sometimes very smart, but sometimes she was so easy to deceive. Just by mentioning something that she was not familiar with, her attention would be drawn away. Chapter 1021. 1021. Su Qingxue quickly picked up the phone and asked, Wei Wei, are you coming back? Ling Yue, who was on the other side of the phone, was quiet for a while. Then, she said in a somewhat depressed tone, Little Snow. I might not be able to go back. What? What's going on? Su Qingxue asked in surprise. Of course, he could clearly hear what Ling Yue was saying on the phone. He was puzzled. Could it be that Yi Feng had already treated her like this, yet they still wanted to force Ling Yue to get married? Ling Yue replied, originally, there was nothing going on. At most, I would just meet all of my blind dates and say that I wasn't satisfied. But, the Yi clan side, the martial god actually personally replied and told my grandfather that their Yi clan, still has a main bloodline's eldest son and eldest grandson. Su Qingxue frowned and asked doubtfully, how could that be? Could it be that Yi Feng is not the young master of the Yi family? Yi Fan's expression was complicated. He swallowed his saliva and subconsciously tightened his grip on the steering wheel. I'm not sure either. In short, my grandfather has already gone to the Yi clan to seek an audience with the war god. Only when he returns can we figure out the situation. Ling Yue said faintly, however, since the war god said that, it definitely won't be a lie. After all, a person like him wouldn't lie to us. Even in the eyes of the martial god, my grandfather is just a very, very small child. He wouldn't casually lie to my grandfather. Su Qingxue sighed and said, Wei, don't be sad. As long as you don't marry the Yi Feng, you can try to understand the others. What if there really is a Mr. Right who will fall in love with you at first sight? Little Snow, stop joking with me. I want to go back and make movies. I don't want to get married. Ling Yue said bitterly. I'm not joking with you. Some things haven't happened yet, and you don't know if you're willing or not. Besides, I just remembered that since the martial god's seniority is so high, even if you marry his grandson, your seniority will still be extremely high. When the time comes, will there be thousands of people in those clans who will have to call you Ancestor Weiwei? Su Qingxue imagined. Ling Yue was about to go crazy. Su Qingxue, is there a hole in your head? You are the ancestor. I don't want to be some ancestor. Su Qingxue pouted, then I can only think in a good direction. Don't worry, if that man is still as bad as Yi Feng. I'll bring my husband and save you. Fan Xian's face stiffened. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, he's not from the Civil Affairs Bureau, why would he care about your marriage? Ling Yue felt helpless on the other side. Come on, the war god obviously doesn't plan to let me go. Who can go against the war god? You don't know this, but when the war god replied with a letter, my grandfather even burned incense and prayed to the war god before he dared to read it. After all, it was an ancestor who was born hundreds of years before him who wrote to him. The status of the war god. In the clan, it should be said that in the entire world, it is too high, just like a real god. No one can defy him. Su Qingxue was also a little sad. After listening to Ling Yue say a few more words, the two of them hung up. At this moment, the car had arrived at a parking lot outside a store. Yi Fan parked the car and stretched out his finger to press Su Qingxue's tender face. Wife, get out of the car, it's time to eat skewers. Eat. You only know how to eat. What if they want Weiwei to marry a man she doesn't like? You must think of a way to save her. Su Qingxue said angrily. Yi Fan smiled awkwardly. This is a bit far from us, after all, it's a matter of the clan. I don't care. Just tell me if you agree or not. Su Qingxue asked. Li Fan Xian thought to himself, come on, isn't it just thinking of a way to save him? If he couldn't save her, then it was none of his business. Thus, he nodded and said, all right, if that really happens, I will risk my life to save her. Isn't that the same as fighting to the death with the war god? You're not allowed to die. If you die, won't I be a widow? But you also have to save Weiwei. Su Qingxue reminded him seriously. Yi Fan, on the other hand, gave a playful smile and reached out to touch Su Qingshua's smooth chin. Yo, my wife has already thought of letting me be a widow after I die. Really not going to remarry. So chaste. What? Only then did Su Qingxue realize that she had said too much. She blushed, turned around, opened the car door, and got off. The two of them entered the shop and ate a string of incense, causing Su Qingxue to stick out her tongue. However, it seemed to be quite exciting, so she ate quite a bit. On the way back, Yi Fan asked the woman with a smile, "Wife, is it delicious? How was it?" Su Qingxue was just about to say that it was delicious, but she thought that something was wrong. She snorted and said, "Hubby, you always use this kind of cheap little thing to trick me. It's only 100 yuan after eating so much, you're too stingy." Li Fan Xian was speechless. "You're the one who ordered a bunch of vegetarian dishes, you don't even want to eat meat." "I don't care, I'm not satisfied anyway." Su Qingxue turned her head and looked out of the window. Yi Fan stretched out his hand and placed it on the woman's abdomen. "You're not satisfied with how much you ate, your stomach is already bulging." Su Qingxue moved the man's hand away. "Stop touching, you're not allowed to touch." As the saying goes, when one is full and warm, they think about it. Only then did Yi Fan remember that the woman seemed to have agreed to something at the business party that day. This made Yi Fan's heart skip a beat. He let go of his courage and didn't touch the woman's stomach. Instead, he touched it. Ing. Su Qingxue symbolically pushed the man's hand, but didn't push it away. Her charming face seemed to have been drunk, and was drunk red. She stammered, "Hubby, what are you doing, wife? Did you promise me something last time? You shouldn't have forgotten, right?" Yi Fan asked while grinning. Su Qingxue felt the man's hand move, and her delicate body couldn't help but tighten and relax. Her breathing became rough. "You drive carefully, we'll talk about it when we get back." Leaf hearing this, Fan Xian's lower abdomen burned. "Let's talk about it when we get home." "That means once we get home, we can." Thinking of this, Yi Fan fiercely stepped on the accelerator. He didn't care if he would get a ticket or not, and directly rushed home. However, when he got home, Yi Fan realized that there was actually a guest at home. A white and chubby guy wearing a loose oversized shirt was sitting in their living room, eating pastries and drinking tea. It was Jiang Xiaobai. Aunt Jiang was chatting and laughing with this fellow, watching TV. Seeing Yi Fan and Su Qingxue return, she smiled and said, "Yi Fan, your friend is here, he's waiting for you." When Yi Fan saw this guy, he couldn't help but have a bad premonition. "Fatty, why did you come to my house so late at night?" Chapter 1022. 1022. Yi Fan had the urge to kick him. This guy came to his house to eat and drink, and even asked him to borrow money to spend. "What do you want money for? Didn't you go to the purple bamboo forest to work? There's a salary for you there," Yi Fan said. Jiang Xiaobai rubbed his hands together in embarrassment and said, "I do have a salary, but it's not enough. I'm in a bit of a hurry." "How much is it?" Yi Fan asked. 10,000 is enough." Jiang Xiaobai looked at Yi Fan nervously. Yi Fan and Su Qingxue looked at each other. They wouldn't take this bit of money seriously, but it wasn't a small amount of money either. "What do you want 10,000 yuan for?" Yi Fan thought to himself, no matter where he went to do health care, he wouldn't need 10,000 yuan. Could it be that this guy wanted to find a particularly high-grade one? Jiang Xiaobai lowered his head shyly, as if he didn't dare to give a reason. "No." Yi Fan directly rejected, "You don't even have a reason, and you still want to borrow money?" Jiang Xiaobai could only tactfully say, "I say. Can't I tell you the reason? It's Fei Fei. Something happened to Fei Fei's family, I want to help her." "Who is Fei Fei?" Yi Fan was puzzled. Su Qingxue patted him, "Hubby, have you forgotten? Isn't it the girl he likes? Oh. Yifan remembered that it was the girl he met at the airport, so he asked, how did you know something happened to her family? Are you very familiar with her? Jiang Xiaobai chuckled and said embarrassedly, I found out that she worked 2 jobs. During the day, she went to someone's house to clean up, and at night, she went to a bar to work as a waiter. I went to that bar, ordered some beer, and talked to her. Last week, I helped her fight off 2 drunkards at the bar, and then we got to know each other. Li Yifan listened to Jiang Xiaobai's muddled explanation and more or less understood what was going on. That girl was called Li Shuefei. Her hometown was a small place at the edge of the southern province. After graduating from high school, she came here to work to earn money. It had been 5 or 6 years. Her parents were both farmers and couldn't give Li Shuefei much support. Because of her low education and the pressure of Huahai's life, there wasn't much money left for her to earn every year. In such a poor environment, Li Shuefei could only work as a nanny for some people in the neighborhood during the day and a waitress at the bar at night. Life was very difficult. Jiang Xiaobai went to the bar every day and ordered some cheap drinks just to chat with Li Shuefei from time to time. Gradually, Li Shuefei also became a chatterbox and told him about these things. Last week, there were 2 drunk people who wanted to take advantage of Li Shuefei, but they were beaten away by Jiang Xiaobai, which made Li Shuefei trust him even more. Feifei's father is in the hospital. He needs surgery on his waist. She's raising money everywhere, but she's still short of 10,000 yuan. She really doesn't have anywhere to borrow money from, so she asked me if I have it. Jiang Xiaobai said pleadingly, Mr. Yi, 10,000 yuan is nothing to you, but that's the money to save their family's life. Please help them. When I get my salary next month, I'll pay you back slowly. Aunt Jiang, who was at the side, felt sorry for her. Yifan, this girl is not having it easy. Just help them. Lil White is also doing good deeds. Yes, yes. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Li Fanxian hurriedly told the fatty to stop talking. He turned around and said to Su Qingxue, wife, give him 10,000 yuan. Su Qingxue didn't care, so she asked Jiang Xiaobai to take out his phone and transfer 10,000 yuan to him through Lu Bao. When Jiang Xiaobai received the 10,000 yuan, he excitedly thanked him a dozen times and immediately ran out. This Jiang Xiaobai is an infatuated seed. He probably spent all his energy chasing after girls during this period of time. Su Qingxue said. Li Fanxian thoughtfully narrowed his eyes and said, his master asked him to come down the mountain to let him experience some people and things. If he's infatuated, then so be it. Su Qingxue blinked. Hearing that the man seemed to have something to say, she said, you don't think highly of Jiang Xiaobai and that girl called Li Shuefei? Li Fanxian chuckled and said, good or bad, it has nothing to do with us. Wife, I think it's getting late. You should be tired, right? Su Qingxue glared at him, thinking that Aunt Jiang was still at the side. This guy was really anxious. I want to watch TV with Aunt Jiang for a while. If you're tired, go to sleep. As Su Qingxue said this, she pulled Aunt Jiang to the sofa. Fan Xian was speechless. What was there to be shy about? Hurry up and take a bath and sleep, isn't it good? Right at this moment, Yifan's phone rang. Seeing that it was Du Yuner calling, he immediately picked it up. Yuner, what's wrong? Yifan asked with a smile. Brother Yifan. Can you come over? Du Yuner's voice was very anxious. Hearing this, Fan Xian's heart tightened, and he hurriedly asked, what's going on? There's a group of people from the construction team who want to forcefully tear down our newly moved Huahai Elementary School. They brought in all the excavators. I don't know what's going on, Du Yuner helplessly said. Li Fanxian frowned. He also knew that he couldn't explain it clearly on the phone for a while, so he said, Yuner, don't panic. No matter what happens, protect the children's safety, I'll go over immediately. Yifan hung up the phone and said to Su Qingxue, who was watching TV, wife, I'm going out for a while. Su Qingxue probably heard some of it and said worriedly, hurry up and go. If you need my help, just call me. Li Fanxian nodded, went out, and drove directly to Hua High Elementary School. Fortunately, there weren't many cars on the road at the moment. When Yifan arrived, it only took him less than half an hour. As soon as he arrived outside the 3 elementary schools, he saw that there were already some construction banners at the entrance. Some signs were also placed there, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting. Yifan stopped the car, jumped over the railing, and directly entered the school campus. A few workers chased after him and asked who Yifan was, but Yifan was too lazy to answer and directly ran inside. Very quickly, Yifan heard the sound of construction coming from the school's teaching building. What made Yifan even more worried was hearing the cries of some children. Li Fanxian hurriedly ran over. Sure enough, under the searchlights of some construction sites, a group of children from the orphanage were gathered outside the teaching building. 7 or 8 of them were crying. Yuner. Yifan saw that Du Yuner and a few aunties from the orphanage were comforting the children. Brother Yifan. Du Yuner turned around and saw Yifan coming over. She said bitterly, they won't let us stay here and chased us out. These children's things were all placed there, and before they could take them out, they started using excavators to tear down the house. No matter how I persuade them, they still cry. Li Fanxian frowned and said, didn't you say that you asked the leaders of the civil affairs and education departments? Why did you suddenly want to demolish it? I did ask, but the leaders I contacted before all said that they weren't too sure. They got off work again and said that they would only be able to check tomorrow. Du Yuner's eyes were red, but after one night, it was all torn down. As he spoke, a middle-aged man wearing a hard hat, holding a walkie-talkie in his hand, and a cigarette in his mouth swaggered over with a few strong men from the engineering team. Chapter 1023. Much better-tempered 1023 Fan stood in front of Du Yuner and asked with an indifferent expression, this place has already been allowed to be a welfare home and has been rebuilt. Do you have any approval for forcefully demolishing it? The foreman sized up Yifan from head to toe and said, who are you? This is a construction site. Miscellaneous people, hurry up and leave. I'm asking if you have any approval. If you don't have any legal procedures, then it's illegal for you to forcefully demolish it like this. Yifan said. The foreman laughed out loud, nonsense. But do I need to show it to you? Who are you? Are you the mayor of Hua High City? The group of workers all started to laugh, obviously not taking Yifan's words seriously. Yifan looked at the uniforms of these people, which had the words, Thunder Dragon Real Estate, written on it. He couldn't help but glance at the east side of the primary school, at the high-rise residences. That residential area was the property of this Thunder Dragon Real Estate. No wonder they had their eyes on this primary school. If the primary school became a welfare home, then they would lose the chance to increase the value of this property. It would not be good for their property at all. Yifan saw that this group of people ignored him, so he walked straight towards the excavator that was in the middle of construction. Hey! What are you doing? The foreman shouted, hurry up and get out. Yifan ignored him and directly jumped up, standing on top of the excavator. Following which, Yifan kicked the excavator's moving rod. Clang! With a metallic wail, the excavator's thick moving rod was forcefully broken, and the backhoe fell to the ground. It seemed that it could no longer continue working. The dozens of workers at the scene were dumbstruck, thinking that they were seeing things. That mechanical pole was a big fellow that could withstand a weight of 10 tons. How could it be broken by that man's foot? Yifan jumped off the excavator, walked in front of the foreman, and asked again, do you have the approval? Show it to me. This time, the foreman panicked. If that foot were to step on someone, who would be able to withstand it? The foreman could only smile bitterly and say, Our boss said that he hasn't brought it over yet. In a few days, he will make up for it. When Du Yuner heard this, she immediately said angrily, So you were lying just now. You guys are forcefully demolishing it without the permission of the government. This is against the law. No. The foreman quickly explained, Little girl, this brother, our boss will definitely get the approval. There are people in our Thunder Dragon real estate, the approval will come sooner or later. I don't care who your boss is. Now, take everyone and the equipment and leave this place. Yifan coldly said. The foreman had a troubled look and said, This little brother, please don't make things difficult for us. We also make this bowl of rice and work for the boss. If we don't dismantle it tonight, to put it bluntly, we'll at most have our wages deducted, but you guys might lose your lives. Fan Xian grinned and said, Oh. Will he still be alive? That's right. The foreman quickly whispered, I know you're strong, but it's useless if you're alone. Little brother, do you know about the demolition of Chao village to the north of Huahai 2 months ago? It was also 2 farmers who refused to leave. They insisted on arguing with our boss and wanted more money. In the end, within a week, the 2 families accidentally started a fire at night and were burned to death. Is that so? Your boss is that powerful? Setting fire in broad daylight? Yifan asked with a smile. I didn't say that. They were the ones who started the fire by accident. The foreman hurriedly changed his words, In short, I advise you to quickly take these children and leave. For the sake of a place to live, it's not worth it to offend the people above and lose your life. Oh. So to say, even though you know that your boss set fire to 2 families, you still secretly hid it and then went to tear down their homes, right? Yifan asked with a smile. The foreman had an awkward look on his face as he averted his gaze and said, I am advising you with good intentions. How can we commoners care about so many things? Isn't the one your boss killed just commoners like you? Yifan teased. The foreman's face flushed red as he said, Anyway, I've already told you. If you want to live, don't stop us. Yifan narrowed his eyes, Then I'll make it clear to you. I'll only count to 3. If you don't leave, I'll make your legs look like the excavator's pole. The foreman was stunned. He didn't expect Yifan to not be afraid at all. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. 1. 2. The moment Yifan counted to 3, he saw the foreman turn his head and run out. They weren't stupid. There was no need to cripple themselves for the sake of a job. Otherwise, how could they earn money? Not long after, the group of construction workers ran away. They didn't even have the time to drive the equipment away. Brother Yifan, what exactly is going on with that Thunder Dragon real estate? How dare they act so recklessly without approval? Du Yuner frowned. Yifan thought for a moment, then asked the girl to wait for a moment. Then, he called Ning Zimo. When Ning Zimo picked up the phone, there seemed to be quite a few people talking on the other side. Hubby, what's wrong? Ning, son, are you busy? Oh, the gang is having a discussion. Tell me, they've all quietened down. Ning Zimo said. Li Fan Xian immediately explained the situation of the Thunder Dragon real estate. After Ning Zimo finished listening, she hesitantly said, Thunder Dragon real estate. Their boss, Zhang Tianlong, is said to be the son of the president of the Far East Society, but I haven't come into contact with them before, so I'm not very sure. However, the mayors of Huahai these past few terms have all given their Thunder Dragon real estate face. It should have something to do with the background of the Far East Society. So it's the background of the Far East Society. Yifan muttered. Yi Fan had heard of this gang before. It was different from a gang like the Purple Bamboo Forest, and it was also different from the powers of the few underground families in China. The Far East Society was a large international gang that had developed through trade between countries in China and the surrounding countries. Because there were forces in the surrounding countries of China, the Chinese government would also give the Far East Society some convenience and mutual benefit. After all, it was impossible for China to send troops to other countries at any time to protect the safety of its own citizens and goods. At such a time, a local snake like the Far East Society would be able to play a big role. Of course, there were some shady deals that could be completed through the Far East Society. To put it bluntly, the existence of the Far East Society was because China and the surrounding countries needed such an organization, which was why it appeared. It was specifically responsible for some shady work. However, with Yi Fan's strength and influence, the Far East Society was naturally nothing. No wonder he's so arrogant, so he has an international background. Yi Fan rubbed his neck and said, "Then go and contact Zhang Tianlong. I don't care about anything else. Since this school has agreed to belong to the orphanage, let him let go."